Tired of dealing with toilet paper that irritates your skin and clogs your toilets, your WCs? Wait, I have great news for you. Flora Toilet Roll is the game changer. Flora Toilet Roll is thick, gentle on the skin, and fragrance free, making it ideal to clean your intimate parts as it causes no skin irritations and or allergies. The best part is it is made to dissolve easily, preventing plumbing issues and clogs. Experience the ultimate comfort of Flora Toilet Roll. No more clogs, no more skin irritations.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third edition of the Ghana Digital Innovation Week is ready to kick off from Monday 6th to Wednesday the 8th of November at the Accra International Conference Center, the Digital Transformation Center, implemented by GIZ on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. In collaboration with MASHA, Israel's Agency for International Development Cooperation, the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, and the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization, with the support of ITC and UNCDF, will bring together the digital ecosystem stakeholders on one platform to learn, share ideas, and network. Over 5,000 attendees, 50 exhibitors, and over 40 insightful sessions led by ecosystem actors. The three-day event will bring together digital enthusiasts, policymakers, students, private sector actors, and many others. It will be preceded by regional events from 1st to the 3rd of November 2023 in the Northern, Eastern, and Ashanti regions respectively. Attendance is free. Register now at www.gdiw.com.ga. Let's meet from Monday the 6th to Wednesday the 8th of November at the Accra International Conference Center. See ya!
When it comes to the world of sports, what does complete mean to you?
When my team scores at the end of a 30-plus passing sequence, just like Pep Guardiola style.
When someone beats the buzzer with a shot from the logo, like Steph Curry.
Dominating opponents and punching my waist to a knockout like Africa's greatest boxer, Azuma Nelson.
Running so fast I can afford to celebrate midway through a 100-meter race and smash the world record like Usain Bolt.
Hold up, what makes all of these sports complete is the screen. This is where you get access to all the extensive highlights, analysis, and insights.
So do join us every Sunday at 6 p.m. live on 3FM 92.7 as we serve you the best sports buffet and most satisfying in the sports world. The three sports team will come together to review, preview, and analyze the latest in the sports world here on Sports Ultras.
The coverage continues on your election command center. You're welcome. And if you've been with us from morning, thank you so much for staying. Remember, we're not only live on TV3, we're also live on 3FM 92.7. We're streaming live on Facebook at TV3 Ghana and DSTV channel 279. And well, my name is Brother Mundi. Let's cross over now to Judith Brown, who is also on the ground. Election, while voting, it's still ongoing. We have just about an hour and a few minutes to wrap up on voting. Let's hear from her to give us the updates on what's happening where she is currently. Hello, Judith. Judith, you're muted. I cannot hear you. So if you can unmute yourself, I would be grateful. Okay, I still cannot hear you, Judith. I'm not sure what the problem is, but if you can fix that, we'll come back to you. But let's go back to Evelyn Tengma to give us some updates as well. Hello, Evelyn. Evelyn, can you hear me? Evelyn, can you hear me? Okay. Well, Honorable Adwoa Safo, the MP for Dom Kwabenya, who is hoping that she can retain her seat come, December 2024, is also in her constituency. In fact, she's cast her vote, and we caught up with her to find out what she makes of the election so far.
You are just joined us. We know that you are going to cast your vote, but we are like, we just want to take a bit of your views here. You are a candidate, you are an MP. We can see a lot of supporters. We can see a lot of supporters giving you the love. You are here to cast your vote. Tell us what will influence your selection of a particular candidate.
Yes, I'm just about to cast my vote, so I was thinking you allow me to make that decision, and I can go from that.
Okay. All right.
Let me take the decision in the ballot box, and then I'll let you know who.
Thank you. All right.
Thank
you. She's winning 90%. Adwoa Safo, 90%. No Adwoa, no vote. The love is pure, organic love.
contested election.
Exactly. I don't know.
How do you see that? What should we be expecting at the end of the day? I expect that the best leader wins. And I expect that after winning, we bring everybody on board, all hands on deck, because we need that to win 2024 election. So I'm sure by 3 o'clock you all know who the winner is. The best person who is best suited for the job, and the best person who is best suited for the season. It's a season. Everything is time. And so whose time is it? The people will decide. And at the end of the day, that's what the party wants to take to face Honorable His Excellency John Dramani. So how do you see the process so far? Oh, it's been peaceful. It's a bit slow though, but that is to be expected because we have a huge number of delegates. I'm thinking for Greater Accra, we are the largest. We have 1,850, roughly 1,850 delegates who are all casting their votes today. So we should expect that it will take longer than other constituencies as well. Hello.
Honorable Adwoa Safo, the MP for Dom Kwabenya, and she says that so far it's been peaceful, but she expects the best to emerge out of the four who are up for flag bearer for the NPP. Let me go back to Judith and see if we can talk to her this time around. Hello, Judith.
Hello, if you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Carry on. So where are you and what can you tell us?
Right, I'm currently at the Prince of Peace School, which is the only polling center here in the Okaikwe South Constituency, where the Mayor of Accra arrived moments ago, where she came to, of course, observe the process of voting here. We thought she was going to vote, but she didn't eventually. And so we're still waiting for the voting process, and it's been a quite smooth process here. The constituency is made up of 1,013 delegates and other new Patriotic Party, and of course they've been well represented today here at the polling station. We know that this is an NPP stronghold, and apart from 1992, since 1996, the constituency has always voted for the NPP, and so Okaikwe South is located in Accra's commercial hub, constituting of North Kaneshi, Bugwashi, and other areas. We know that the station has been divided into two, currently with about 4 zones on each of the sides. And this is to make the process quite smooth, and really it has been smooth throughout the morning. And so they're hoping to end the process by 2 p.m. today, and after which they'll be moving to the Accra Sports Stadium for the final collation as well as the declaration of results. Bella.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the update, and we'll wait and see if you can speak to the mayor of Accra after she has voted. But Evelyn Tengma is also bringing us some updates. Hello, Evelyn.
Hello, Bella.
Hi, thank you for joining us. So where are you speaking from and what can you tell us?
So from the Dom Kwabenya constituency, to be specific, the Atomic police station part where the election is taking place. And of course, we are expecting 1,803 delegates to cast their ballots. And as we speak, so far, about 800 people have cast their ballots. And we know that this particular constituency is the largest constituency in the country. And it is one of the strongholds of the NPP. And of course, that is why we are having such a huge number, 1,803 delegates here. And so for that matter, they have created 2 centers. On Thursday, when the General Secretary of the NPP addressed the media, he did indicate that when there is the delegates are more than 1,000, they will create 2 polling stations, and that is what they have done here exactly. And so voting is ongoing as we speak. About 800 people have cast their ballot so far, and the place has been cordoned, and the delegates are out there, and they call them in turns into the polling area for them to cast their ballot. But Bella, I must say that the security here has been a major challenge, because the police people will not allow us, will not even give us space into the parameter of the voting area. And so getting information is quite difficult. The police are also here, and we asked them how many policemen have been deployed here. They will not tell us anything, and they are preventing us from taking even videos when dignitaries come here to vote. And that is the challenge we're having, Bella. But otherwise, voting process is smooth here, Bella.
I see. All right. Well, so you're saying what? The security situation on the ground is not too favorable?
Not too favorable at all, Bella. They wouldn't give us any information, and they will not even allow us to take the shot. When you stand somewhere, even closer to the rails where they have called into the place, they ask you to go back, and it's really difficult. You want information from the election officers here, and it's difficult, so you have to chase them outside. And the security here is giving us a hell of time.
Is this the same venue where Honorable Adjoa Safo voted?
Exactly, Bella.
Okay, now I can hear a number of people talking about 90% win for her, etc. She had been away from her constituency for over a year, and of course recently she spoke about the fact that her child was unwell, and so that's why she had to take that sabbatical. But she's back and she expects to win. What is the general mood, or what was the general mood when she walked in?
Yeah, Bella, she had a cheerful welcome here when she came. All the delegates here were cheering her up, and they supported her. And of course, when we spoke to her, she did indicate that the love for her is massive, and she is very sure that come February, when the NPP holds their parliamentary elections, she will win. But that is the situation. But of course, I did ask her when she went to the Don market, she was putting out a bit, but she said that she's not really worried about that, because majority of the women at the market, they are in favor of her. They love her, and they will vote for her. It's just a few people who were not in favor of her coming there. And of course, she said she started a project there, and she understands that for a very long time she had not gone there to continue the project. So when she went there, the women, some of the women were not really happy with her absence, her long absence. And so some people were not really happy about her presence there. But she is bent on completing the project that she started at the Dome Market. And she's very sure that the women there will vote for her at the end of the day. And she has massive support at the Dome Market, Bella.
Did she give an indication which side she's leaning more towards, whether it is Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan, who of course we know she is, she has a connection with because of the children that they have together, or is she leaning more towards the other sides?
Bella, so I said that question, but she declined, and she was like the best candidate who win at the end of the day. She would not tell whose side she is on, but she, of course, delegates, the delegates, they belong to other factions and other candidates, so she wouldn't want to stick her neck out. If, of course, she wants to take the mandate of the people later on, and so she did not say who she is leaning towards.
All right. Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, Evelyn Tengma, and we'll come to you again much later for some more details. Evelyn has been speaking to us from the Dom Kwabena constituency. And, well, let me go back to Mr. Ayikwe Otu. And we've been talking about unity within the party, and as we cross over to some of the journalists, you hear, them having conversations where the delegates are more concerned about how the party is going to be united beyond the elections this year or today. Now, for you, where do you stand, especially looking at the fact that, of course, Alan Kyerematen has left the party, and that has created a void, whether you like it or not, where it looks as if the party is sorely divided. How do you expect them to make sure that unity comes back to this party?
Well, I don't even understand why they keep talking about we're going to unite, we're going to unite. I have always said that be fair to everybody, apply the rules fairly to everybody, let everybody feel that they belong. Don't play the politics of exclusion. You do those things, and then you know the problems you yourself have created. And then you begin to talk about united, we have to unite behind one candidate. But there was a better way they could have gone about all these things to make sure that, they give everybody confidence that it's just a contest. If you lose, you have lost. Just come back, you belong to us. So this whole talk, we're going to unite, I think we should begin to rethink how we do our primaries and how we treat people. If the people feel they belong, we don't need for us to be talking about, because you yourself, you feel very much worried that some people may leave you. You see, why has it come to that? Why has it come to that? That we are all now talking about we have to unite after we have to, I don't know. Maybe, as I said, it's going to take some time for us to understand the democratic process. And when we get there, some of these things will go to the background. Give everybody a chance. Let them say what they want to say within the context of the party's manifesto, the party's constitution and all that. Treat everybody fairly, and you will not have any problems about it.
But the party doesn't have time. Election 2024 is just around the corner. And so, if not for anything, at least now is the most critical moment to unify the party and ensure that they present themselves with a united front if they intend to break the 8 for real.
Well, that is true. That is true. As to whether they have placed themselves in such a position that people will feel enabled to continue to work. You are presenting a candidate or selecting a candidate today, but ultimately that candidate will be the face of the party in 2024. So you cannot say that this is only a primary. Whoever it is that you elect today will represent the party in 2024 going to elections. Are we going to talk about change, or are we going to talk about continuity? These are some of the problems, the issues that worry. What are we going to talk about in 2024? What is the best approach? And how have we packaged ourselves that in 2024, when we talk about breaking the 8 and continuity, we would get the people to buy into our, And so we should have laid the ground rules in such a way that all will be on board to fight. Well, as I said, let them finish. We see who the candidate is, which is even obvious, and then we'll come back into the drawing board, see how to package a game for the 2024 election. But nobody should tell me that it is not important. We should rather look at the candidates. What work has anybody done more than those people who went around talking? They all did their work. It's not one person who was going to talk to any delegates. And
Honorable Adainimo has said that if he should win, one of the things he's going to focus on is bringing Honorable Alan Kyerematen back to the party. And that is the beginning of how he intends to unify the party. Do you think that that would be a step in the right direction? And would Alan even want to return to the party that he has
he's not going
left?
To win, so we should not even waste time discussing him. He's not going to get anything.
Anything can happen, sir.
Oh, no. I mean, we should also draw, some inspiration from what we have done in the past. Let the past guide us. It's not likely. Look, we were talking about this horse trading.
Yes.
They were prevailing upon him to step down like others had done when he was in the fight with the current president. And he refused. The price he paid was that he even lost his parliamentary seat. The price he paid was that he even lost his parliamentary seat. How many votes did he get during the super delegates for him to be telling us the stories he's telling? It's just a wishful thinking. It won't work. It won't work. It's not for him to take that decision. Let's get the flag bearer, which we all can predict from what we are hearing and the way things are going, that if he wins, then we'll begin to talk about building bridges and if everybody can come on board, you know. Because, like I said, you see, if you start building your campaign teams and others are left out, it means that those people who are left out are not considered to be of any importance for whatever you are doing. And then midstream, you begin to feel that you have to bring in these people. And the question is, what role are they even coming to play? Yeah, because you like some, I don't know whether you have heard the term, the bus is already full. So when the bus is full and you bring it, and you know, so why can't we play the game in such a way that everybody feels it belongs? Instead of really tagging some people, pushing them behind, excluding them from whatever you are doing, only at a point to say that, well, we need everybody on board. It's like, you know. What
would it take to bring Alan Chamati back to the party? Is that ever possible?
I don't know. I don't speak for him now, so I don't know.
You cannot tell.
If he intends, because, like I said, just about yesterday or so, he's doing his voluntary work, trying to get people on board too.
All right, finally, before you go, sir, let me just find out from you, because Honorable Kennedy Ohene Japan has been speaking, same as Dr. Bawumia, and Kennedy says that he will beat Mahama hands down. Now, Dr. Bawumia also says that if there's anybody in the NPP that the NDC fears the most, it is him, which is why he should become the flag bearer of the party. Between the two, who is more likely to cause some form of commotion within the NDC?
Well, there are quite some issues. When we started fielding questions to the vice president in the, is it 20 whatever, we knew he was not the headmaster. But we were fielding the questions to him because he was the chairman of the economic planning team. So it is the same questions that are now being fielded. And so we've got to work on it. As for Kennedy, my advice to him is that hold yourself, the civil service language, in readiness for whatever you want to do later. You know, but if you didn't give people the hope that you can lead, you know, then if all of a sudden you decide that, oh, I have changed, and your character has already formed, so you cannot tell, you know, a mature dog, you know, you can't teach new tricks to a mature dog. You find that the more he tries to get away from his old ways, the more he finds himself being sucked into it, because that is how he is. That is his, you know. So you need to be groomed. You need to, you know, give that opportunity. What happens if one day they make me a leader, and the way I'm going, wouldn't it affect me? But I don't think that anybody advised him on the way he was going. He was my client. You know, but for some time, I have not been seeing it.
He doesn't call you anymore? You know, because he's been calling delegates. We're told that if there's anybody in the party that calls delegates the most.
No, that is what you should be doing. Let the delegates believe that you have them at heart. So
you're not a delegate, but has he been calling you? He hasn't called you?
No, I'm talking about my relationship with him as a lawyer and a client.
I understand, which is why you're saying you haven't heard from him.
No, I haven't heard from him, you know. But what I'm saying is that, to me, I don't think he held himself and prepared himself for this office. Maybe going forward, having seen what has happened, he will now, you know, as for the resources to do the work, he had it.
He has it.
And he was able to get to wherever he is now, because largely based upon his resources.
So that's what he won't beat Mahama?
No. You mean whether he will beat Mahama?
Yeah.
Oh, Mahama has got his own baggage. He's got his own baggage. I mean, he was beaten with nearly 1 million votes and all that.
But he reduced it by 500,000 in the last election.
He has his own, and you know, in African politics, I have told you, they are not looking for any manifesto or even individual. If they want to vote for a party called NDC and they see the colors, they will go and vote. If they want to go to a party called NPP, they will go and vote. It is not the whatever.
All right.
And of course, the economic situation at the time. Look at your circumstances and decide where to vote. So it is key that you work on the economy.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Yikwe Otu, for speaking to us on your Election Command Center. Mr. Yikwe Otu is a former Attorney General, and well, we'll be joined by our other guests right after this break. We have Musa Dankwa, who is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics, and Professor Asa Asante is from the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. We'll be right back. Keep watching. This is your Election Command Center.
Ghana, are you ready for the most anticipated program under the leadership of Prophet Napoleon Nika? The Indaboski Lion family presents a 4-day power-packed crusade, Ghana for Christ 2023. Team Power or Nothing with Prophet Chukwuemeka Odumeje. Date Wednesday 29th November to Saturday 2nd December. The crusade starts at 4 p.m. prompt on Wednesday and Thursday. On Friday, power all night from 8 p.m. Saturday, conference and impartation service for the ministers of God and the business community. Mantles will be given out by the Prophet of God. Venue ATTC Koko Memle, opposite Challenge Bookshop behind Base Internet, Kwame Nkrumah Circle. There will be prayer lamp, prophecies, healings, deliverance, miracles, impartation, and one-on-one with the Prophet of God. Surely you shall testify. Come, for there is only one God, there is only one power, the man Christ Jesus. For further enquiry, contact 0543 72 1125 or 020 13 78 233.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of
corruption.
So
what's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national pity?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that, regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is the better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Amele mami opesika dodo. Mami ne sumo sika cho mini sane. Ghana government to po. Ame here nyomo. Omudika.
Who is this one?
He's my apprentice. I am the boss. You talk too much. I the boss.
Oh, Jadel, come and there.
Come do an hour falling in love. I don't know how.
Apofi.
Still,
Utalimu.
Onyemreda.
You know you're of me, eh? My great grandfather, my grandfather, then call meeting where they say Genesis. We give Kaneshi to you. Make you.
War. They are coming for war. They said they are coming for war. Me, I am buying something down there. I'm into import and export.
All shall pass. Coming soon on TV3.
Are you ready to win solid cash every day with Cash Out? Be a proud winner of lots of cash simply by watching or listening to any of Media General stations. That's right, you are being rewarded for your loyalty. Tune in to all Media General brands. TV3, 3FM 92.7, Onia TV, Onia FM 95.1, all in Accra, Akuma FM 87.9 in Kumasi, and Connect FM 97.1 in Takrady. To enter the Cash Out raffle on your favorite Media General station, just dial *439#. Follow the prompt and pick your favorite platform to enter. Voila! You are now eligible to become one of the 10 lucky winners of a cool cash prize. Remember, this is every day, all day on your favorite Media General station. Cash out and win big! This is in partnership with Radio Entertainment Limited. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply.
Life can change in just one moment. In one moment, you have everything. The next moment, it's all gone, swept away by raging floods. Your homes submerged in water, your means of livelihood gone. Imagine the helplessness, the impotence, and the frustration. Let's come together to put a smile on the faces of the Akosomo Dams village communities. Help by donating cash, clothes, blankets, toiletries, food items, and medicine to our affected communities. Contribute to the Media General 3 Foundation Dams Village Relief Fund. Cash can be sent through the 3 Foundation account, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, Kojo Thompson Road, Tudu, or through the Momo line 05974331110 or merchant ID 120494. Let's show them that we care.
Get ready to witness the most dramatic kitchen battle ever. Drama in the kitchen where rivalries simmer, egos sizzle, and only one rival can claim victory. 2 rivals, spatulas in hand, egos on the line. It's not just about the food, it's about the drama. Can they put their differences aside to create the most loving meal, or will the heat of the kitchen prove too much to handle? Are you a wife or a husband? Are you a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Can you cook with your partner's ex in a bid to see whose meal tastes better? Or can you compete with your mother-in-law or father-in-law in the kitchen? Then this is the show for you. On Drama in the Kitchen, you get into the kitchen with your partner's ex or in-law and prove that you own his or her taste buds. So much drama and love in one kitchen. Be part of the Drama in the Kitchen experience by sharing your details via WhatsApp on 027 722 2641. Stay tuned for Drama in the Kitchen, coming soon to TV3.
Get ready for an unforgettable experience. The Hogbechocho Festival is back and it's bigger and better than ever before. From November 3rd to 5th, the beautiful townships of Angloga, Keta and surrounds will come alive with the rhythm of tradition, the beat of music and the aroma of authentic food. We kick off with the cooking contest on Friday, 3rd November at 11 a.m. as we gather the energy to build the momentum for the welcome party later that night at the poolside of Early Beach Resort. The live coverage of the Grand Derby of Chiefs and People will happen on Saturday, 4th November. Then the biggest music concert later that Saturday night with a host of superstars at the Early Beach Resort at 8 p.m. And finally, we wrap up with the games and Bobobo experience on Sunday, 5th November from 1 p.m. at the Early Beach.
The Hogbechocho Festival is a display of culture and heritage, homecoming and a family affair. So join the Onia Sankofa Festival train for 3 days of pure joy and celebration of culture. It's a time to come together, embrace our heritage and create lasting memories. Save the date, November 25th, and see you there.
Sponsors: Lawson Dire Mamtino, ATL, Medima for Herbal Center, Onia Sankofa Festival Train, the heartbeat of festivals, Onia TV, Onia FM, Yadrimoho Pa.
This is Hot Issues, your passport to the most compelling conversations of our time. We go one-on-one with the movers and shakers, the thought leaders, and the game changers. We ask the questions that matter, and we don't back down.
Tonight on Hot Issues, I sit with the man at the center of corruption investigations.
Join me on Hot Issues here on TV3.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3. TV3, first in news.
Ghana coming out again, the same squad. For the ball, he's got it! Throw it down, King!
Sports Station, Mondays, 9 p.m. on TV3.
Sports Station is brought to you by Betway, Nesta Mouthwash.
Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage, simply superior.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of
corruption.
So
what's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national kitty?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that, regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is a better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Welcome, and this is your Election Command Center. Thank you so much for staying with us. We're live on TV3 and also live on radio, 3FM 92.7. You can find us on DSTV channel 279. And we're also streaming live on Facebook at TV3 Ghana. Remember, the hashtag is Election Command Center. What are your thoughts on the election so far? Of course, we've been covering the event from the various constituencies where, my fellow colleagues have been covering and giving us updates updates. But in the studio with me, I have Musa Dankwa, who's Executive Director for the Global Info Analytics. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Yesterday, you gave us quite a showdown when we were getting ready for today, where you indicated that the numbers had changed in the Ashanti region based on a few factors. And we'll get into that shortly. But as it stands now, Global Info Analytics has predicted, based on the polls, that Dr. Bawumia is going to win by 58.4%.
Plus or minus.
Plus or minus. And also, Honorable Kennedy Ejapon would poll just about 40.4%, with the former Greek Minister, Osifri Akoto, polling 0.7%, and 0.6% will go to the former Mampong MP, Mr. Francis Adai Nimo. Let's see if the dynamics will change by the end of the vote. In fact, it's 1:17 now, and so that means that in a couple of minutes, the voting would end and counting would commence. But first of all, let's go to the numbers that you quoted yesterday to find out if anything has changed so far. Because as of yesterday, you said in the Ashanti region, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had moved up by 3 points, from 30% to 33%. But Kennedy Ohinie Japan had moved from 39% as at October to 8% as of just 48 hours ago.
Yes.
What accounted for that, and has anything changed again since then?
I don't think things are changing in terms of the overall outcome of what will happen today. But what we saw yesterday was a sign that people are going to keep their cards to their chest, close to their chest.
Okay.
Because for people who were even open with us about weeks ago about their intention to vote for Kennedy, suddenly have moved from Kennedy to not disclosing. So we were trying to see whether the level of undisclosed voters was going to go down because we were close to elections. And also to see whether those who were not decided would go down and have a small margin to see what would happen. But really, we had a shock of our lives in the sense that almost 31% of Kennedy supporters have disappeared.
Where have they gone to?
Not disclosed.
Undisclosed?
Undisclosed.
So that has moved the undisclosed figure upward?
To 42% as of yesterday's poll.
Wow.
Which means that if that theory is correct, wherever you have high number of undisclosed voters, there could be a bad news for the vice president.
Meaning that they would vote for Kennedy?
Yes.
But why are they not openly declaring then?
We all know, I mean, it's an open secret that if you openly declare for a particular group of candidates, then you are seen as a differently by the establishment. So people are trying to protect whatever they have or wherever they are. But I think people would speak today through the ballot box. And we might not see. I mean, I can see the vice winning.
Okay.
But the margin is what is really concerning.
It is. And is it just for the Ashanti region, or have the numbers changed?
Now, if it's through the Ashanti region, it will be true everywhere else.
If the vice president is able to pull through in Ashanti region,
then it will pull through quite easily everywhere else.
So that means the Ashanti region, of course, we know that is a deciding factor. But beyond Ashanti region, which other region is also very important to look out for?
I mean, Central region is almost lost. I mean, Kennedy will win Central region. I have no doubt about that. Then another region we should be looking at this afternoon would be the Western region.
Okay.
The last time it was almost tied, 31% to Bawumia and 29% to Kennedy. With a huge number saying they will not disclose to us or they were undecided. If the theory of what happened in Ashanti region is correct, we can assume that those not disclosing are going to be going for Kennedy. And that could be a serious problem for the vice president.
I see. Well, we'll hold on with that. Let's cross over to Sarah Paku. She will update us on where she is now and what's happening there. Sarah Paku, pardon me. Well, Sarah, hi. Can you hear me? Sarah, can you hear me? I'm not sure I can hear you. I don't know if you're speaking. Can you hear me, Sarah? Please unmute yourself.
I hear you.
Yes, loud and clear. Speak to us. Where are you at the moment and what can you tell us?
The Power Constituency, where the exercise is being held at the Presidential School, precisely at Mongwa. There are 12 electoral areas having the exercise at this center, and there are 2 zones, Zone A and Zone B. And you're expecting 1,195 delegates to cast their votes here. As we speak, few minutes to the closing of the polls, you have 1,050 people casting their vote. And we have a few of the constituency executives coming by. We have the former MP for the area, Elizabeth, also passing through, encouraging the delegates to accept the results, irrespective of which team member wins the vote here. But the exercise is quite calm at this particular place. But I have been to the Lojokuku constituency where I was coming from to Tower here, and that place has not been quite easy in the morning. After the time I left there, close to 900 delegates have cast their vote, and we're also expecting some 1,710 delegates to cast their vote. There are issues both places concerning money that are supposed to be given to them by the candidates we are voting for, which has not gotten to them. Some claim some category of persons are taxed on the money, while others claim they have received their money. Also issues about people jumping the queues. There is actually a directive that the pregnant women, mothers, nursing mothers, as well as the aged are not supposed to join the queue. Some people do not understand that particular directive, so they were unhappy that the queues were being jumped. But so far, it's been calm here at our constituency. We are expecting that counting will be done soon in a few minutes. Then we can move to the people and find out the situation there.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the updates. And we'll cross over to you again when voting closes so we can get some more updates from you. But I'm still here with Musa Dankwa. He's the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. And I just want us to go through the regions and see exactly for those who may not have had the chance to really get the information about who have the strongholds in what regions. Maybe we talked about Ashanti region. Clearly, you're saying that if the vice president wins that, then it should be an easy win for him in most of the regions. But what about, for example, the Ahafo region?
Ahafo, he was in the lead on 46%.
The vice president?
Vice president was on the lead with 46%, and 8% were for Kennedy. But then you have 33% of them not disclosing. If the assumption is correct that these guys are Ken guys, that could take him to around 41% in real terms. If we are saying that most people who are not telling us won't disclose are more likely to be Kennedy, then it means these 33% of the voters that they are saying they won't disclose, they may be Ken supporters.
That's interesting. And then we have 13% who are undecided. But then again, when you look at the not disclosed and undecided, clearly there are some people in this category who may have been for Alan before he left the party.
Yes.
And that could also influence the decision they make.
Absolutely. In fact, these people are the Alanites or the Ken people who are massing themselves here and not disclosing to us because of some probably believe that if people know where you're voting, it might affect your chances in the constituency. So that is happening. And then if you look at the Bono, Bono, His Excellency is also leading 46%. But Ken is on 13% there. But you have 20% of people saying that they will not disclose. So if you add the 20 roughly to 13, you get 33% for Kennedy there. So his number looks different from what the actual numbers he gets. And then in Bono East, Bahumia is obviously going to win Bono East because he's above 55% there. And Ken 16% plus 15% not disclosed. So I think Bono is gone for Bahumia. He will win Bono East. Bono region, he will win, but it won't be very wide. And then also Ahafo, he will win, not also very wide because of the number of people who are undisclosed in those regions.
But let's come to Central region then, because that would definitely be Kennedy Ohene Japan stronghold.
Yes.
Is he likely to win that?
I think Kennedy Japan will win Central region. Any day.
There's no debate about that.
There's no debate about that. He's going to win because Bahumia was on 22%, Kennedy 59%, not disclosing 10%. Undecided 6%. So even if you add everybody number to Bahumia, he won't get what Kennedy. So Kennedy has taken over, has taken Central region for what I can say.
I see. Eastern region?
Eastern region is looking tricky, but I think Bahumia will win Eastern region.
You think so?
Yes, because he's almost 49%. And then you have 17 not 18 not disclosing, and then 17% saying they're undecided. So Kennedy, even if he takes the majority of the not disclosing, Bahumia will get enough from the undecided to put him over the top. But he needs to have a wider margin in Eastern region to cushion any resurgence of Kennedy elsewhere.
Okay.
So where you have an advantage, you must ensure that that advantage is widened. If Kennedy close down on him, then we're gonna be in for a showdown.
But Eastern Region, that is the president's hometown, and of course his home region as well. So could that also influence why Dr. Bawumia might?
Yes, and see, the region is not that straightforward. You see, there are so many people in Eastern Region.
Yes.
There are the Krobos in Eastern Region. There are the Achims, the Abuakwas, Kotokus, Busomes. So it's not like a homogeneous region like Ashanti region. So there are so many diverse people in Eastern Region. Now, where he does well is the Abuakwa side. Coming towards Kotoku could be some challenges. I mean, areas, even like a Krupon here, I suspect a Krupon could go to Kennedy.
Why? What could be the reason?
No, because we've seen some number that they were previously Alanites. So where Alan was very strong and is no longer there, he tends to favor Kennedy because they switch allegiance.
I see. Greater Accra region is a swing region.
Very, very critical.
So you cannot necessarily predict whether it would go?
But it is tough. If you look at the Greater Accra region, 51% said they won't tell us, or 50%, they won't tell us, or they are undecided. It's really, really, really troubling. Now, for either Kennedy or Vice President, they need to win Greater Accra because most of the delegates who are voting today are in Greater Accra, and they must win it.
Interesting one. He must win it. Well, let's see what would happen from the Greater Accra region. What about Northeast? I mean, if you talk about the northern regions, it looks like a coup job for the Vice President.
Conclusive for the Vice President in Northeast. That's his hometown.
Yes, exactly.
As we feel, 90%. I think we'll get more than that.
Oh, he'll get more than that there?
I think so.
Can you say same for maybe the northern region, Savannah region, Upper East, Upper West?
Yes, northern region he will win, but it won't be on the same level as Northeast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why that?
Because there are also people, you see, northern Tamale is cosmopolitan, northern region. So Tamale North, Tamale South, Tamale Central, and those suburban areas, I think Kennedy will get some there because there were Alanites there who were hiding, and those guys will still come up. But I don't think it's going to be enough to change the course of the race in northern region.
I see. We'll head to the other region shortly, but let me speak to Joseph Akable to also apprise us on what's happening where he is at the moment. Hello, Joseph.
Hi, Bella.
Can you hear? Okay, you can hear me. Where are you at the moment?
Yes, I can hear you, Bella. So I'm currently at the Accra City Village, where the Ayawasu West Board voting is taking place. And in a couple of minutes' time, we know that the voting will come to an end. Generally, it was been peaceful, but a couple of minutes ago, there was a bit of a misunderstanding here at the center. It had to do with an individual who was previously one of the branch chairmen, and he resigned and contested at the regional level for secretary. Unfortunately, he lost. So once he came back and he was trying to vote, some of the other individuals here took the view that because he had resigned, it meant that he had left his position, so he should not be part of the delegate list. So he disagreed, and that resulted in a bit of confusion all around the place. But eventually, the conclusion that was reached was the fact that once his name was on the register, and because the register had been given to the candidates prior, and they have been exhibited, and people have been allowed the opportunity to file protest when they want to do so, and no protest was raised about his name being on the list, and it meant that he should be allowed to vote. And so in the end, he was allowed to participate in this particular process.
So that means he'll be the only one who had challenges with voting there? Would he be the only one?
Yes, in fact, the only individual who had. Yes, he's the only one who had issues with this particular exercise. Beyond him, generally, it's been quite smooth, and people are voting all around, very calm. Just a little over 1,000 is the voter population, 1,057 actually. And now we are talking about more than 900 of them are voting, just a few, less than 100 just to clear up. Then the counting will begin. Already, the PA system here, they announced them who have participated to come in and vote. A short while ago, the national chairman of the new Patriotic Party, once again, to supervise and monitor what is going here. I had a bit of interaction with him. Too many issues about his views on what the process has been so far, when he makes the point that he's been speaking, and what accounts for that. He makes the point that the aspirants being required to sign the paper, they have accounted for that. And he dismisses concerns that that particular exercise
All right. Well, thank you so much for that update. And earlier, we also got indication that about 35 delegates in Asokwa had their names expunged from the album, and they had to take the pleas to calm their nerves partially. We're yet to get an update on whether they've been allowed to vote subsequently, but we'll bring you those details later. But let's listen to Dr. Srebo Kwaku, who is the Director of Elections for the Electoral Commission, on how the elections has gone so far.
The register was compiled by the parties. So all the questions that the register should send to the party, the electoral commission has sent back. We cannot be responsible for any discrepancies.
I see. So, casually look at things. How many disputes would you say have come to your table?
Some few of the people who, especially at the point in time, some of the DCs and the people not finding it. So it came back and we referred it to the party group, official to us that if the person is an MP, we allow the person so that to understand the message. Any other thing we have not taken any decision.
How many of such have you had?
The DC one.
Yes.
But if you get one, if you go to them, so now that there's a member, they will not come to you because it means that every DC or MP is supposed to vote. So you cannot count the number because one will tell you covers every and covers every DC.
Right. Are there any other disputes that came outside of that?
So far, we don't have any so far.
Talk to us about the operational plan for today. What was it like?
So as you have seen, the polling station will finish their elections. They will count the ballots here. When they finish, all polling stations will go.
All right, then that's Dr. Srebo Kwaku. He's the Director of Elections for the Electoral Commission. But let's also hear from the National Chairman of the NPP, Mr. Stephen Ntim, who says that regardless of who emerges winner, that person will beat former President John Dramani Mahama hands down. Let's hear him.
How's the process been so far? I'm sure you've been to other areas.
So far, everywhere that we've been to, it's been calm, peaceful.
Don't worry.
I haven't heard of slaps, boxing, or anything seeing us through as a party from morning to evening. No incidents so far.
I mean, would you agree that perhaps it's because of the good arrangements that were put in place, the candidates being required to sign a pact, among other things, is what is accounting for?
Everything is part of it. The candidates having to sign the pact and all that were arranged from the top. Elections committee, I need to commend them so well for putting that mechanism in place and getting the aspirants to sign their full heart and support behind the success of the party's activity. So I commend everybody. The media, you can't be left out. You are part of it.
I mean, how do you respond to those who think that that is not quite democratic? You are compelling them to accept the outcome even when they have issues after.
We knew we had put democratic
That is Mr. Stephen Ntim. He is the national chairman for the NPP, and we're still continuing our conversation in the studio. Musa Dankwa is still here with us. He's executive director for the Global Info Analytics. But also joining us in the studio is Dr. Professor Masa Santi, and he's the head of the Political Science Department at the University of Ghana. Thank you for joining us as well. How are you doing?
Thank you. But a quick correction. I'm not a professor. I'm not a head of political science.
Okay.
I'm the director at Center for European Studies.
Oh, okay.
And I'm still a doctor and a senior lecturer.
Doctor, thank you so much for that. Thank you for that correction. But good to have you in the studios as well. Christopher Mwako says voting has ended in some constituencies in the northern region. Let's hear from him. Christopher.
Yes, Bella.
Okay, I can hear you now. Now, tell us, voting has ended already? It's not even 2 p.m.
Yes, Bella, here in the Gambaga Nalerigu constituency in the northeast region, voting has just ended and counting will begin very soon. About 917 delegates cast their vote at this particular voting center. Even though voting started a bit late, but they've been able to go through the process successfully, and as we speak, voting has ended. As can be seen in the background, the EC officials are getting ready to commence with sorting and counting as well. Delegates are still hanging around to ensure that they get to know the winner of this particular election. But like I indicated in my earlier report, that the only thing you hear here is Baumia for 100%, and that has been what has been happening here throughout the day.
Interesting one. Well, let's see if you give us some more updates. But I guess that aside that, it's been peaceful through and through.
Bella, if you can come again.
I'm saying that aside that, it's been peaceful through and through, I believe.
Yes, Bella, it's been peaceful because when I got here, the people told me that they are here to just confirm their candidate, that is Dr. Baumia, as the flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party. They are not here to cause any confusion. You remember that in the Superdelegates Conference in August, there were some issues of attack on the agents for then aspirant Alan Kojo Tremanti. But this time, they have put in place measures to ensure that nothing of that sort happens. 100 security officers from the Ghana Police Service were deployed to the voting center. And as I speak, more of them are coming to the voting center to ensure that counting goes on successfully. There hasn't been any reported case of assault, attack on anyone here at the voting center.
All right, thank you so much, Christopher Mwakon, for that update. And yes, voting has ended in some constituencies, and we'll be giving you the updates as we move on. But Musa, let me come to you. Let's run through the other regions quickly, and then we can wrap up. And so I think we had gotten to the Savannah.
With Northern region.
Northern region. Yes. We were just wrapping up with the Northern region
yes,
at that time. Yes.
So I said he's going to win Northern region quite comfortably, but not as comfortable as he will win in the Northeast region.
Okay.
Then you have Savannah.
Yes.
Okay. Savannah, he's on around 62%, with 14% not disclosing, 8% undecided. So we think he will win there, but he won't be as high as Northern region and Northeast.
Okay.
And then you have Upper East. He's now on 69% in the poll. We think he will go up higher than that by close of the day. So he's going to win all the northern sectors, all the northern regions put together convincingly.
I see.
Yes.
All right. That's interesting. And then how about, well, since you've talked about that, so let's just move on to the Volta region and OT region.
OT.
Let's take a look at what it looks like there.
OT is going to be very tight because at the moment it's a square in OT. It's a tie in OT with 10% not deciding, undecided, and 10% to not disclosing to us. So those 20% will make a difference in OT, we believe. Now, when it comes to Volta region, Baumia is leading with 39% of the vote.
Okay.
15% said Kennedy. At 24% said they won't disclose. So that's the danger for him there. The higher the undisclosed, the more uncertain the race it is for him there. And another 22% saying that they are undecided. So these are the block of people who will change the dynamics in Volta region. Almost 46% of them at the moment. I
see. Let's end with Western region and Western North region. You'd anticipate that Western region, for some reason, should go to Kennedy Japan, no?
It might go to him in the end because he's on 29%, Baumia on 31%, but 17% said they will not disclose. The higher that undisclosed number, the more favorable we think is going to favor Kennedy. And then those who are not, who are undecided, is about 22%. So that will also be a close fought race as far as I think I can see for Western region.
And Western North?
Western North, I think Baumia will win it, but it will be by a margin that is not really wide margin. We think that it will be, he'll win, but not very comfortable.
I see. Dr. Sasante, I mean, yesterday we saw Dr. Baumia making phone calls, calling the electorates, you know, I'm sure he was probably just letting them know that today is the D-Day and they expect that they would vote for him. But you have said that, of course, and we know delegates can change their minds in the 11th hour. As it stands now, we've seen some delegates who have said that they didn't even receive monies from Kennedy Japan, so they've jumped ship and they're going to vote for Dr. Baumia. How does this phone call sort of influence what could happen today?
In election campaign programs, there is always what we call a night before the election or a day before the election. Things happen. Things happen. Because that's the time, if you have studied closely the Ghanaian political terrain, that is where all the inducement take place. That is all the abuses of the electoral system take place. That is where all the hypocrisy within political parties manifest. That is all the evils within the political parties take place, of course, as well as all the good things. So people bribe people during that period. People deceive people into believing that, look, this is the man that you need to support. Please abandon your old decision and then take a new one and all that. So it's a very difficult thing. More so when this election has brought to the fore or sharp focus the issue of what? Inducement. All right. Then it tells you that, hey, because the inducement is also, we are seeing people gravitating towards that the more due to what? The harsh economic realities people find themselves in. It too, that the attitude of the political elite, anytime they win power, and then those who help them to the top, that is the grassroots, they abandon them. So they believe that this is a time for us to what? Chop. All right. One scholar, wrote an article about these things. He said, this is a time for us to chop. All right. So all these things come to play. And that is why you see all the movement that they make the night before or the day before election is so crucial. They do everything to get people to change their views at the time. But there's something, let me rope it in. Dr. Musa Dankwa said something, that there's undisclosed people. And then his argument is that it favors a particular candidate. I disagree.
It could. You disagree?
Yeah, I disagree.
Why?
Because, you see, I may be in a position I say, I will not disclose. But meanwhile, I support the status quo. I will not talk to you. It can go anybody's way. All right?
Okay.
Yes. I can say I will not disclose because of the public backlash on some of these issues, that when you show yourself that you belong to Baumia's camp, they are going to deal with you. I mean, Baumia's camp, I can tell you, I will not disclose. But you may misconstrue it and believing that that is a vote for Kennedy Japan, I'm afraid.
But it's easier to come out and say I support Dr. Baumia than to say I support Kennedy, because it looks as if, again, that they've been whipped in line.
Not everybody believes in that. When I was coming to your studio, I was listening to Mr. McMenu, where he was saying, people, the host was asking him that, so far you are one of the people who have not come out to say I support A or B. And why? He said he believes in what? The secrecy of the ballot and all the rest to what? Free and fair election. So at the end of the day, he goes to vote and he votes for NPP. Whoever merges, that's it. That person, if you're going to interview him, he'll tell you that I will not disclose. Where would you place him? Are you with me? I concede that there are some elements of people who will be in this bracket who will favor the Kennedy Pong.
Yeah.
There are others who will also favor others. So that aspect is a bit tricky.
The dynamics of the Alanites also exist. And Musa Dankwa has said it, that for those people, of course, they've been left to their own fate. And so they have to make that decision. Maybe they may not necessarily want to support Dr. Baumia. It doesn't mean that they want Kennedy necessarily, but they would also might want to punish the party because of what happened to Alan, which is why they may not disclose.
It can be anything. They can also get in there and that decide that genuinely, yes, our issue is that we wanted to be with Alan because Alan is a party man. He's an NPP man. Today, he has taken a new course. He has left the party. We want to stay with the party. We stay focused. Dr. Baumia, here we come. Grab us. Are you with me? They are here, but they will tell you they will undisclose. You may misconstrue their, that position to mean that therefore the other person, that's why they are not talking. No.
Okay, Musa wanted to come in on that.
Yes, I mean, the people we spoke to are not people of power that will be able to withstand pressure that comes to them. They are the grassroots electoral area coordinators and polling station executives. And before they said they won't disclose, we heard their voices. They didn't fill online form. We were talking to them. So the comments they make before they say undisclosed, you could tell. Right? And you can see exactly where they should have gone. But because they haven't made that clear to you, you can't put them in that bracket.
Yeah.
And confirming our theory from yesterday, when we pulled back Ashanti regime, Kennedy, who had earlier on led 39% in the poll, yesterday had dropped to 8%. Where did the voters go? He had led initially by 39%. When we pulled Ashanti regime yesterday, they've all disappeared into not disclosing column, to the extent that we have Bawumia 36, Kennedy 8%, not disclosed 42%. That's the theory. So this is back on data. We're not just using this. What we're saying that, let me tell you, there are certain regions, if we have undisclosed, we know why they are saying undisclosed. Upper East regions, some part of the Upper East region, Binduri, Boku, some of the undisclosed people are for Bawumia.
Okay.
For some regions, we know. But other regions, when they are undisclosed, we know it is not likely to be for him. So it's the theory we've been working with, and I think by the end of today, we will see. If those undisclosed break heavily towards Bawumia, I think he will win landslide. If the undisclosed break heavily in his way, as we've seen in the regional data, he will win landslide.
Okay.
If they don't break his way the way others are saying, then we're going to have a closer race. That's the theory we have.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the fact that you are backing with data. I cannot do that. I respect the work that you do, but it's an intellectual discourse.
Yes.
So we contribute to shaping its frontiers.
Yeah.
All the way I'm saying that there is also that possibility that somebody said, I will not disclose. It does not necessarily mean in that I am gravitating to this obvious end. That is why you are saying that. That's, for me, that universal affirmation is where I have a problem with.
No, I don't think we have universal affirmation. What we are saying is that most of them are likely. Look, I'm choosing my word carefully. Most are likely to be Kennedy supporters.
Yeah, but you did also say that you know if certain regions, when they speak like this, then you are talking about absolute numbers and all that. And that is, I find problematic.
I don't think we've implied that. Well, we've said, in fact, if you look at our predictive model, it uses the proportionality and assigns some of the undisclosed to Bawumia as well. We didn't just give everything to Kennedy because of what we believe. No. We ran a model that said, look, a portion of this will be for this candidate. A portion will be for that candidate. Within the same undisclosed. We know that it can't be everybody going for Kennedy or Bawumia. But our theory is that most of the people who are saying they are undisclosed, they will go for Kennedy.
Interesting one, and we'll wait and see how that goes, because it's 1:48 p.m. and so for some of the constituencies who have not closed voting yet, they have about 12 minutes before officially voting will close in most of the constituencies, and we will start counting. And so we'll find out eventually if these theories and predictions will really come to pass. But again, the issue of inducement, and that's a major problem because a number of them are saying that they have not been paid and so they will not vote. But even beyond that, there's also the issue of not finding names in the album. Earlier, we had about 35 people in Asukwa who came to the venue hoping to find their names in the album and unfortunately didn't. And so there was one who was very unhappy about it and was talking about how, he should have been in there to vote. And now there's also that speculation that could that be a deliberate attempt to also reduce the numbers for Honorable Kennedy Ejapong so that Dr. Bawumia will win? What do you say to that, Doc?
In an election which is as polarized as what we are seeing, everything is possible. I was also listening to Mr. Aikwe Otu. He made a lot of interesting discussions here, right? And then inferring from all that I know, anything is possible. That yes, sometimes it can be a grand scheme to throw some people out. The time you ratify this thing, election would have been over. This has been part of the scheme within Ghanaian political system and is not new to people like us. All right?
Yeah.
The other issue is that it could be also a genuine problem that is born out of a process which people did not have there's no consciousness to create that problem for anything. So that could be a genuine problem. Whatever it is, I believe that in this age and time, that is why you have all the tools that help you to do some of these things and do them right. I am a bit worried in the sense that if you listen to the contestants, some of them complain about the what do you call the album that they thought that they would have gotten it far ahead of time and all that and scrutinized that. It delayed for a very long time. The party at a point in time came out to tell the public that yes, we have now it's ready, we're giving it to them only for a few days to okay, and then the people come back and say that we don't have them and all that. We are saying that we know that problems are bound to happen.
Yeah.
But the earlier you make these albums you present them to the people and they go through, the better it is for them to rectify some of these things, so that even genuine mistakes, it cannot be misconstrued to be something that is deliberate to create opportunity for somebody to win or in that manner. So I believe that some of these things are self-inflicting. The party could avoid them by doing the needful at the most appropriate time, so that, look, whatever will remain will be very insignificant, and that people cannot look at it and say that, oh, it was a grand scheme to do this. But when the atmosphere is already charged and there are concerns that have not been addressed, and this one come to compound to the issue, obviously there will be a conclusion. The conclusion will not be in the interest of the party.
Let's go to Asawase, where Ibrahim Abubakar is on standby. Ibrahim, can you hear me? Hello, Ibrahim. You'll have to unmute yourself. Yes.
Bella, I can hear you.
I can hear you loud and clear. Carry on.
Okay, so as we speak, all the 1,064 delegates have cast their ballot. So as you can see at the background, the EC officials, the police are cordoning off the place. In some few minutes, they will begin with the sorting process. Then the counting will begin. So for now, all the candidates or all the delegates here have come. Early in the morning, the police ensured that no delegate was allowed to enter into the booth with his or her phone, because that was part of the directives given to them, because they didn't want a situation whereby anyone will take shot of who he or she voted for. But this time around, I realized that most of the delegates, or almost all of the delegates, complied as compared to previous years, where there has been confusion because delegates were not allowed to go into the voting booth with their mobile phone. So we are waiting in just some few minutes. It's 3:53, even though all the delegates have come, they are just waiting for exactly 2 o'clock before they open up all the ballots and begin with the counting and subsequent announcement.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ibrahim, for that update as well. Let's go now to the Accra Sports Stadium, where Komla Kluche and Samani are also joining us. That is where the official announcement and the unveiling of the flag bearer for the NPP would happen, and they want to update us on that. Let's listen to them. Hello?
Okay.
Samani.
Can I go?
Yes, you can go, Samani. I can hear you.
Yeah. Charlie, hold my thing for me.
All right, so we're trying to connect to Samani, and he'll be speaking to Komla Kluche to give us some updates on preparations towards the end of today's elections and the unveiling of the flag bearer for the NPP going into December 2024. We're hoping we can connect with them shortly so they can let us know what it looks like at the stadium. Samani, can you hear me now? Samani, can you hear me? All right.
All ends here today at the Accra Sports Stadium, where it's NPP decides as to who is going to lead the party heading into the elections come 2024. We know that some 200,000 delegates are currently casting their ballots to select one out of the 4 aspirants who were selected from the 10 candidates through the Super Delegates Conference, and they will know their face today as to who will be the chosen one right here at the Accra Sports Stadium. And as you can see behind me, the setup is complete, and this is where that one individual will be known. Well, the party says that they are trying to break the 8, and so it is imperative for them to come out with a candidate who can, break the 8. The very first time since, the Fourth Republic to be the very first party to break that 8 here at the Accra Sports Stadium. We know that Member of Parliament for Asin Central, Kennedy Ohene Japan, is first on the ballot paper, followed by Vice President Dr. Mamudu who follows in second position on the ballots. Former Minister of Food and Agriculture, Dr. Owusu Akoto, snaps in at third place on the ballot sheet with former MP for Ashanti Mampon, Francis Adainimo, in the fourth spot. Let me quickly bring in my colleague here, parliamentary correspondent Komla Kluche, to pick his thoughts on how the elections have panned out so far. Komla, I mean, I know you've also been crisscrossing some of the constituencies. There have been allegations of vote buying and all that. But I just want to find out from you your general impression of the election so far.
Well, I think largely it's been a peaceful one, and I think we need to commend, the leadership of the NPP for this, the delegates, the party in its entirety, for really ensuring that this election is I mean, an incident-free one. Before this, there were concerns that people raised as to how the outcome is going to be and all that. But I think to a very large extent, the party has been able to demonstrate that, yes, indeed, one, they are forced to reckon with when it comes to party internal democracy, and also the fact that they've been able to stick to their own guidelines and rules, and also the pledging of the candidate to, for want of a better word, that unification or that peace pact that is signed about 2 or so days ago. I mean, it's worked to a very large extent, but it is not over yet. It's just about 3 minutes to the end of polls. Polls will end at 2 o'clock. The counting and the declaration, that's also where another issue is. But I think that, I mean, from morning till now, it's been quite a peaceful one, and there's absolutely no issue anyone can say. These issues that you've raised that has to do with, I mean, vote buying, just like you have said, I mean, it's alleged. We possibly may not have any evidence to prove it. I mean, we can only hope that once the party is in charge and the elections committee fully being aware of all of these things, if it comes to their attention, possibly they may want to go into it and all that.
Right, so now let's zone down to the aspirants. We know there's a top four, but it's an open secret that the contest really is between two. The vice presidents, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and of course, Kennedy Ejapon. Do you think that Kennedy has done enough to convince the delegates to, you know, put that power in him?
I'm going to say this for the first time. Kennedy Ejapon, before he decided to go and contest for this particular race, he met the parliamentary media, and he had indicated to us that he had absolutely no idea whatsoever that he was going to do this. In fact, calls have inundated his phones. People have come to his house and all that. He had no idea. And even as of the time he was even speaking to us as a press from the legislature, he didn't know he was going to go, but the calls had inundated, and he was convinced that these calls coming from the grassroots was something that he needed to have listened to. But well, this is where we are. And one thing I would say is we can only expect to get some good results from all those stations or those units that he's expecting to get a vote from. But I think that, look, the people have decided as to who they want to give it to. As to who they want to give it to, well, we do not know. Until the declaration is done, we can only hope that we will get some good answers from them. But I think largely, I think that the conduct has been a very, very, very good one. But we have the director of elections that I'll be speaking to, the director of communications of the party that I'll be speaking to very shortly, Richard Ahiang. But you look quite tired. How has the rounds been?
Well, it's been okay. Thank you very much. It's been good.
Largely, what is your reading of what the process has been from the morning till now? I think, okay, so it's 2 o'clock now. Officially voting is supposed to be ending. Those who are in the queue, yes, they will be allowed. But if you are yet to join the queue after 2, you will not be allowed. Is that the case?
That seems to be the case.
Largely, what is it that you've been able to pick across the country regarding voting?
Well, before I joined you, I've been talking to a number of people from around the country. Generally speaking, the elections have been very peaceful. People have conducted themselves well. We need to thank the police, the Electoral Commission for making sure that there's order and everybody came and had a chance to vote. I voted this morning early. And I think that everywhere else, the reports have been suggesting that it's going to be a very peaceful election at the end of the day.
We have had, I mean, issues of concerns of alleged vote buying, people indicating that they are waiting for preferred choices to come and pay them their TNT and all that. Have you heard about those things? And if you have, I mean, is it something possibly the party at the level where you are or the elections committee may be interested in?
Well, I've heard about some of those things you're talking about, but generally speaking, what is acceptable is that transportation is provided for people, and so beyond that, I'm not aware of any other additional support that will be in the nature of vote buying. In our party, we believe in democracy, and if you look at our history, we've always allowed people to make their choice. So I'm not sure that there's any particular individual who will be able to buy people's conscience with vote. What I know is that the party provided some transportation for people to be able to go back and forth, which is a legitimate thing to do because it's an election and we're converging at a certain place way outside of people's polling area, and so that arrangement is in order. And I don't think that is anything that is intended to buy people's conscience.
Looking at how intense campaign has been, largely some people have even described it as rank cross. What is your expectation of the NPP as a whole entirety after tonight?
It's a competition of ideas, and if we didn't have this tension, it wouldn't mean much for democracy, because really what brought the tension about is the contest of ideas. This individual out of the 4, initially the 10, each one of them believe that they have a certain understanding and capacity that would help the party win election and therefore be able to help the country. That tension and that contest of ideas is what generated the tension, but it's legitimate, it's expected, and I think that the party is better for it. Every so often you see people go off the tangent, but on the whole, the conversation has been about ideas, and I think in the end, the party delegates have listened. I have listened, and this morning when I voted for him. And so to the extent that this process has come to an end now, when we start counting the vote, you realize that the party would have made a decision for who collectively we believe can lead us to win the election in 2024.
Talking about decision, I mean, personally, at what point did you decide on who you had to give your vote to?
I've decided on the basis of what the candidates are talking about, and initially I have a good sense of who I think I wanted to vote for, and continuously listening to the person and advancing the ideas that he's advanced. I was convinced this morning when I went to vote for him, I didn't have to think twice.
You want to put out there?
But I voted for him. You'll see when the result is declared. Okay. Whoever wins will be who I voted for.
No problem. That's okay. But looking at the stage, I've seen nicely arranged seats. They are tagged the president, the aspirant, the general secretary, the chairman, and I think other the council of state. All others have been labeled on the seat. What's the program going to be like by the time they come in here?
Well, generally, it's a process here to outdoor the new candidate. There will be some ceremonial undertaking where the president will pass on, the flag of the party to the winner who I voted for. And then there will be speeches made. From what I understand, all the aspirants will be here, and they will all be given occasion to make a statement. The winner will also make a statement, and other party leaders, the national chairman will be speaking, the general secretary will be speaking, and some select individuals will be speaking. In the end, it is to signal the country that the NPP has arrived with its flag bearer, and we are ready to engage the elections next year.
And how long is this
supposed to take? Well, it'll be brief. It will be contingent upon when the results come in, and we're ready to declare. But I don't envisage it will be more than a 2-hour gathering, unless something really happens, or when you get to enjoy it too much and you want us to extend it, then we'll extend it on your account.
Richard Ahiagba is the Director of Communications for the NPP. He was speaking to us about what arrangement is and his expectations going forward after tonight. But largely, well, like we have been reporting, it's been quite peaceful all over the constituencies or the polling units that we have been reporting from. But here at the Accra Sports Stadium, the stage is set. They are waiting for those final comments that they will be making, and also handing over the baton to the one who becomes the flag bearer for the NPP going into the 2024 general elections.
Kluche for that. And of course, he was speaking to the Director of Communications for the NPP, who made quite an interesting statement that he's not aware of any form of vote buying. In actual fact, he says that there's no one who will be able to buy people's conscience to vote for them. What they know is practice normally is that you give transportation, and that is a normal thing. That is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But even that, first of all, you're getting the Director of Communications for a whole party saying he's not aware that there's anything concerning vote buying, but he says it's okay to give transportation. Does that not also influence, the delegates one way or the other?
Yeah, at a point in time, you want to agree with him, given the position he occupies. He can't say that he's aware or he's alive to the money that is being doled out to people to influence that. He cannot accept that. Otherwise, he will leave the seat today. So that one, we grant him that. But he also knows, and he has heard the allegations that have been made relative to what we are talking about. At a point in time, you see even the contestants fighting each other. Oh, I gave transport. Yeah. I just gave 100 as transport. Somebody was giving Land Cruiser. Somebody was giving 10,000. But you see, it brings to sharp focus the issue that what is lawful must be seen as lawful and carried through at all times. Because I don't see why there are rules that say that you cannot issue any money with a view of influencing a voter's choice. Yeah. Politicians always want to have a way out by saying that, yes, some people are coming from long distances, coming to vote for a party, and we realize that, we need to ferry them across in order to come and exercise all this important, franchise and all that. But I tell you, if that logic is anything to go by, I want them to extend it to the national. That when Ghanaians are going to go vote, give everybody transport. Are they in that position to do that?
That's impossible.
So it tells you that there is something to be benefited from. That is why they do that. In any case, let us go back to our rural areas where our chiefs are the lords of all the society that they survey. You realize that anytime a chief said, look, come to this point, you are coming to meet me, I'm going to discuss something with you. We go there, nobody gives us any transport. Then we walk back to our villages or small towns or whatever. Nobody pays for anything, and we are satisfied. Because we believe that it is something that is worth knowing, going to hear from the chief. We would derive something meaningful for our lives. For that reason, no chief is supposed to finance anything. Yeah. But here you are. We have made politics in such a way that, look, there is always the political elite telling people that, look, do this and I'll give you something that once you promise people in this type of manner, you can't stop. Once you start, you can't stop.
That's true.
And because what is more is that when they find the economic conditions so challenging that it's very difficult to bear with the situation and all that, anything that you ask for, you get more. If you said, I should come for TNT, I'll come, and even come for lunch and the rest of them. And that has also boxed them in a tight corner that they have no choice. Because of what they started, they have to continue.
Yeah.
And then others also taking the conversation to a level higher by giving more
So sometimes when they complain, they themselves complain that, oh, this person gave too much, and I get so sad. And I ask myself, now who caused them? Because you are capable of giving 100 Ghana. Somebody also has the economic wherewithal to give 1,000 Ghana. Why are you crying? Somebody want to even give Land Cruiser as a way of ferrying the person across. What is your problem about that?
Yeah.
Don't start something that you cannot sustain. And all these things go to undermine democracy in the sense that now it becomes the issues do not matter.
Yeah.
It's wish away. People believe that the goodies that I receive from political elite is what drives me into exercising my franchise.
Right. Please hold on for me, because we're currently looking at live pictures from the headquarters of the NPP at Asylum Down, where counting has officially begun. You can see they're sorting out the ballot papers, and then eventually they will count. And so I'm sure we'll be giving you some updates. You heard from the Director of Communications, who says that he doesn't even think that this will go beyond 2 hours. At least in the next 2 hours or so, we should all find out who eventually become the flag bearer for the NPP. So those are live pictures from the headquarters at Asylum Down, and that's the NPP headquarters. We'll be bringing you some more live pictures as well, and when the results start trickling in, we'll be updating you on that as well. But let me go to Musa Dankwa on this matter then. Well, okay, let's see if we can speak to Roland to give us some updates quickly, and then we'll continue. Roland, can you hear me? Roland, are you there? All right, let's carry on. We'll see if we can speak to Roland later. But we look at the number of things that could influence the NPP delegate race based on the study that you conducted. 5 of them. And there's no mention of inducement at all. But constantly we are spoken to delegates, and they all say that I didn't receive money from this person or that person, and so I'm not going to vote. Or I'm going to vote for the other one who had given me money. Was there at any point a conversation about inducement or receiving of money and other items to vote for one particular candidate or the other during your study?
No, we haven't done research on the impact of inducement
on
delegate decision. And really, if you do such a poll, they will most likely to lie to you. You know, when they are taking money like this, they will give you answers that really is not what they truly want to say. But I wouldn't be surprised if it plays some role in these delegate elections. But when it comes to wider elections, it will have nothing to do with how much you give them. And we've seen that to the poll we did not enough, where people confess they took money, but then they vote their conscience.
Yeah.
So with delegates, because they are a small group of people, it could have influence, and to some extent, I think it might do. But all of them have given money, except probably the 3rd and 4th, who probably don't have enough to go around. But
so money beyond the transportation that they are supposed to receive today?
I mean, this is an open secret. I mean, we can't deny some of these things. You know, we can't come on television and pretend that all is well. We don't do that. I mean, people have taken money. Some have complained that they've got more than they've got from other candidates. So there's a bit of competition as who the highest bidder. As to whether the final decision they will make will be based on the money paid to them, I doubt if...
You doubt it? Mr. Ikweotu was here just a few hours ago, and I mentioned some of these influences that you had labeled in your study to him, and he says that yes, to some extent maybe they might have an influence, but for him, being a member of the party and having done politics in this country for so long, it's about who has money. It's about the highest bidder. If I can pay, it doesn't matter what message I have. It really doesn't matter. But I will still get the votes.
What happens if you receive the same amount of money from both candidates?
That's not possible, is it?
No, I'm just giving a scenario. It's possible. And then how do you decide then who is the best candidate? So it's always you want to get the person that you want to vote for or vote against. Some people vote for somebody not because they like him, but they want to make a statement about something they don't like. So it's a very tricky. Maybe Doc, as part of the academia, you know, we can partner and then do some proper survey, and see how this influences the outcome of party primaries. And I think it could be a very interesting area to do a research on.
I see. Well, the issue of NPP never having a non-Akan as a flag bearer, you listed that as one of the likely influences for today's election.
No, I think this is somebody's research. We didn't go into that.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is from you.
Which one is that?
This is from you, Global Info Analytics. I have your...
And then let me see what
I have this here.
graph. Okay, we are discussing what. Okay. Your point.
Oh.
Okay, that's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is your study.
Okay. I don't know what to. All right. I think there is a tendency for MPP to say, look, since our tradition started, we've never presented anyone who is non-Akan before on our ticket. Maybe this is the best time to present non-Akan as an NPP flag bearer.
Yeah.
If you look at the Aliu Muhammad under Kufuor, I think you can't compare his contribution and what he has done to the party to that of Bawumia.
Yeah.
So there wasn't that much of zeal at the time to make Aliu Muhammad the president or the candidate then. But now I think that there is a good reason to make Bawumia the candidate, because he has been the poster boy of the party from 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, and now.
Yeah.
So if there's anybody who is more qualified to be the MPP flag bearer who's non-Akan, then it can't be anybody other than Bawumia. If that's the reason they want to go, I think then they have a very solid point, strong case for that, yes.
Okay, that means that ethnicity definitely will play. Dr. Sasanti.
Ethnicity, I know. I have done a study where I look at about 14 messages that influence voter choices. One of it, ranked in terms of their strength, ethnicity goes to about 10, 9, 10, that is. It tells you, if you read the literature about voter choices, it doesn't have much weight in electoral politics of this country.
Okay.
Yeah, because if that is the case, then all that you are telling me is that anytime we are voting and there is an Akan standing,
he should win.
He should win, because the dominant ethnic group in Ghana is Akans. So Akan should win. But take the Fourth Republic as a guide.
Yeah.
Rawlins and Ewe. The Ewe is the second largest ethnic group. So by that logic, Rawlins should not win any election. But he won twice. Are you with me? Then come John Mahama's ethnic group, which is Gonja.
Yeah.
Gonja is a small group within the Mole Dagbani ethnic group.
Hold on, please. So provisional results are trickling in. As you can see, voting has started. This is the national headquarters for the NPP. Sorry, counting. I've been saying voting all morning, so I'm stuck on that. But counting has officially started. And, well, we will bring you the results as they trickle in. Those are provisional results until it is officially declared at the right time. But we're live on radio, 3FM 92.7. And also we're streaming live on Facebook at TV3 Ghana. You can watch us on DSTV channel 279. And so don't leave us. We're having a very important conversation. Dr. Sasanti, please carry on.
I was saying that if you look at John Mahama, coming from the Gonja ethnic group. Gonja is a small group within the Mole Dagbani bigger group in northern Ghana. So if, voter, Ewe, which is the second largest group, will not even qualify by this type of argument, then the Gonja will not even survive. Then John Mahama won. It tells you that there are other factors that influence voter choices other than ethnicity. Are you with me? Yes. It is not one factor. It's an admixture of factors. So many factors. The first being for the national level is the economy, infrastructure development, corruption and all that. But this election, which is the last one to declare who will be the flag bearer for the party, you are looking at the national standard, because the person who is going to emerge is not going to emerge as a leader of the NPP alone, but he is going to rub shoulders with all the other flag bearers in Ghana to contest for the position of the president in 2024. So the standard now is the national standard. So the variables that influence voter choices at that level are at play now, where we want to see the person who has the magic wand to turn our economies around to make ends meet for people in this country. So economic factor will be here much a factor to influence voter choices. Then you double it up with the infrastructure development of this country. Of course, the directive state principle of state policy gives us the opportunity that every nook and cranny of this country should have their fair share of national development in terms of infrastructure development. And so people will be looking for it. You are alive to now agitations within the country. People say we have bad roads, we have this. They want their fair share of that infrastructure development. But when the economy is jaundice, when the economy is not performing well, it has its rippling effect on infrastructure development. Of course, it extends to unemployment, which is about the few variables that influence voter choice. Corruption. We've seen a lot of money taken away from people
from the society through what dubious means and order in the name of corruption that undermine this country. Transparency International, the local branch, Ghana Integrity Initiative, gives us what? A clear picture about that. We lose about $3 billion every year to corruption. So we want somebody with the courage, the tenacity for purpose to be able to deal with this and then help us what. So if you are going to be the leader of the NPP, we want that person who has the political wherewithal to be able to what? Fight corruption what? Head on. Then you move on to what? Unemployment. Look at statistics even within the West Africa zone. You realize that in Ghana, we are just a laughing stock. That unemployment is taking, we are not doing well in this direction. But you have countries that are poor and are still doing miracles in terms of the way they manage unemployment and all that. So all these things are going to what? Be part of the conversation. So not necessarily the ethnic card that you play. If you look at even the August 26th election that NPP held, all right, the superdelegate election, was it that one? Yes.
Okay.
You recall that...
I'll let you hold on briefly. Sorry for that. But let me cross over now to George Queenan, who is in the constituency that is manned by Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejapong, Asin Central. Let's find out if counting has started already. George Queenan, can you hear me?
Yeah, Bella, I can hear you. Bella.
All right. So what can you report? Has counting started?
So, Bella, I'm coming to you live from the Pentecost Prayer Center in the Asin Central Constituency. And clearly, this was the center where one of the aspirants, that's Kennedy Japan, cast his ballot. And from here, he went straight to Accra. So what currently is ongoing is that the ballot is being sorted. And I must admit that the security presence here is very high. I've been to 2 centers, but if you really want to talk about the police visibility here, it's really high because clearly says that this is some sort of hotspot, and so they are here to ensure that some sort of untoward thing that should happen will begin. They are here to maintain order, and the agents are actually sorting the ballot at the moment. And 511 delegates were expected to cast their vote here, but out of that number, 510 did that, and so 1% did not cast his or her ballot, and so sorting is underway.
Okay.
If you can really see the police presence that I'm talking about, I just want you to have a feel of the security presence that I'm talking about here. There are a lot of them in their numbers, and let me take you outside too as well. There's some sort of jubilation, even though the ballots are being sorted at the moment, but there's some sort of jubilation outside. Let me see what is currently happening outside, Bella. So this is the view outside, and these are delegates who've already cast their vote, and they are just anticipating that some good result will come through for Kennedy Ejapong, who is one of the aspirants. But I don't know where they didn't hear then. David, I'm almost sorted. Yes, sorted. Yeah, you can't just say or comfortably. I don't check. But I'm able to say, since I can't end with you, the other renovate me for to nobody needs no, before every number supporting the man. And I told you, people. You don't kind of more money. Okay, it's theater. I know I can't. I want to see what I'm on my out in the kind of theater 1 year ago. So, Bella, clearly, most of these delegates here are supporting Kennedy Ejapong, and they just can't wait for the results to be declared. And they're jubilating, even though the ballots are being sorted. So, I'm quite surprised. I want to talk to more of them here, but I don't know who's jubilating.
Okay.
But say yes, sorting and declare results here. But we need 98%. 1 acre. But yes, what he declared.
Judge, did he say 98 or 38? I believe he said 98%. Well, those are the people. He said 38, right? But how can he win with 38? Well, those are the people in Asin Central. That is the home constituency of Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejapong. And well, the ballots are being sorted, but they've already started jubilating. I'm not sure if they have any, vision to indicate that he has won. But of course, that's his home constituency, so it won't be surprising. But let's hear from the Director of Elections from the Electoral Commission, Dr. Srebo Kweku, who spoke to Kemini Amano earlier.
Doc, how would you say the elections have been going so far?
So far, I would say everything is smooth, with the exception of few people complaining about not finding their names on the register. But when they come, I just tell them that the register was compiled by the party. So all their questions about the register should be sent to the party. The Electoral Commission has not compiled any register, so you cannot be held responsible for any discrepancies in the register.
I see. So, casually look at things. How many disputes would you say have come to your table?
We have some few of the people who, especially at the point in time, some of the DCs and MPs were not finding their names. So it came back, we referred it to the party. The party wrote officially to us that if the person is an MP or DC, if you allow the person to vote. So that one we send a message to the people. Any other thing, we have not taken any decision.
How many of such have you had?
The DC and MP?
Yes.
No, it's so well, if you get one, you report to them. So now that there's a memo, they will not come again because it means that every DCE or MP is supposed to vote. So it goes like that. So you cannot count the number because when you make that statement, it covers every MP, it covers every DCE.
Right. Are there any other disputes that came outside of the album?
So far, we don't have any issue apart from the complaint about the album. We don't have any issue.
Doc, talk to us about the operational plan for today. What was it like for the EC?
Okay, so as you are seeing here, the polling station will finish their elections. They will count the ballots here. When they finish, all polling station results will be sent to their various regions. Then the regions will do collation. After the regional collation, we'll get 16 results from the regions. That will be sent to the head office. Then the head office will do collation of the 16 results and we'll declare the results for them.
And to clarify, the head office is your head office?
The Electoral Commission head office, yes.
Right.
The collation will be done at the Electoral Commission head office, not here.
We've got a few hours to end the election. What does it look like for the EC in terms of ensuring that things go well and proper?
Well, you can see for yourself. I don't know whether you have heard any other complaint. Everything is smooth sailing. Like I said, with the exception of some people saying that their names are not on the register. Yes. So apart from that, we don't have any issue.
Would you say that there are some lessons that the NPP should be learning in the conduct of their elections as you supervise?
We will write our report for them. So if you have any recommendation, we'll let them know.
As of now, what have you seen that you think they should learn?
We will write our report to them. And whatever we see, because there are certain issues that you may not understand it now. So with one we have finished, you will get your report from the field. Then you can base your decision and then you make your recommendation.
What time does it look like you could be declaring results?
I wouldn't want to know because on the field, somebody, for example, you may go to a place, the people will decide to come around 1 o'clock. You understand? When they are, maybe 500 people come around 1 o'clock, to take you about 3 hours. So you cannot sit here and draw conclusions. Let them bring the results. But it's our prayer that by the time the darkness will fall, we should have finished the work.
Is it still the plan that voting will end at 2 p.m.?
Yes, a little. But if you are in the queue, you are allowed to vote.
So what will happen at your head office once voting ends? Explain to us what it's going to look like.
At the head office, we will only do collation of the regional results. So we are going to put the 16 results together. Then we will go to Accra Sports Stadium to declare the results for them.
I see. And for those who have any contentions with the elections, what do you advise them to do?
It depends on the contention. So far, all the complaints I've heard has to do with their album. That one they have to come to their party and handle that, not to us.
Which ones should they bring to you?
If you have a challenge with respect to the results, the counting, and that is our baby. But if anything other than that, it should come to the party.
Dr. Srebo Kweku, he is the Director of Elections for the Electoral Commission. Let's cross over now to the Dom Kabinya constituency, where Evelyn Tengma is also going to apprise us on what's happening at the moment. Evelyn, tell us, what is the latest? Hello, Evelyn? All right, okay. Let me come back to the studio, and we're just talking about the factors, and I'll go to Musa Dankwa shortly. But in that case, looking at all the factors that you've listed, would you then say that looking at the forerunners, because we know that at least this is a two-horse race, like you've already said, would Bawumia or Honorable Kennedy Ohinye-Agyapong be the more potent threat to Mahama for his comeback campaign?
I'll answer it this way. There's going to be a difficulty for the NPP. I must issue this edict that I've not gone to the field to pick any data to suggest or to point out to everybody that, oh, this person is winning or not. But we want to make qualitative analysis of the situation on the ground. If you look at the things that influence voter choices Ghanaian most, is the economy. If this argument is anything to go by, which research has shown abundantly clear that is anything to go by, then it's going to be a daunting task for the NPP to convince Ghanaians that they are good managers of the economy and that Ghanaians should give them the power again to run this country, given what we have seen. When people were, telling them about the reckless borrowing, it fell on deaf ears. When people talk about waste in the system, it did not matter to them. When people talk about, economic waste within the system, it was just, they were adamant to all these things. It has brought us this far. So people then will ask you that, which of the two, if you pick Bawumia or you pick Ken.
Ken, yes.
The record within the NPP, can it give them that, advantage over John Mahama? That's $1 million question. Because if you look at the economy, what they said about Mahama's economy, the same questions will be given to them to answer now.
Yeah.
Can they answer?
Well, Honorable Kennedy Agyapong says that those questions should be given to the Vice President because he's the one that asked those 170 questions to the Vice Presidents during the NDC time.
Yes, he can say that because now they are contesting. Imagine he wins. Can he still say that the question must be given to what? Bawumia? He will be in the position to answer. What will be his answer? All right.
But Dr. Bawumia is the head of the economic management team.
Yes,
so ideally...
Yeah, what I'm saying that for now...
I get you.
Kennedy is cool for him to say that. But if Kennedy emerges as victorious for this election, all right, then he is coming face to face with John Mahama.
He cannot run away.
He can run away from this because, politics is nothing but a contest of ideas and referendum of your word. So your records. What is the NPP record with this? All right. When Mahama was leaving office, what was the level of inflation? And the time that NPP also, Nana finished his term. They are going to compare all these things. Would they be able to provide the answers? That is a big one. In terms of the records, infrastructure, one-on-one, corruption. Look at the issue of corruption. Anytime it is raised, it is shoved under the carpet. But the statistics are there within the international domain and within the local, transparency group.
All right, Roland, we're coming back to Roland at the national headquarters of the NPP. We're told that counting has officially ended. Let's see what we can get from him. Roland. Hello, Roland. Roland, can you hear me? All right, well, we're trying to connect with Roland Walker, please. Well, let's give him a bit of time and see if we can get to hear from Roland. And like I mentioned, he is currently at the national headquarters of the NPP. Counting has ended. Roland.
For this very election, and we have to step out according to what we have by way of the barricades so far. And so far, we have to wait for the declaration to be done. Medical. Very good.
Headquarters.
Shout.
She can shout. She can shout.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam.
This is the results of the elections from the NPP headquarters. Asylum down, Accra. The total number of ballots issued to this center was 500. 500. And the total number of voters on the register, 476. The total number of proxy voters was 19. The total number of ballots issued to this center to voters is 393. Ballots issued to voters, 393. Spoiled ballots, 0. Rejected ballots, 0. At the end of the voting, Ken Ohini Ejapon had 133 votes. 133 votes. Mahmoud Baumia had 254. Mahmoud Baumia, 254. Owuswa Friye Akoto, 2. Francis Adainimo, 4. Total valid votes, 393. Rejected votes, 0. Total votes in our box, 393. Thank you very much. We are done.
We are really
God bless you all. Agents. When I give you that, you sign. When I give you, you sign. Please.
All right, and so those are the provisional results coming in from the national headquarters of the NPP, Asylum Down, and you have them on your screens as it stands now. Kennedy Ohini Ejapon polled 133 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia polled 254 votes. Honorable Owuswa Akoto polled 2 votes. And Mr. Francis Adainimo polled 4 votes. And so total valid votes cast from the national headquarters, 393. Let's go back to Roland Walker to see if he can interact with a few people there.
Japan, 133 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia, 254 votes. Dr. Owuswa Efriye having 2 votes, and then also Adainimo securing 4 votes. Now, there were no sport ballot here. Again, there were proxy voters. Many of them also had been from the various international chapters of the NPP who are here. We have a number of the agents who are here. We'll speak to a number of them as quickly as possible. Honorable Fuseni Issa, is currently one of the parliamentary aspirants for the Okaikwe North constituency. He is an agent of Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And so far, what is this vote turnout telling you based on the demographics of the voters here?
Yeah, the demographics, we had significantly a number of voters from the external branches, a lot of who brought proxies, and it was to be expected. If you look at how this campaigning went, if you look at the results, I mean, getting 65% from here, it's a very, very good performance, given if you even look at what happened during the super delegates. So it just sets the ball. I mean, we are very much on track. And as we wait for the other results, I mean, I'm sure that in 2 hours' time, we should be home and dry.
Yes. And I know that we'll be going to the stadium. And I'm told the stadium is where we're going to do the overall announcements of the...
The EC is doing its collation. I believe the candidates are also doing their own collation. So collation is just started. So, I mean, the real show is just started. So they say elections are determined by those who count. So now that the counting is...
So now you are doing the collation at your own center.
Certainly.
Now, how would you describe how the votes have gone here so far? And then also, your observation...
The demographics of the people who voted here. We had significant branches, external branches, and people from all over the world. If you look and study how things go in this party, you know that it's a very, very good performance for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Again, you said this is the percentage?
65%.
65%,
yes,
being the 254.
Certainly.
Okay, so it means that you personally will now go and concentrate on your Okankwe North parliamentary aspirations.
Certainly.
How is it also going? How would you consolidate the engagement so that you make sure that you get the nod for your party?
Amongst all the people contesting, 6 people, I'm the only one who has a record of what I could do given the opportunity in Okankwe North. I have a record against the incumbent. I mean, when you put, record against record, she comes nowhere near. Or the people who are contesting internally, some might have records from elsewhere. But then we have people also moving from some other constituencies in there. But I am the person who has been on the ground. I have done it before. I'm telling the people what I've done before, and they know where we got to with the job. And I believe that they're going to give me an opportunity so we can continue from where we left off last time.
Well, we wish you all the best.
Thank you, Roland. Thank you, Roland.
Fuseni, sir.
I'm sure we'll meet at the stadium.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly.
Welcome for us to have further talk on this.
But if you want to add something more before we wrap up,
certainly. We are grateful. And we've had a very good electioneering day. Not one single argument was encountered here. I pray that it was the same across the country. Once again, NPP is coming out of an election stronger than before. And that's what we pray for, to make us ready for election 2024. Right.
Thank you. Fuseni is a key member of the NPP. He is an agent of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia right here at the national headquarters of the governing NPP. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia came tops with 254 votes per the declaration by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And then also we had Kennedy Ohene Japan following through with 133. Akoto Efriye also having at least 2 votes, and subsequently Adainimo also securing 4 votes. So that, in essence, really brings an end to the activities at the party headquarters of the NPP. So far, since morning, it had been peaceful. We had a number of leading individuals of the party passing through to cast their votes. We have the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The candidate himself, that is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the Vice President, also came in with the First Lady, and he cast his votes as well. Other leading members of the party as well, they also came. And then we had the diasporan votes. So it's the diasporan votes, we're told, also made some dynamic changes overall to the percentage that were acquired by the 2 leading candidates, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Kennedy Ohene Japan. We'll keep monitoring the other centers where we're collating and declaring results for you on your election command center. And we'll get to know, as we collate along the way, who is leading, and you get to make the decision for yourself right here on TV3.
Thank you so much, Roland Walker. That is the NPP national headquarters. Let's move on now to the Ayawaso West constituency, where Akable is on standby to give us the provisional results. Akable, hi. Talk to us. So what is the latest now? Has counting ended? Hello, Akable.
Voting and the counting for the 2 main candidates have ended here at Ayawaso West Legon, specifically at the Accra City College. And in terms of the provisional results that we have, Kennedy Japan has 531, Kennedy Japan 531, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the Vice President, has 441. And so in terms of the provisional results that we have here, Ayawaso West Legon 10 has taken the lead here. What is left to be counted is for the other candidates, Dr. Priapitu and Pansa Dainimo. That is what is being counted now. But for the results that we have, the candidates are 531 and Bawumia 441.
All right. Well, very interesting dynamics there. So Ayawaso West Legon, Kennedy Japan managed 531 votes, and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 441 votes. Let's go to Evelyn Tengma to also tell us what the results are in Dom Kwabenya. Evelyn, can you hear me? Please unmute yourself. You're muted. We cannot hear what you're saying. Please unmute yourself. Okay. Yes, I can hear you now. Carry on.
Right, Bella, I don't have any results to give you yet because as we speak, voting is underway. And as of now, we have 1,302 voters who have cast their ballots out of 1,803 delegates expected to cast their ballot today. And so, as you can see in the shot, Bella, a lot of people are still here. So about 400 to 500 people are still expected to cast their ballots before close of day today. And that is the situation here, Bella. We earlier spoke to the EP official who is in charge, and she was saying that because Donkwa Benya is the largest constituency, and when it comes to the NPP as well, they have larger numbers. And so they should have created 4 different polling stations or centers. But as we speak, they have only 2, and that is what has caused the delay. And so as we speak, a lot of people are still in the queue waiting to vote. And the EC official is saying that she's hoping that by 4 p.m. they could finish voting before sorting and counting will go on. Bella.
Interesting one. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for that update. So here we were thinking that voting had ended at every constituency. Evelyn is just at Donkwa Benya, and she says that unfortunately voting, well, or fortunately, depending on which side you fall on, voting is still ongoing. But at least we have the provisional results for 2 of the polling centers now. Ayawaso West, where Ken polled 531 votes as against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 441. And the NPP headquarters, Ken polled 133 votes as against Bawumia, Dr. Bawumia with 254 votes. Dr. Usefri Akoto 2 votes, and 4 votes went to Mr. Francis Adai Nimo. Musa Dankwa, is this in a way given into the predictions that you...
Yeah. Let's look at the headquarters.
Yes.
In the last super delegate, I think Bawumia got around 61% or so. Now he's gone about 4% more, around 65%. Ken was lower, but now he's on 33%. If you add what Alan got and what Ken got in the super delegate, it's equal to what Ken has got today at the headquarters. And that is what we should be looking for.
Okay, why should we be looking for that necessarily?
Because
how does that play
it will
into...
give you a clue, those switches from Kennedy, from Alan to Kennedy. The argument we're making that those Alan guys may be switching to Kennedy. And that will be a very thing we should be observing.
All right. Well, we have some updates coming for you as well. Let's just cross over quickly and hear from... Okay.
The NPP, Evans Nemako. Now, this ultimately means that a big tax has been undertaken. So far, what will be your general observations? We haven't finished with collation. All the results haven't been announced, but I can say that based on what we're getting, they're trickling in so fast. We've already finished with your general observation in the first place as Director of Elections.
Thank you. I think so far it's been very successful. I must say that the media has helped a lot, because without you, all these wonderful exercises wouldn't have been known by the world. I think that the delegates have comported themselves very well, all stakeholders, i.e. our presidential candidates and their support base, party delegates across constituencies, the Electoral Commission, the police service have helped us to conduct this exercise. We're looking forward to ensure that the EC will also soon come out with a collation. And then by close of day, we will get to know who garnered the highest votes, who will be the presidential candidate. But in terms of victory, it is that of the new Patriotic Party.
If there's 1 or 2 or 3 key lessons, let's say 3-pointer key lessons that were learned from the August 26 super or special delegates election that took place that you corrected and brought into this, what would they be?
One is deepened consultation, which was broadened enough. We carried along as a committee our presidential candidates. We had what we call intra-party advisory committee. So every decision we had taken had the interest of all stakeholders on board. And so it tells you that even the selection of the venues for this exercise had the full acceptance of all the stakeholders. So these are some of the things we are going to continue to do to ensure that going into election 2024, the party's presidential candidate will have the full support of all stakeholders. Mind you, the Council of Elders invited all the presidential candidates to sign the Alisa Accord. And that must also tell you that the party is united to prosecute the 2024 presidential elections. Thank you.
And I do note 2 more questions. I do notice that you the decentralization of the voting process seem to have contributed significantly to how you manage peace and security. Is that so? And in what other means did it also help?
Well, definitely. You're looking at over 204,144 delegates. Definitely, we can all not congregate at one center. And so the arrangement to have it done at the constituency level helps. We also took the decision that where the delegates are more than 1,000, we're going to split the voters into A and B, and that also facilitated. We know we started registration, voting from 7 a.m. and closed at 2 p.m. And to a large extent across the country, all delegates have had opportunity to vote today. We're expecting high turnout. We're expecting that in as much as has been peaceful in terms of the conduct and the announcement, the collation will have the same semblance.
Then the last question will be, ultimately we're converging at the Accra Sports Stadium. It also means that what should we be expecting? Every result there, at which point in time would you do all the declaration? Of course, it's the responsibility of the Electoral Commission, but when and how?
So the EC's arrangement of collation is that from the constituency level, the regional collation will be done at the regional EC office. And when that is done, the EC at the center will receive the collated results from the regions. So the final results will be a collated result sheet from the 16 regions, which will then be collated at the headquarters. We are expecting the EC that within the regulated time, their own arrangements, all things being equal, for them to come to Accra Sports Stadium to give us the final declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Evans Demako, Director of Election of the ruling NPP, right here at their headquarters at Salem Down Accra, giving us an overview of so far how voting in itself transpired throughout the country, and then also what transpired here. We'll be meeting at the Accra Sports Stadium is where we're going to have the final announced results countrywide of who won the presidential candidacy race, the flag bearership race, or who is going to be announced as the presidential candidate of the NPP for the 2024 presidential elections. But in the meantime, right here, the collated results, as announced by the Electoral Commission, do indicate that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia secured 254 votes. 133 votes going to Kennedy Ohene Japan. Dr. Efriye Akoto also getting 2 votes. Engineer Adai Nimo also securing 4 votes. It's where we bring our coverage to a close at the headquarters of the NPP. Now back to the studio. We'll meet you once again at the Accra Sports Stadium and get to have the final announced result countrywide for each of the candidates. The candidates being Kennedy Ohene Japan as number 1, subsequently followed by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and then we have Dr. Efriye Akoto, and then also Adainimo. Stay with us right here on your election command sector. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Roland. And yes, we would be intermittently crossing over to the Accra Sports Stadium to get the results as they trickle in and are collated. But Dr. Asante, any surprises here looking at the results from the headquarters and from Ayawaso West?
Yeah, let's look at the headquarters. If you look at the statistics now, it is clear that both Ken and Bawumia have improved their performance from the August 26 election.
Yeah.
You recall that the August 26 election, Bawumia had 107 votes.
Yes.
And Ken had 32. Now, of course, you are talking about a bigger, demographic that we are talking about here. So you have 254 for Bawumia and Ken 133. Great performance from both sides. Another interesting, thing that you can see here is that the strength of Akoto remained the same.
Remained the same, exactly.
He had 2, and this time the same 2. Adainimo has dipped in terms of performance. All right, the party headquarters. It is interesting. All these things interesting for me, especially for Kennedy Japan, because at the headquarters, this is where all the big boys who people believe that they are for the establishment, they are for the state maintenance of the status quo, they are voting, all right, plus others. So it tells you that the new addition, the new layer, which is this
electoral body is very good,
yeah,
because it neutralizes everything and brings to the fore a lot of what people into that equation. People were, asking that why did they, even the NPP people were doubting why they had even that super delegate body. That is unnecessary. For me, I disagree. I want them to agitate their minds to, or direct their attention to Alexander Hamilton's, Federalist Papers number 13, where he said that when you have an election body which is small and they know all those who contest and they have a good assessment of them, they are able to make the best decision. Okay. All right. Now these people have screened and given to this group of people, which may not necessarily be the case that they know the people intimately, one-on-one and all that. But because it's a bigger body, they can gloss over certain. The first screening has been done. So that body, my view is that it's a humble view anyway, that they should not throw jettison it. No, maintain it. Let it do the screening for you. Then you come here and then we see the good show. So we are seeing interesting dynamics in the headquarters. It tells you that the establishment candidate thing, we are not seeing the effect too much, because if it is anything to go by, you would have seen a landslide victory for Baumei here, but we have seen a showdown here.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Ayawaso West, Wogon. All right. You are in Greater Accra, but not in the headquarters.
Yes.
And you are seeing the great performance of Kennedy Japan with 531, constituting 72% of the vote, and Baumia are trailing with 28%, constituting 441 vote. It tells you that when the equal playing field is given to an election, you see the performance of people. And at the end of the day, when people lose, they will accept defeat and abide by the rules of the game. For me, that is the spirit that drives free and fair election. Create an enabling environment for everybody. Allow people to vote based on issues. Take away issue of monocracy, inducement, and all that, and you see the best coming out. This is not to conclude anything.
Yeah, because I was going to say that the issue of monocracy has come up.
No, it's just a teaser, and it affects all of them. All of them have paid, so you can't blame one person. It is hypocritical for somebody to say that, oh, this person paid so much and I pay little. Two wrongs do not make a right. All wrongs are wrongs. We have treat them with the same brush. So I believe that Kennedy has put up a great performance here and all that. And it tells you, if you look at Ayawaso West, Wogon, it's a whole lot of people. If you look at the demography there, so you realize that establishment factor doesn't play an important role there, because it's a mixture of group of people with the young people there driving the force there. So you see that I have said, you recall earlier on, my earlier conversation with your station and all that, that because of the demographics and the needs of people in various age group and all that, all this thing will come to play. And you see that, I'm sure that has worked the magic here for Kennedy and all that. If, all things being equal, we are going to see things the way they go, then we are going to have a very interesting conversation. But I am very happy that the election was very free and fair. I have not heard of any incident, so at least one hurdle has been crossed. And now we are looking at the data, and you see vis-a-vis the campaign message, vis-a-vis factors that influence voter choice. Is it the case? If you look at Ayawaso, there are a lot of needs of the people. Issue of unemployment is critical. Issue of, infrastructure development is critical. Issue of even how to make the party look attractive in terms of its economic management are all key, because the economic thing is a big one, because it affects development, it affects employment, it affects everything. So once that one go down, but Kennedy was able to drum home these messages and all that. Remember in Accra here, he staged that walk and he had a large number of following and all that. So I believe that has won him the day, in that area.
Well, Greater Accra region is a swing region anyway, and so Musa Dankwa, in this case, I mean, it's too early to judge based on just two constituencies. No. But if you're seeing how the voting has gone in both polling centers, then that should sort of tell you that you cannot necessarily predict.
You can't predict. You have to wait. I think when the numbers are coming, It's the margin you have to look at, you know, not the absolute figures.
Yes.
The margins that they are coming through, and that will give you a hint. And the ones that are coming through, I think, let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see. I guess you're getting some numbers already, which is why you're laughing. But yes, the results are coming in, they're trickling in, and you can see them on our screens at the moment. Clearly, a number of them still provisional, by the way, but we're still waiting for counting to be done all around the polling centers, and then we'll have them collated, and eventually we'll go to the Accra Sports Stadium, where the final results will be declared, and the flag bearer will openly be declared to the rest of Ghanaians. But we were talking about factors, and I just want us to go back there again, because you had raised some very important points. I hadn't come to Musa Dankwa on that matter as well, because then again we're looking between Honorable Kennedy Ejapong and Dr. Bawumia, who is likely to cause a shake-up within the NDC, because former President John Dramani Mahama is looking to come back. And so this comeback agenda, someone within the NPP should be able to shake it up a bit. Between the two, who is likely to do that?
You know, when we speak from data, absolutely data. If the numbers change, our tune will change.
Yeah.
From what we have seen in the latest poll we did in October 2023, as at 6th October, when we put the options to Ghanaians, when Kennedy was running against Mahama and against Alan the Butterfly, Mahama was around 46.4% of total votes of Ghanaians. Kennedy was on 29.6%, and Alan was 11.3% or thereabout. If you remove Kennedy in the equation and you insert Bawumia to replace him, if Bawumia becomes the candidate, Mahama goes to 48%.
Yeah.
Bawumia is on 28%. And Alan still remains 11.3%. This is as at October 6, 2023.
So clearly, there's no clear winner there.
No, Kennedy gives Mahama a run for his money. But Mahama does far better against Bawumia than against Kennedy. And Alan remains stable at 11%, looking at the numbers that he has. It means regardless of who NPP is presenting, he has couched for himself or 11% of Ghanaian voters in the poll that we did in October.
Interesting dynamics. William Evansinkum, Doctor, I'll come to you shortly. William Evansinkum is also joining us from the Ashanti region. William, what can you tell us?
Well, so we have provisional result from the Ishiaso constituency, and this is the constituency of the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, former CEO of Maslock, Stephen Amwa. So this is it. Kennedy Ohene Ejapong had 379 votes. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes. Dr. Owusu Afiakuto also had 5 votes. And Adai Nimo also having 4 votes. Rejected was 3. So that is the provisional result from the Ishiaso constituency.
I see. So again, just run through. So Honorable Kennedy Ejapong had what, 379?
379 votes.
Okay.
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 436 votes.
Okay.
Dr. Owusu Afiakuto had 5 votes.
All right.
Yes. Adai Nimo also having 4 votes.
All right.
Rejected 3.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that as well. Dr. Sasante, what do you think of these results as well?
Another interesting area. If you look at the August election, you realize that apart from Alan, who won something significant in Ashanti region, followed by Ken, Asantes themselves, some of them were giving 0 in their own home region. All right. It gives you an idea that Kennedy has been able to break the jinx in there, entered strongly, because Bawumia had if you look at all the results of August 26, you realize that he had a national appeal within the NPP, that he won all the polling stations, all the areas, all right? And so for now, if you see this type of performance from Ken, then you realize that he's making an inroad, because the first one, you realize that, Bawumia had his foot on the ground in Ashanti region. And now you realize that a number of votes are getting to Kennedy. It tells you the work that Kennedy has done. If you follow his last, campaign in Ashanti region, which I watched online, massive. He talked about issues that really resonate with the people of Ashanti region. He talked about the fact that Alan was giving a raw deal, and that these are things that will whip up the sentiments for him to be able to get some of the vote that he got, which obviously has worked in favor of him. Of course, Bawumia too has also shown that he still has Ashanti region as a stronghold.
Okay.
Yeah, they still support him, they vote for him. That's why they have voted for him massively. Akoto, also, you see that his performance, he and Adainimo, their performance are, we have seen the electoral improvement here, but it's not that much. One would have thought that they being native of Asante land, if ethnicity is anything to go by, they would have carried the day there.
Yes.
All right. So somebody from Northeast region coming to win there. Somebody from Central region coming to play second there.
Yeah.
It tells you that it's not the issue of ethnicity, but they are looking at other factors that voters think that influence their choice other than the playing of the ethnic card.
I see.
Yes.
Well, if you go back to Global Info Analytics and the way you analyze Ashanti region, Kennedy or Henry Japan, pair your polls, should win the Ashanti region, right?
In the poll?
Yes.
He was leading.
He was leading, not win.
So
okay,
not
leading.
Win. So he was leading.
Okay. Now, we're getting just one anyway, but in Shai, so clearly, he's not entirely leading because Dr. Bawumia has a few numbers above him. What does it tell you?
No, it tells you that Ashanti will be closely fought. It won't be a walkover for any of them. It won't be a walkover for any of them. Whoever wins Ashanti, even if Kennedy wins Ashanti region and he loses the election, I think it will be a problem for Dr. Bawumia. He needs to win Ashanti region. He needs to win it.
He needs to win it?
Yes.
Because that's majorly a deciding factor in the national elections as well.
As well, and also to test his popularity within the Ashanti region.
Yes.
He needs to win it. Even though he's probably ahead, but the margin is not comfortable.
Interesting one. Does he really need to win Ashanti region, or it doesn't really matter?
Ashanti region is the heartbeat of the NPP, without which NPP cannot survive. Once you go for election, you win Ashanti region. Ashanti NPP begin to win from 70% upwards. And then they do well in Eastern region.
Yeah.
And then other, even two Akan regions of the old order, I tell you, they are home and dry. So Ashanti region, you can't joke with that. 47 constituencies, all right, they eclipse all the groups in the north and the numbers. So Ashanti region is a big one. And there, once you win, you demonstrate to the people that, especially for Bawumia, who is not an Ashanti, then it tells you that he has worked to endear himself to the hearts of many within other regions, including Ashanti region.
Yeah.
Then you realize that he has that national appeal. Only when you begin to win in your region and you lose other ones, then it becomes a sectorial type of thing.
Yeah.
But once you cut across, that's why political parties are called mass parties. They are mass in the sense that they cut across all regional, ethnic, and religious groups, and all the groups they cut across. So once somebody from another land come to win massively, has a strong showing, it tells you that he has worked to endear himself to the heart of it. But I'm not surprised about his performance.
In Sheso?
Yes, that is Bawumia, because I have put my ears on the ground, and they tell you that he's able to get to the big boys within traditional politics within various regions of this country. You have no idea. He gets to them, he will visit you, talk to you, and all that. All these things are means by which you campaign, all right, on the quiet. So by the time they said, look, let's start, he has already taking a giant step. But I also acknowledge the role that Kennedy Japan has also played in Ashanti region for this few period. If you listen to him, what he says is anything to go by. The kind of support that he has given to the party,
all right, especially for Ashanti region and all that, to the extent that he has even want to name one of his industries, what, Ashanti Steel, all right, after Ashanti region, even though he doesn't hail from there. Last time he was arguing that it is more reason why, one of the reasons why they should vote for him, because he believed that Ashantis have really supported the NPP through thick and thin, and they need to be rewarded. And all these things are not mere rhetorics; they are messages that resonate with the people, and then it's you know, energizes them to be able to vote. Remember that Ashanti also have what, a lot of youth, and you saw that he was able to what, tell them things that the youth want to hear, want to know, and all that. So the two gentlemen, at least, acquitted themselves very well, and the result that they have got, for me,
it's not surprising.
It's not surprising.
But Dr. Bawumia seems to know how to weave his way into, you know, people of power, and of course even to the grassroots. He has said it himself that in the last 15 years he's found a way to connect with the grassroots, and so it's not a matter of who is winning. He is winning it because he has the grassroots. And now you're saying that, of course, when it comes to people of power, he's been able to get in there as well. So that clearly would be an advantage and a disadvantage for Kennedy Ejapong.
It doesn't also necessarily mean that Ken has not been doing that. You remember recently Ken even visited the Yana and the rest of them. Ken also is a very smart guy. He knows where to hit at the right time. Remember that he has been through his conversation, which we have heard, which the party has not contradicted any of them. He has done a lot of behind the scenes things for the party, and that the people who are the movers and shakers of political party activities within NPP, they are not oblivious of this. So for them, it is a time to say, thank you, Ken. We acknowledge your contribution. There's a little we can do for you. For party politics, those who are through and through loyal people, they do these things once a while. Yeah.
This is going to be an interesting one, and we're still waiting for some more results to come in. Voting has ended. Of course, sorting and counting is underway in most of the constituencies. And so your Election Command Center will be bringing you all the updates on that as well. But let's go back to even the support that Dr. Bawumia had garnered. Now, if you listen to the Majority Chief Whip, Arnold Domprey, he had indicated even before the elections that before that about 80% of the MPs were on his side, the majority MPs. But closer to the election, it had even moved up to 95%. So it's not a question of debate. If he has the top, then he would definitely have the base as well. Do you think that if he should win today, the MPs also contributed greatly?
It depends, because not all of the MPs are very popular. So some of them are very good, and what maybe help him is maybe their resources that they have at their disposal to mobilize at the grassroots level support for him. I mean, certainly after him going around, a lot of the work is left behind for people in the party to do at that local level. And once you have the MP heavily involved in your side, I think that numbers tend to translate into numbers. It appears that the numbers are not very wild in terms of what some have been expecting. Yeah, I think it's fallen within what we've been expecting, and the trend so far hasn't been extremely volatile. But we are still watching to see.
So not much is going to change.
And I think, you know, I have been this clear that, look, Bawumia at the end of the day will be declared the flag bearer of MPP. The question is by how much?
Well, his campaign team says he's sacrificed for the party a lot, and so he should win by 75%.
We have to see that. Let's wait and see.
Let's wait and see.
If he gets that, I think he will jubilate. Yes.
Dr. Sasanti, is he close to 75% or anywhere above 60% even?
I will not stick my neck out because I've not gone to the field like Musa has done. But what I would say that, you know, we want to see how things pan out, and then we can make informed analysis from there. But what I can say is that when you look at the competition, it promises to be very interesting, extremely so. If Ken has started on time, all right. Ken, as I saw him, he was in as an MP, but more of a business person. He wanted to serve his constituents and all that. So I'm not sure he nursed that ambition and all that. Maybe something triggered it at the 11th hour and he came in. But his performance, you realize that from the few that we have seen, it is not enough to generalize for anything. No, but the two we have seen is what we are talking about. You realize that, yes,
is going to be super interesting. For me, the Bawumia camp who says that they want to see him won about 90% and all that, for me...
No, this is 75.
75, whatever, is irrelevant to me because of the system of election that we use. The first past the post system. Once you cross that threshold, even with one, mark, and then you are declared a winner. That is where the issue is. You go. The real battle is 2024. But of course, you need this passport to get into that airport to be able to compete and compete effectively. So, yes, whoever will win, yes, if you win massively, fine. But once you win, you win. The real work is what? The 2024. What is the party's record that you are going to stand on to compete with John Mahama? What is the party's achievement that you want to, put side by side with John Mahama and make campaign to the effect that you want people to gravitate towards you?
Yeah.
What is it that you have done which Mahama has not, and you believe that people should reject Mahama and come for you? That is what the $1 million question.
Well, I don't know what Musa Dakwa thinks about the numbers on our screens right now. You're talking about the fact that you haven't seen some wild numbers, but this is Ebura Asebu Kwamankesi. And these are provisional results, by the way. Abura Asebu Kwamankesi. And Honorable Kennedy Ejapong polled 242 votes, as against, 538 votes, as against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 242 votes. Is that not wild enough?
No, Centrally, no.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, it's expected, right? Okay. Let's speak to Evelyn Tengma. Sarah Peku rather. Let's speak to Sarah. She interacted with some of the delegates after voting. Let's hear from them.
NPP, in Kambom, that was the only one thing we need in NPP. By secondary, NPP ni nim say NPP no ni ye wo odomama ohiafo ni niama no sisi ano ani wo NPP record need to say NDs. One line no menu no sisi ano the way na mo ho niama no impanyimfo no munjai mu air condition muntra munjai mu four-way drive no muntra no fa okada na mu share emit na mu mesha krom mu nche ne ma na ekoso you to know bre me your full MPP ni but me ka tell say sisi ano you to know ni nyina no amu bre ti say NDC mo look sharp some look sharp no chale wa mo be yo yan 40 say first no so adanimo mabaka Kampa Mayama na Constituency. Adani Mabaka. Kampa Mayama. Mabaka. So you can na me no come bi. Dey kan nyina no. As I can there. Oba e be for man akasa. E be say onu na di ene mapapa beti mapa. Ye hu bibia krombo say NPP pa say enkokura we. Mafia no mu mafia no. Ano dey si delegate. As I for your hu asile. Say we win aba we ya. And say you to akura say be ma NPP. Na ye fa ba ne ma ene ye san ko bosi.
Yo, Medindi Sarah. Yaba paken tina ya wahanu muse. Ye mubini ya yankasa ya nyuma. Nanso ya bre. Ma bra sa aji loan sa adi ya beer shop. Nanso obiba ya no me matome shop mu. Ama tese amijina riaso. Ana mi decide ya sa me so abafi anko sebio. Nena me Papa ni ami show ate ha. Me no nyina ni di birthday ni baby. Nanso ni awaya na toye na yakoma so ye nim so yo ni papa pa enu te na crow ha kai utumi wini na so ye ya no ye so mo ne fa furu ye me fa fom ana ya show am da erade ya da wasi o papa Kennedy so we wini wa crow ha.
Yes, so it's all about the showdown. Kennedy all the way, #1. Showdown all the way. Kennedy all the way. The grassroots will suffered enough, and now we look that they need to revive us. Kennedy has given us a promise that when it comes, it's going to concentrate on the grassroots. So we are all behind him, and we pray to God that he's going to win. As he has won power here, we know power is the headquarters of Ghana. So he's going to win everywhere. Inshallah. Showdown.
interesting pictures from Krowo constituency where Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejipon was able to poll 689 votes as against Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia with 495 votes. Also, Friye Akoto Doctor also polled 9 votes, and Francis Adainimo, the engineer, also polled 2 votes. Clearly, Krowo says that they are giving a showdown, which is why they voted for Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejipon. But let's cross over now to the Northeast region, where Christopher Mwako is on standby to speak to the Northeast Regional Minister. Christopher.
Yes, Bella.
All right, talk to us.
Okay, so voting has ended across the 6 constituencies in the Northeast region. Okay. And in all the constituencies, Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia secured all the votes in this constituency. So for the Northeast region, he has obtained 100% votes, just as he did in the Superdelegates conference. Now, the regional minister is here with me, and I want to engage him. You have led this campaign together with regional and constituency executives. Now it's over. You indicated earlier that Vice President was going to obtain all 100% votes. He has obtained it. How is the feeling like, and going forward, how are you going to bring the party together ahead of 2024 general elections?
Thank you so much. First, I want to begin by thanking the good people of the Northeast region, particularly the members of the new Patriotic Party and supporters. From day one, they have been behind their brother, the Vice President. And the results today is an indication that the people of the Northeast region are united in support of the Vice President's ambition to become the next president of the Republic of Ghana. So the excitement, the euphoria, the celebration is massive. This is just the beginning. I'm telling you, we will dance throughout the night until the next day. This is the very first time that the new Patriotic Party, across the length and breadth of this country, even though the results are still trickling in, but the trend analysis is an indication that the Vice President is on course to lead the party into election 2024. So all down the way, the people, the chiefs, and everybody in the Northeast region, we are solidly behind him. But I want to give thanks to the leadership of the party, right from the region to the constituencies, down to the polling stations. They have really worked together. I cannot claim to be the one solely behind this victory. I know people have worked day and night. Some of them unsung heroes, but we know them in the quiet. And all those people, we appreciate them. And then to add, this certainly is not the victory we are looking for. The victory of 2024 elections is the ultimate. This is just an indication that once the party comes together after the affirmation of our leader, I can tell you, 2024 is there for us to win. And when we do, it will be to the glory of everybody.
All right, so thank you very much, Minister. So, Bella, let me quickly run by you the results from some of the constituencies that I can give you offhand. Okay. In the Nalerugu Gambaga constituency, Vice President obtained 915 votes out of 915 votes. So it means the other 3 aspirants did not get even a single vote, and there wasn't any false ballot. If you go to the Bunkpurugu Nakbanduri constituency, out of 522 valid votes cast, Vice President obtained all 522 with some no record of false ballots. If you go to the Charponi constituency, it is same. So as and when I get the results of head, I will give you the information. But let me also add that this time round, in the elections, we did not witness any form of disturbance that probably was recorded in the Superdelegates conference, where we had an agent of one of the aspirants indicating that he was attacked and so many issues. But this time round, the security agencies ensured that sanity prevailed. Everybody who came there was behaved normally, and right after the elections, people have dispersed to their various homes. So, Bella, here in the Northeast region, it has ended, and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia obtained all the 100% votes.
I guess, well, thank you so much, Christopher Mwako, for speaking to us. I guess this will not necessarily be a surprise, but, well, he spoke earlier to the Northeast Regional Minister, Yidani Zakaria, and who is very excited. He says they're going to jubilate all through the night. Let me come to Musa Dankwa, because again, if you look at Northeast, you had given Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia 90%, and you said that 4% did not disclose, 6% undecided, but you were sure that most of them were going to go for him anyway, and that has played out.
Yes, I mean, if you know the demography of the area and understand the data very well, I think there was no doubt that these numbers will come through, and I expect him to score close to 100% in Northeast, no doubt about that. Close to 100%. And that would be a good question to have, because elsewhere where he is struggling with Kennedy, those numbers will come very, very, very handy.
I see. Interesting one. Dr. Sasanti, not surprised either, are you?
Not surprised. If you look at August 26 one, all the 28 votes there, Bawumia swept all. He had his foot on the ground, and of course, other things also happened, and that changed the dynamics and all that for the 26th August. But that's a non-issue now. But it tells you that he has a strong support from his own home ground, and there you see son of the soil factor in Ghanaian politics. He's a son of the soil, so people now want to what? Go to him, vote for him. If there's any goodies that he brings home, they are the first people that they will get. Son of the soil
ethnicity.
Factor. Son of the soil, I'll put it.
More so than ethnicity?
Son of the, ethnicity is a larger concept, but son of the soil, oh yeah, he's our boy, he's our brother, that type of thing. But because brother does not necessarily mean we belong to the same ethnic group. Son of the soil factor, that type of thing. But it tells you beyond that, it tells you that he has worked well, because you can even lose in your home region. You saw Bwatie Jakon from Eastern region. He couldn't survive. You saw Adayemo from Ashanti region from August 26 and today, and Akoto, they couldn't survive. So it tells you that other factors have really contributed to his success in that area, apart from son of that. But you can also discount some of these things. However intangible it can be, they are always they rear their ugly hairs in that area very much, and it tells you that that result is we're expecting it. I mean, naturally, then you'd expect that the central region should have also played out the same way as, let's say, Northeast, because central region is the home. No, don't make a mistake.
Not necessarily, right?
If you look at central region, the way they vote in this country, they are one of the people you cannot decide and put your hand on your chest, beat, and even try to break a bone there, and then you go home and die.
But he's the son of the soil too.
Yeah, son of the soil factor. It doesn't work anywhere, everywhere. All right. Professor Mills was the son of the soil when they rejected him. As you will feel, didn't help him.
Professor Nana Jeno,
here you are. Well, but central region, they look at so many issues and all that. And over the years, it's not today. It has been the way they vote there in Greater Accra. And that is why they are the kingmakers. The other regions, which are what? They vote based on a certain ideological standpoint, certain historical antecedent, and the rest of them. So message do not necessarily influence their choices. Their positions are clear. And then once they go, they vote, irrespective of message and whatever. They move on.
It's going to be an interesting one if Dr. Bawumia should emerge the flag bearer and he will go head-to-head against former President John Dramani Mahama. The northern regions, what is it going to look like if the two of them should go against each other?
It's going to be dependent upon the factors I spoke to you about, the economy being the number one. So here it's not that you are Gunja or you are what, Mampurisi. No. It is your ability to turn the economic fortunes around to make everybody happy, and life kicks in again. All right. So here, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Your infrastructure development. Everybody want to have a fair share. In your regime, you have so much in terms of what money. Did you able to apply them to improve our lot in terms of infrastructure development? We compare the notes. All right. Corruption. How far have you fought it?
What are the evidence? Oh, we have done so much. You look at OSP, we have done. But look at the figures, the statistics within where we can pick them. We throw them out and you ask you, now who caused some? And then you move on to what issue of unemployment. How far have you? So you can come and tell us of all the beautiful programs that you have. But the stark reality is that there is a large unemployed youth who are parading the streets of this country, which is serving as a threat to this country, which the National Security Minister has acknowledged, and all of us also would acknowledge the same. How have you dealt with that? Issue of health, issue of what? Agriculture. Issue of even accountability, the insignificant one, accountability, transparency, and all that. To what extent can the government vouch for? All these things come to play. So it's a tall order, not necessarily the two being what coming from the same region and all that.
Okay.
There are other things.
Dr. Musa Danko, do you agree to that? And we'll take a break with that.
Yeah, the election itself is a different ball game altogether. And again, if you go back to the October poll, for the northern region itself, I mean, John Mahama is leading Baumia around 82% in the northern region. In the northeast, Baumia is winning northeast region. No doubt about that.
By what percentage? Is it 100%?
No. I think around 60% to 40% range in the northeast region. And then Baumia is doing better than expected in Upper East, surprisingly. So the battle will be fought in another region where I think he will do well, will be in the northeast and Upper East region. But in Savannah, it won't happen. It won't happen in Upper West. And northern region itself is not happening right now.
When you say it won't happen, it won't
the
happen
numbers,
for who?
he's so for Baumia, he's so behind in northern region.
Okay.
I don't know whether maybe towards the election things will change, or when he eventually becomes the flag bearer, the poll number will begin to settle. I think January will give us a better chance to see the actual numbers compared to when we have a candidate.
Well, I'm still speaking to Dr. Asah Asante, Senior Lecturer at the Political Science Department of the University of Ghana, and Musa Danko, the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. We're taking a break here. When we get back, Alfred Okanse will take over. This is your election command center. NPP decides, and they're deciding as it stands now. And so we'll be bringing you all the updates as well. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of
corruption.
So
what's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national kitty?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that, regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is a better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Escape to paradise with Early Beach Resort and Early Boutique Hotel. Introducing our exciting new packages designed just for you. Relax in luxury, indulge your senses, and make unforgettable memories. This November, from the 3rd to 5th, join us for the celebration of the Hogbechocho Festival. We serve you traditional live cooking and grills, assorted cocktails and smoothies, children package and playing ground, Early Beach nightclub. Our guests are loving it. This is an experience worth every penny. We offer live cooking buffet on every Sunday at 12:30 to 3:30 p.m. Nightclub with a seasoned DJ on the last Friday of every month. Book your getaway now at Early Beach Resort and Early Boutique Hotel. Your paradise awaits. Early Beach Hotel, your perfect escape.
Life can get hectic. And sometimes we forget to prioritize our well-being. That's where Vernal Mineral Water steps in. A refreshing solution packed with essential minerals, Vernal Mineral Water keeps you hydrated and balanced. Whether you're at home or work, Vernal Mineral Water is there to keep you going. Don't let a busy schedule hinder your health. Make Vernal Mineral Water a part of your daily routine. Share the love with Vernal Mineral Water, the choice for a healthy, vibrant you.
This advert is FDA approved.
Your natural hair deserves the best treatment. And that's exactly what Maxim Twist and Kale Butter gives you. First, wash your hair thoroughly with Maxim shampoo and conditioner. Apply Maxim leave-in conditioner to make your hair soft. Then, apply a generous amount of Maxim Twist and Kale Butter. Then twist. Blow dry your hair for some minutes and add oil moisturizer to give it a great shine. With Maxim Twist and Kale Butter, you can untwist your hair and have it anyhow you want it. Available in cosmetic shops, Maxim Leave-In Conditioner and Maxim Twist and Kale Butter, because you're the max.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Are you tired of dealing with toilet paper that irritates your skin and clogs your toilets? Your WCs? Wait, I have great news for you. Flora Toilet Roll is the game changer. Flora Toilet Roll is thick, gentle on the skin, and fragrance free, making it ideal to clean your intimate parts, as it causes no skin irritations and or allergies. The best part is it is made to dissolve easily, preventing plumbing issues and clogs. Experience the ultimate comfort of Flora Toilet Roll. No more clogs, no more skin irritations.
Oh no.
Mommy, hurry up.
We are out of cereal and there's no time to make something else.
Good morning, honey. What's the panic?
We are running late and I don't have anything for Kojo's breakfast.
Fear not. I've got just the right thing for you.
McBerry breakfast cereal biscuits. I've heard great things about it.
Biscuits for breakfast?
Yes.
McBerry breakfast cereal biscuits are made with goodness of cereals and milk for a good start to your day.
Wow, Mom, this is delicious. Oh, Mom, can we have this every day?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Why not?
So let's hurry.
Start your day with a smile and McBerry breakfast cereal biscuits. Goodness for your mornings. This advert is FDA approved.
You'll ever taste.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're having fun at Granny's.
Yeah, but Grandma doesn't have my favorite top chocolate spread. Hi, Mom. Mommy, please, I missed top chocolate spread on bread.
tasty too. Made just for you and me. Choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco, it's chocolate choco. Top choco, it's chocolate.
Surprise children!
Yay! It's chocolate choco.
Taste of chocolate.
This advert is FDA approved.
When it comes to the world of sports, what does complete mean to you?
When my team scores at the end of a 30-plus passing sequence, just like Pep Guardiola style.
When someone beats the buzzer with a shot from the logo, like Steph Curry.
Dominating opponents and punching my waist to a knockout, like Africa's greatest boxer, Azuma Nelson.
Running so fast that I can afford to celebrate midway through a 100-meter race and smash the world record like Usain Bolt.
Hold up, what makes all of these sports complete is the screen. This is where you get access to all the extensive highlights, analysis, and insights.
So do join us every Sunday at 6 p.m. live on 2FM 92.7 as we serve you the best sports buffet and most satisfying in the sports world. The 3 sports team will come together to review, preview, and analyze the latest in the sports world here on Sports Ultras.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of
corruption. So what's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national pity?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that, regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is a better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Amele mami opesika dodo. Mami ne sumo sika to mini sane. Ghana government to po. Ame here nyomo. Omudika.
Who is this one?
He's my apprentice. I am the boss. You talk too much. I'm the boss. Oh, Jadel, come here.
Come to an hour fall in love. I don't know how. Apofi.
Still.
Utalimu.
Onyemreda. You know you're of me, eh?
My great-great-grandfather, my grandfather, then call meeting where they say Genesis, we give Kaneshi to you, make you rule.
Don't have your time. Brabona here, bono. The nipo be komu biano, ebe twem. Bibie twem akwa just nyame asem. War.
They are coming for war.
They said they are coming for war. Me, I am buying something down there. I'm into import and export.
All shall pass, coming soon on TV3.
It is said that all drugs are poisons, but the right dose is what differentiates a poison from a remedy. Did you know that globally more than 11.8 million deaths are recorded each year as a result of drug misuse?
Did you also know that most adverse drug events could have been prevented if only you had spoken to your pharmacist?
And are you aware that untreated sexually transmitted infection could lead to infertility in the long term?
Ask Your Pharmacist is the only health show that brings pharmacists to the discussion to educate you on what that drug does to your body and help you better understand the medical condition and that pill before you swallow it.
So join us as we bring you exciting, compelling, and didactic health content every week right here on the station. My name is Peggy.
My name is Asabia.
And I am Kunedu. And we are your hosts.
Ask Your Pharmacist. Stay informed. Stay healthy. Ask Your Pharmacist Season 3 is proudly brought to you by Dragnet, the Pharmaceutical Society of Ghana, Let Up Pharmaceuticals, Chango, U School, and the Tema Christian Eye Center.
Ask Your Pharmacist shows Sunday at 1 p.m. on TV3.
Get ready for an unforgettable experience. The Hogbechocho Festival is back and it's bigger and better than ever before. From November 3rd to 5th, the beautiful townships of Angloga, Keta and surrounds will come alive with the rhythm of tradition, the beat of music and the aroma of authentic food. We kick off with the cooking contest on Friday, 3rd November at 11 a.m. as we gather the energy to build the momentum for the welcome party later that night at the poolside of Early Beach Resort. The live coverage of the Grand Derby of Chiefs and People will happen on Saturday, 4th November. Then the biggest music concert later that Saturday night with a host of superstars at the Early Beach Resort at 8 p.m. And finally, we wrap up with the games and Bobobo experience on Sunday, 5th November from 1 p.m. at the Early Beach. The Hogbechocho Festival is a display of culture and heritage, homecoming and a family affair. So join the Onia Sankofa Festival train for 3 days of pure joy and celebration of culture. It's a time to come together, embrace our heritage and create lasting memories. Save the date, November 3rd to 5th, and see you there.
Sponsors: Lawson Dire Mamtino, ATL, Medimafo Herbal Center, Onia Sankofa Festival Train, the heartbeat of festivals, Onia TV, Onia FM, Yadremoho Pa.
Hello. It is essential that in life you see yourself reflected in the stories of others. As a little girl growing up, I had always wanted to have a voice, one that would not only be heard, but would be seen and would be felt. So I asked myself, what if I could take every story that's ever inspired me, every song I've ever danced to, in fact, all the memorable moments on this show, and share them with you. NELIA. No, that's good. Who needs to step up? Designers.
Designers wise, our local tailors. What's going on?
I know it's now. Which one? You gonna kill me. Hey. So you know what my priority is? Making you happy, entertained, educated, and informed. My name is Bella Mundi, and this is The Day Show. Catch all the exciting episodes right here on TV3. Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on TV3.
This program is sponsored by Onga.
Welcome back from that quick break. This is your election command center, and we've been bringing you all the details, the analysis, the exclusive interviews, and also the provisional results coming through right now. For the last 60 minutes so far, we've been having the provisional results trickling in thick and fast here on your election command center. Welcome to the continuous coverage of NPP Decides. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com. My name is Alfred Okanse, and I'm here with...
My name is Johnny Hughes, and we will continue to give you all that you need to know. We've been crisscrossing the country. We have reporters reporting from Greater Accra region, the Northern region, Northeast Savannah, and then the regions, and we have footprints there. Already, we're giving you some of the provisional results as they have come in, and we'll continue to give you some more in-depth analysis. We have here with us Dr. Asa Santi. He is a political science lecturer at the University of Ghana. Also with him is Musa Dankwa, who is the chief servant at the Global Info Analytics. They've been helping us to do the analysis and to understand the figures and the dynamics, different dynamics. We'll cross over now, Alfred, to the Ashanti region where Ibrahim Abubakar is standing by. Ibrahim, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Johnny.
Where are you now and what can you share with us?
Well, I'm currently in Asawase. In fact, most of the delegates and the Team Baumia team are in a jubilant mood because they've been able to secure victory in this constituency. At the end of the day, in Asawase, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia was able to get 792 votes, Kennedy Japan 225 votes, and then one vote. Dr. Akoto Free 3, and the rejected ballot was 4. In fact, in the morning, Timba Umia in Asawase has, for the past few days, been aiming for 90% of the votes. At the end of the day, they couldn't even get up to 80. The team says they are not too satisfied with the outcome because they expected more of the votes. But since they've won, they will take it like that. And the next thing for them to do is to ensure that there is unity among members so that they will be able to come together and fight for victory in the 2024 general election. I engaged with some of the team members of Dr. Baulia here in Asawase.
And for those that you interacted with, there are concerns about monetization or commodification of the election. Did that also play out in Asawase, a constituency that is originally held by the NDC, and hopefully the NPP wants to take it over?
Well, today I didn't hear much of that within the Asawase constituency. They started very smoothly and then ended just as they started. And personally, I didn't see any sharing of money around the voting center. Probably they may have done it before the delegate came, or maybe it will be after this election. But in fact, that came, and there were people who were accusing the Baumia team of inducing some candidates. And this morning, I even chanced on some of the Baumia teams pleading with some delegates to vote for Dr. Baumia because they wanted to prove a point. They wanted to get 90% or even beyond within the Asawase constituency. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. By the end of the day, they feel that since they've been able to secure a landslide victory, they will just take it like that. The concerns not in Asawase, because we didn't record that in Asawase. Other areas like Aswa and other places had to be with delegates who couldn't find their names in the register. And those people were denied to vote because for the EC, they were just working according to the register they had. In fact, we even spoke to Gary Nimako early in the day who said they will try and rectify all these issues before the end of voting. But still, we have some delegates who still insist that they were not allowed to vote. And this, they said it was an infringement on their rights. But apart from those issue of delegates not having their names in the register, and generally in the Ashanti region, I would say all the places that I visited, it was very smooth and very calm. But you know, like I even said in the afternoon, because this election, people had various camps that they were joining. So ahead of today, there were divisions among NPP, which they all admitted that those divisions were there. And this time around, the delegates are just expecting from the leadership to make sure that they put in all the mechanisms to bring everybody on board after today, because they have a battle ahead of them and they want to break the age. So, in fact, even the Ashanti regional minister, that was all that he was telling people that if you win, you shouldn't joke with it, or you shouldn't go and display your win in front of your opponent or anything. You should just jubilate in a way that will not hurt anyone's feeling, because at the end of the day, they want all hands on deck to be able to march towards victory 2020 or even break the eight.
These cracks that you talk about and the points of disagreements that they have, and I'm particular about Aswansi because it's Muntaka Mubarak's backyard. It's one of the safe seats for the NDC in the stronghold of the NPP in the Ashanti region. How deep are these cracks? And if you look at the admonition that's been given to the constituents and the delegates not to allow the cracks to affect them, do you get a sense from what you pick on the ground that, well, it could affect the elections in 2024 adversely for the NPP?
Well, Johnny, if they don't do anything about it after today, it is likely going to affect them, because the leadership themselves have admitted to it. You know, Kennedy, Baumia faction, and how even the campaign strategy went, some messages, utterances, and the like. So those ones are there, and they have admitted it. So until they do whatever they can possible to bring everybody on board, then they know that it is likely going to affect them in the 2024 general election. You know, we have Alan Okojo-Tramantin also resigning from the party. That factor is already there. He has also moved with some members of NPP. So this time around, they have to do every means possible to make sure that they bring all hands on deck. In fact, are you afraid of telling me that for them, even though they are Team Baumia, and this morning they resolved that even though they know people who were in the camp of Kennedy or Inajokum, they decided that with regards to the transport or refreshment or whatever little money that they have for delegates, they gave it across board. They didn't distinguish between their supporters and that of Kennedy. And these are steps that they are all taking to make sure that after today's election, they will bring everybody on board and work towards 2024.
Ibrahim, I thank you very much indeed for your time. That's Ibrahim Abubakar reporting for us from the Aswansi constituency in the Ashanti region, a stronghold of the new Patriotic Party, where Dr. Baumia one more time has thrashed Kennedy Agyapong. Maybe give him a showdown. Alfred.
Indeed, and at least the figures we're having coming through per the provisional results does tell a story, and that's what we're going to be focusing on here on your Election Command Center. Let's go to Sarah Apenkro, who is also on the ground for us here on your Election Command Center. Sarah, where exactly are you, and what are the provisional results pointing to now?
Okay, I'm currently at Lejokuku Camp 2 Government School Park, where the exercise is happening for the constituency. Voting has just ended at Center B, and they are yet to sort out and count. Center A, voting activity is still happening with a few people in the queue. But I just came from the Electoral constituency, where voting has ended, counting has also taken place, and the winner has been declared for that particular constituency. If I can take you through, there were 1,195 delegates expected to cast their vote. At the end of the vote, Honorable Kennedy Agyapong had 700 votes. Dr. Baumia had 411 votes. Dr. Adai Nimo had 2 votes, and Efiye Akoto had 9 votes. There were 11 rejected ballots, and these rejected ballots were people who took the sheet but refused to either stamp their thumbs on any of the candidates. There were some who also stamped all the 4 candidates on the ballot, which resulted in the rejection. So there is quite a number of jubilation happening at the Electoral constituency currently as we speak. But I'm here at Lejokuku, where counting is about to start, then the results will be declared.
I see. So this, the provisional results put out there is for the Krowa constituency, and we're waiting for the Lejokuku one shortly, and that's the sorting and that you're seeing on the screen right now. And very interesting numbers, at least for the Krowa constituency provisional results. 1,095 delegates cast their ballot. 700 of them voted for Kennedy Ohiajopo per the provisional results, and 411 to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia per the provisional results that we have. And we're waiting for the certification by the electoral officer there in the Krowa constituency shortly here on your election command center. And this is in the Greater Accra region. And I recall, I've seen a number of and Mr. Danko, I'll bring you in because some of you, the polls, the October polls painted a picture for the Greater Accra region that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to dominate the Greater Accra region, is it not?
No, we said he was leading.
He was leading the vote in the Greater Accra region. Yeah, but you also classified a high number of undisclosed voters. And it appears that, how many? 50% of delegates
were either not disclosing or undecided.
That is in the Greater Accra region. So it appears that the 50% undisclosed delegates that you captured in the polls have come to play in here, is it not? And we're seeing them showing where exactly they voted. And why would you say that they decided rather not to disclose to you that they were going to vote for Kennedy Japan prior to today?
You know, it started from Alan, when Alan was in the race. What we found was that a lot of the delegates who were voting for Alan were hesitant in their choices. But for those who were voting for Bawumia, they were very confident and bold. They would tell you that it's Bawumia and nothing else. Then you begin to find people who will say something that will make you believe they are being negative about the system, and then they say that they are undecided. So the preamble or what they tell you before they make that decision give you some sort of clue, but you couldn't put them as Kennedy or Bawumia or Alan. Now, and this is reinforced by the fact that you and I know, and everybody knows in this country, that the establishment candidate is Bawumia. So it's not cool not to be seen, not to be backing him in certain quarters. So people tend to hide their true intention. And even those who were telling us they were undecided, we believe they were just hiding the truth. Because between Bawumia and Kennedy, there's nothing similarity between them.
Indeed. But, you know, Dr. Sasanti, so I get the sense that it's easier to declare your position openly or publicly if you are voting for the quote-unquote the establishment candidate than the anti-establishment candidate. So you have a lot of the members of parliament, for instance. I heard the majority leader say majority of the NPP MPs were going to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Even if some of them did not vote for him, they wouldn't have declared it, is it not? Because of the kind of association and then also the implications of associating with an anti-establishment candidate. It appears that it's easier, and rightly so, if you are minded to keep your job as a member of the ruling government, then associate with the establishment candidate so that whatever happens, you would still not be tagged as one who did not support the establishment candidate. Is that the sense that you get?
These are all irregular things that should happen to politics. We don't need that. That I should, far ahead of time, come out and declare that I support you because you may punish me or I may suffer some, services from your hand and all that. It shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be a determining factor in a democracy. I should be allowed a free choice, all right? And then at the end of the day, I exercise it. Once you do that, you are really not allowing choices to be made on their own strength, but you are rather forcing certain type of choices within the system, and it has its own political cost, right? When it comes to the national level, are you going to also whip people to line to vote for you when you are talking about 31 million Ghanaians and all that? So all these things are things that really work against our democracy. For us as students of politics, they are nothing but evils of democracy that we hate and we don't want to know.
But that's the reality.
Yeah, it's
the reality that we're faced with now in the kind of democracy that we're practicing, the politics we're practicing. I mean, it largely can be described as the politics of patronage, is it not?
Patronage has been with us since time immemorial. They all fall under the bigger umbrella of favoritism, which says that you, instead of going for meritocracy, you are going for what? Favoritism. It has three branches. It has what? The familism. It has what? The chronism. And then you have what? The patronage system. All of them, we are saying that they are aberrations. If you read, Aristotle, he gives us a clear idea about this. They are all the worst form of what? Systems that we want, because they are against what? The merit system. The US learned a bitter lessons from this, and then the British learned a bitter lessons if you read the Pendleton Act and the rest of them. So we are saying that from that era, 1800s, we say we want to shy away from things that flies in the face of merit, and then go into the issue of what? Patronage, chronism, familism, and the rest of them. Why would you are saying that you are going for a contest, and the contest is that sell your message to me. I will look at them. If I find it interesting or meaningful, then I'm likely to give you my vote. Why do you want to intimidate me? You want to blackmail me and hold my hand that, look, come along this way, else you are going to suffer these kind of what? Punishment and the rest of them. Right. Once you do that, you are not practicing a democracy. It's a kind of mob rule, mobocracy that we don't need. Mobocracy. Yeah, mob rule. Yeah. Mob rule. Yeah, it's not about democracy, it's mob. Let's move like mob rule, like a mob.
Dr. Sasante there. Now, I want our viewers to pay attention to the lower part of the screen. We're putting the provisional results there. So I'm going to be running through a few of them as we go on. But please pay attention to the lower part of the screen as we roll the provisional results for you to have an idea of exactly what's going on. The numbers are telling a very, very interesting story here on your election command center. We have Roland Walker manning the headquarters center of the new Patriotic Party and giving us every step of the way what's happening there, a man on the ground. Let's go to Noble Crosby and is connecting with us. Crosby, I can see the sorting behind you. What's happening in that particular area?
Alfred, the Ewaso Central Constituency voting ended just a few moments ago, where over 800 delegates casted their votes. 891 delegates came to the Ewaso Central Constituency to vote for their preferred candidates to lead the NPP. The expectation was to get 967 delegates to vote. So if out of the 967, 891 turned out to vote, it means that we're missing about 76 delegates. They were not able to come to Ewaso Central Constituency to cast their vote for their preferred candidate. Voting began at around 7 a.m. in the morning, and just after 3:30 p.m., the process came to an end. At 2 o'clock, the Electoral Commission officials did not allow new delegates or new voters into the premises of the voting center, which is at the Presbyterian School Park. But those who are already in the queue, by 2 p.m., they were allowed to go through the entire process, and the last person voted. And at the moment, as you can see at the background, the Electoral Commission officials, they have begun sorting. Then they'll begin counting, and there'll be the declaration of the results of who won in this constituency. So far, it's been relatively peaceful, largely peaceful in this constituency. The only challenge was with some delegates who attempted to jump some queues, and that did not sit well with the other delegates. But that was resolved as the process went on, and all the delegates who came here in the constituency to vote were allowed to vote. There were two special instances of a lack of a Ghana card or a voter's ID card, and that was explained by the Electoral Commission chair in charge here in this constituency. Explained that they had to send somebody away to bring some form of identification because the person did not have a Ghana card voter's ID card. But that was dealt with swiftly. If you speak with the representatives of any of the candidates too, you'll see one wearing the two of them standing there. You see that they've been pleased with the process so far. No objections have been raised with the entire process. Watching keenly the sorting process that is being done by officials of the Electoral Commission. So, Alfred, if you come to the Ewaso Central Constituency, And we would like to show you how the parting of the delegates was like. So the tents that you see on your screen now, the delegates sat under, and that ran through the tent to the other end of the field. Some delegates were even behind the school field. So that is what happened at the Ayawaso Central District.
And we have eyes on that. Noble Crosby, and thank you very much for the updates from the Ayawaso Central Constituency here in your Election Command Center. Let's cross over to the Accra Sports Stadium. That's the entrance of the Accra Sports Stadium. We understand that's where the forecourt, that's where the declaration is going to be made by the electoral, the returning officer for this particular election of the flag bearer of the NPP. And my colleague Komla Kluche is manning that area here on your Election Command Center. Komla, what's happening there?
Go, 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 go.
Then we'll connect to Komla Kuche shortly here on your Election Command Center, and that's what's happening. And you saw the already set the stage for that grand announcement of who will lead the NPP going into the 2024 general elections. And we will be here, as always, to bring you that crucial announcement here on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, and as we're rolling the figures coming through, the provisional results on the bottom of the screen right now is pointing to a particular direction, is telling a story. And Musa Dankwa, prior to today, had put out a poll that classified about 50% of the people in there as undisclosed. And Kamala, what's happening where you are?
42.
Maybe in the next 30 to 45 minutes, they'll have those results, and whoever emerges a victor, of course, the person would know. But even though they are yet to do that, the candidate themselves probably may have done that and know what exactly they find. You have been walking around, you've been moving from one station to the other. What is your reading of what the process has been so far?
So far, so good. The processes that we put in place to ensure that the election was free and fair, very fast, transparent, I can say has worked to perfection, because so far not a single center has reported any untoward incident, not anywhere as we speak that I'm aware of. The systems were heavily improved, and as we speak, coalition is being done. In fact, we are far, far, far ahead as far as coalition is concerned, that we are waiting for the entire centers to come together for the final figures and percentages to be put together, so that we'll come and make the open declaration here. It's going to be an open declaration for the entire country to hear, for the whole world to hear what the delegates of the NPP have decided, who the spirit of the party has descended upon, taking over from Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo after 16 years as the leader of the party. So it won't be long that a final lap of the process would take place right here.
What is your reading of where the collation of the result is as of now?
I would hold on to specifics and wait for the electoral people, to come and do us the honors. But as far as I'm concerned, I know that coalition is far gone, and barring any last minute difficulties, I mean, within the next hour or so, all the other centers that are outstanding should come, and coalition would be finished. It won't be long. Some of the information would come out. I want to just hold on till the official sources come out with some of the numbers. Then we can all pick it up from there. But I can speak, to the fact that so far, across the length and breadth of the country, the election has been competitive, which is in line with the spirit of the NPP. We believe in competition. That's why we are center, right party. We believe in competition, and that's how, this particular competition has been characterized. All the other NPP presidential elections have followed have taken the same pattern, and it is going according to how our dictates as a party, go. And I'm sure by the close of the day, we will come together, we will unite, we will rally behind the person who emerged as leader of the party among the 4 people who went into
saying it is one thing, doing it is another thing, and even having the sense of feeling that, well, I should be a part of the one that has been chosen by everybody is also another thing. How do you intend to do this? Yes, I know you've already asked them to sign a peace pact, but how binding will that be on them?
Well, it's neither here nor there. These are bona fide members of the party, tried and tested, gone through the mill, in the trenches, have done everything. These are people who love their party to the core. There's not a single one of them that I can mention to say that this person has anti-party tendencies. Whether packed or not, at the end of the day, I've said this time without number, nobody signs any form to join any political party. We join based on our own volition, you understand? So there is no way that anybody can be marooned into, staying at a place that he personally doesn't want to be. But at the end of the day, the commitment of the person to the ideas and principles overseeing the entire governing of the group is what is important. And I know that all the 4 people who have come into these elections are all stalwarts of the party, colossus of the party, who remain with the party. And wait and see. I've said this as we have been going through this process. When we are done with today, the overall spirit of the party would come upon the person, the entire delegates, over 200,000 of them would decide that this is the person who should represent us, going forward. And, the others you see would all come around and rally.
Are you minded of the numbers whoever emerges would have in terms of the percentages? Because that will also be a critical thing moving into the 2024 elections. Of course, that person should have a stronger bargaining chip, is it?
The stronger bargaining chip is the party. You are coming to contest on the ticket of the party. The party is the vehicle. So even if you get the 50+1 that our constitution mandates that you should get, the party now becomes the only vehicle that will drive you into the election. And the party is a strong vehicle. So as I speak, whether you get 90% or the 50+1, the party still remains the vehicle that is going to take you into the election. And that's how it is going to be. When you get a higher percentage or not, it is just for probably the academic records, but for the representation, for who owns the spirit of the party, it is clear that.
Do not necessarily throw their full support behind whoever emerges the victor.
I will be. I mean, honestly speaking, I will be, because knowing the people involved, like I've said, I don't know any of them with anti-party tendencies. So I don't have any shade of doubt that all of them would come behind the person who eventually emerge as the winner of the. Only one person would win. And going into the contest, all of the participants knew that only one person would win. And they're all ready, to come on board for us to prosecute the 2024 election.
And
to speak with Major Retired Derek Odro.
As my colleague Komla Kluche at the Accra Sports Stadium, where the grand announcement will be made as to who has been elected flag bearer of the NPP. Let's cross over now. Eric Marwina Egbeta is with Major Retired Derek Odro.
In terms of the provisional results that have been coming through, the indication is pointed towards one direction, a victory for Dr. Bawumia. You say you've been a part of it all throughout the campaigning. Surprised by the numbers that we're seeing?
Yeah, thank you very much. We've been hearing. We are yet to get the official declaration here at the forecourt of Ohinijan Sports Stadium this evening. But from all indications, we are very, very clear that somebody has taken the lead in the person of the Vice President, Dr. Bawumia. If what we are hearing is anything to go by, then the declaration will be done, and then you will be mentioned as the flag bearer of the party any moment from now.
Any moment from now, he'll be mentioned as a flag bearer of the party. We've been picking brief details as well, because all throughout the campaign, I think for a lot of the members of the Bawumia campaign team, it is nothing short of an 80% resounding victory that will do justice to the sort of campaign that you executed. Are you still positive that that 80% mark that you put or you set out as a target is still achievable?
Yeah, looking at the figures coming up, we are sure, very, very sure that the percentage will go high, the rate will go so high. If we are not able to hit 80%, it will be very close. Because look at the differences between Kennedy Japan and then Dr. Bawumia. So if anything, if we are going to dwell on the figures that we have, then we expect that percentage will be very close, or we attain that percentage.
So you're so confident of getting at least 80% of the vote, still based on what it is that we're seeing in terms of provisional results?
Yeah, percentage is very, very necessary so that we know the difference between the two of them. But all said and done, what we are looking for is the victory. Are we going to be victorious in whatever we did? Is Bawumia going to win, or is Kennedy Japan who is going to win? We are very sure that Bawumia will win. The ultimate is that we want Dr. Bawumia to win, and that is what we are going to experience any moment from now.
Would you say that the Kennedy Japan campaign has given you a run for your money somewhat?
Oh, yes. In fact, if you start...
Well, so that's Eric Mawana Egbeta there at the Accra Sports Stadium. That's the venue that the returning officer for this NPP presidential primary will make that final declaration as to who has won this race that has been described largely as a two-horse race, at least. But the provisional results we are seeing, it tends to confirm that prediction that this was going to be a two-horse race. And pay attention to the lower part of the screen. As I indicated earlier, we're rolling the provisional results we're getting coming in thick and fast here on your election command center. That was Major Retired Derek Odro, former Deputy Minister of Defense, and then the former Nkoranza North Member of Parliament. And let's go straight to the residence of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. My colleague Martin Esiedu Date is there. Martin, I see jubilation already. What's going on?
Alfred, there's a bit of noise here. It's quite chaotic, but it's pleasant chaos in terms of the fact that this is Dr. Bawumia's office, and you can see that these guys are jubilating because the data they have put together, Dr. Bawumia is in a huge lead, and with the remaining votes that are expected, if they all come in, it doesn't look likely, per their data, that Japan can overturn the current results. And so it's been jubilation throughout for the last 20 minutes and counting. And it looks as though they are all now heading out to the Accra Sports Stadium for the final declaration. And it's been a moment of excitement here at the offices of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I'm sure that many the data they have put together, they are not even wanting to wait for the others to come in. What they have had, according to the statistics and once they've been able to gather, they believe that Dr. Bawumia has gone way past the margin and will be the flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party going into the 2024 election. So the convoy is just moving out of the offices of the premises of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He has just taken the lead, and you have a few more of the cars also heading out straight to the stadium. So hopefully in an hour or so, I'm sure the final declaration will be done. And some of the officials here that you're trying to speak to are all overly excited and are just heading out to the stadium. So I'm sure that in the next few minutes, we'll be able to bring specific videos as regards what it was that they saw that just sparked the spontaneous jubilation, and it was wild, continuous, sustained jubilation for well over 20 minutes because their data shows that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has won and won with a huge margin. So the rest of the people here at the head office are pretty much just a few people, just a handful left up there in the office. And if you can just indulge me, I would want to walk into the office for you to have an idea of what it was they saw that gave them the impression that they had won. It was because, first of all, they started gathering the data from the other regions that came in, specifically Ashanti came in first. And so this is the main office. And you can see that a number of statisticians and people who start to tabulate and accumulate the figures gave them that figure, the final result. So this is the screen in the office of Dr. Bawumia. And you can tell that what they have, and it refreshes every few minutes when new figures are inserted. So Ken has 65,908 votes, which is about 36% of the total shares. Dr. Bawumia has 110,507. 110,000. So actually, Ken had 659. These figures are a bit much, but percentage-wise, Ken Japan had 36.9%. Dr. Bawumia had 61.89%. And then Dr. Uzefie had 0.78%. Francis Adainimo got 0.42%. If you look at the bottom of the data, it talks about the total voting locations. They had this data they are using came from some 328 locations. The reported voting locations that they got there from 310. The pending locations they are waiting for is 18. And so the jubilation is that if even these 18 locations come, the numbers that will be bringing in, it will not change the 111,647 votes that Dr. Bawumia has had. So per the current data, they've had 62% as against Kenya Japan's 36%. And so these numbers just sparked them into wild jubilation. And they just headed out. It's like they are so sure of what information they have and what their feet is on. They are going to the Accra Sports Stadium for the final declaration. So per their data, Dr. Bawumia is the flag bearer elect of the new Patriotic Party. And still again, going up according to this data, the total turnout they had was about 88% of total persons who came out. The rejected ballots about just 870 rejected ballots. Total valid votes that were cast, valid votes is 179,958. And then when you look at the total votes that were cast, 180,828. So this is their own collation center, probably Dr. Bawumia's personal strong room. He was there with his entire team. We saw the likes of Anthony Abeyi-Fakabo. We saw the likes of Samir Wuku, who are part of Dr. Bawumia's immediate campaign team group. And they were all here. It was a full packed room. The statisticians started inputting the figures as they were getting from polling centers. And when they finished doing that, this is the final result they got. It keeps changing. So it means that we are still awaiting some 18 polling stations. And so when those figures come in, then we can have a total sum of results expected. But as it stands now, Dr. Bawumia has 111,647. And then that makes him, puts him in a very good lead of 62.04%. His closest contender, Kenya Japan, had about 36.7%. He's not even up to 40% to close the gap. So they are saying if all the extra votes are added to that of Kenya Japan, he'll still not be able to make even up to 50% of what Dr. Bawumia had. But of course, ours is to put out the figures as they come in. They remain provisional. We will await the Electoral Commission, the mandated state institution that has the capacity or the power to declare the final results. So from the head office of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we want to say it's been quite a huge excitement. It ended a few minutes ago. The creme of the campaign team are headed out to the Accra Sports Stadium. I'm sure they'll be meeting the rest of the team there for the final declaration of the results. But then, in due time, if any new thing comes up, we'll definitely be coming back to you in the studios. Alfred.
Martin Esiedu, that there at the offices of the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, but it's very instructive that you put it out that this is the provisional data that they have put together. We are also independently collating our provisional data that we're getting from our people on the ground and then doing our own analysis here as well, here on your election command center. But that's the picture that the Vice President's own coalition is pointing to, the provisional results that have come through through his office. But, Mr. Dankwa, now, clearly, even though prior to today, there was that position that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's team had taken that it was going to be an overwhelming victory of not less than 80%. Per the provisional results we are seeing and what is scrolling down our screen, at least our own provisional results putting together, does this point to that 80% at least victory for Dr. Bawumia?
You know, I've on several occasions, on many platforms, said that that figure is absolutely unrealistic.
Unrealistic?
Absolutely. And I think when the dust settles, Global Info Polls will be the only one that is very close to the results we are seeing this evening. Remember, we said the most realistic was 58.4%, plus or minus 1.91%. That would be 60.3% from our projections. What is going to get? We are the only one that is close to that number.
You know, I was a bit concerned, maybe for the lack of better expression, about when I do the analysis of the details of your poll, the large population of undisclosed voters that you captured in the poll, it sent a certain signal to others who were looking at it that, you know what, I mean, if you have, in some cases, 50% of the delegates not disclosing where they're going to vote, that has a very significant impact on whatever outcome of the poll you're putting out, isn't it?
Absolutely. That is why, you know, we did a clever thing. By just presenting the headline poll numbers, what we were told, and then based on our knowledge of the data, decided to model, make some assumptions that who are the unlikely, those who did not disclose, who are they likely going to vote for? That is something we do from getting intelligence from the data. And then for those who are undecided, how are they going to vote on the day? So we use our internal analytics from the data that we have from the delegate to model this and share those numbers between all these candidates. That is why we had Bawumia on 58.4, even though the headline poll number said 43.5. It means that we have assumed that most of the not disclosing will go to Kennedy. And then in the end, Bawumia will get a little bit more of the undecided. And that is the result of what you are seeing today. Absolutely bang on.
How much of an impact did the Alan supporters or delegates have on the poll that you put out and what we are seeing today?
Absolutely huge impact. You know, in one of the polls, we saw that a third of Alan supporters were voting for Kennedy. No, sorry, Bawumia. And about another 40% saying that they vote for Kennedy. And another third said they were undecided. What we have seen today is slightly changing the movement of the people who were Alanites. It looks as if Bawumia got about 20% of Alanites and 80% went to Kennedy.
And that's evident in what we're seeing,
yes.
is it not? And you would say that, safely say, at least based on your poll, that a lot of the undisclosed persons or persons who decided not to tell you where they were voting could just be most of the Alan Chamanting supporters who were going to vote for Kennedy Japong.
Yes, yes.
That's what happened.
No doubt. From what we have seen today, no doubt. No doubt.
Well, we're displaying the provisional results on the screen right now. Then these are provisional results based on the results that have come through from our people on the ground. That's what you're seeing on the side of the screen. And 98 out of the 275 constituencies provisional results. The provisional results we're having right now from 99 now. And so please pay attention to it, because we're going to keep updating it as they keep trickling in thick and fast. So we're almost going to hit 100 out of 275 constituencies shortly. It's 99 now. In the next minute, you'll see it change to 100 constituencies out of 275 provisional results, giving you a clear picture of how things are playing out as well here on your election command center. Now, Dr. Sasante, now, before today, I was having a conversation with you about, for instance, how the political structure itself is set up in this country. The campaign that Kennedy Agyapong ran was largely an anti-establishment campaign, criticizing some of the policies and even decisions of this administration, which he is part of as board chair of a state-owned enterprise and then a member of parliament on the ticket of the party. And he also criticized the leadership of the party on some of the campaign platforms as well. He raised issues of corruption in this administration, and that, in his words, people are just, quote unquote, spending public resources for private gain. Did that work for him based on the numbers that you're seeing now?
Oh, certainly so. It did work. Because if you look at Kennedy and some of the analysis that he made, they were more of, common sense ideas that he threw out that the ordinary man could follow and could, associate with. Mm-hmm. And these are things that really cause people to gravitate towards that type of message. Mm-hmm. It's not difficult. By accident, the action that he took by making a statement that I'll give you a showdown, obviously becoming what? A slogan. Mm-hmm. For it. If he had really prepared a slogan with that, which later, Dr. Bawumia was also using, right? You realize that Kennedy was very much in tune with the modern day campaign where slogans are necessary drivers of elections. If you go to advanced democracies, before any election is taken, a survey is conducted, out of which a slogan is born, and then is used to develop short message and throw it out. And based on that, policies, programs are developed, and that gave birth to a manifesto that is used for the program. So Kennedy was able to do this thing and do it very well. Kennedy also put up a great performance. If you look at the structure that had been put in place, remember, if you put your ears on the ground, they will tell you that Kennedy, the structure that voted for the super delegate election, Kennedy had not been part and parcel of that structure because, he didn't show much interest in that. And that was the structure that did the first sieving. You realize that Bawumia had built bridges from that level and then graduated to the final one here. So I am not surprised the kind of performance he has put up, that is the vice president. But put that one aside, you realize that Kennedy has done also greatly in the sense that he has been able to, identify the weaknesses within the party and throwing them out. These are things that the ordinary man want to know. These are the things that the political elite want to know. These are things that in a more political science definition, it qualifies under place of where you have populism coming. Sometimes you realize that some of the issues that you touch on just gives you some populist advantage of the issue. It flows with the masses. It carries them along and all that. Because some of them, even though he doesn't believe in too much theory, he condemns that. Some of the things he says are also theoretical, that I will build this country along the lines of what? PAD, slogan. PAD means what? P, representing what? Patriotism, H, hard work, and then discipline. He has not articulated them clearly as to how we can arrive at each one. So at the level that he's talking about, they are nothing but theoretical, even though he had condemned theory to the hilt. But you realize that you cannot do without theory. Practice is good, but it works hand in hand. So
do the numbers surprise you, at least the provisional results we're seeing for Kennedy Japan, based on the kind of campaign that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia ran, and you had the majority of MPs declaring support for him, ministers, and key persons within government. Kennedy Japan running more of a campaign that you said was grassroots based. What does the numbers tell you?
Yeah, if you look at Kennedy compared to Bawumia, I would think that Kennedy put up a great fight. Because for Bawumia, remember, he has been a vice president for almost I think 7 years now. And that is a big one. The incumbency advantage associated with such an office is enormous. What he can do from where he sits as a vice president is big. There is no doubt about that. So turning things around in no time is not a problem. Even more interesting is that he has, from day one, prepared himself that he's going for the gold, and that he has set out himself to do exactly that by doing quiet campaign, moving here and there and all that. So, but if you look at Kennedy, who is a later day saint in terms of the competition, that he came in at the later hour and all that, then you compare the short time that he came in and the campaign he has been able to do and the results that are filtering now, then you realize that he had put in a great performance. If he had had more time, he had decided a long time and then had also started the process long time ago, you realize that the results would have been different. But of course, we know some of the things that really had also supported the vice president. The incumbency advantage has also what?
You see the incumbency advantage
obviously,
quite clearly in this.
Anybody in such a position, look at it. In recent time, any policy, meaningful policy that is done by the government will come and tell you, oh, these are ideas of Dr. Bawumia. And sometimes I ask myself, excuse me, what is the president also doing in that office? If Bawumia is doing everything, then what is my president doing? It's a way of telling you that they are pushing everything to his doorstep, saying that, yeah, he's a man that we must credit him. Even though you and I know that that is the workings of the president, because he is in charge. He has been given the mandate to lead any public policy emanate from the president and not from the vice president. So where is he coming from? Where there are places where he has to take a flag, he quickly runs away and said, well, where I am, I'm not in that position to do the things that you expect me to do because I am just a second in command. You get it? You get it. So it gives him the incumbency advantage has also contributed immensely towards the success. But that cannot be said without adding other factors that has really influenced voters. Issue of inducement that we have heard that has also gone in there, and it's both ways. All the contestants, nobody can put his heart in his hand.
The concern of Kennedy Japan's team was that, yes, they also gave money, but it appeared that Dr. Bawumia's team gave 2 or 3 times the money that they gave.
That is where...
And that was their concern.
That is where that argument became bogus for me. Because you are condemning an act that you, from the word go, you are also wrong at doing. And you are saying that somebody had done it. The magnitude is what you are complaining about. From the word go is wrong. If it is wrong, it is wrong. You are able to give only 100 cedis as inducement to somebody. Somebody said, well, I have enough. I will give 200 or 1 million. Why are you complaining? If it is not good, nobody should start it. And for me, that argument that they are saying that the magnitude of the inducement and all that, for me, is a bogus one. It's a wrong thing. But politicians always want to hide away, shy away from that by discussing it that, look, let us not do it. Let us make sure that we convince people with messages, with our programs and all that. But it's gradually becoming a thing within the Ghanaian politics that if you have very soon, you realize that message will not matter, manifesto will not matter. whoever has the money, or the highest bidder, will be able to get people to his side. But once we get there, then we are on the rough edges of democracy. I'm so worried about that. So we should continue to talk about these things and make sure that we punish people who engage in this through our votes.
I see. And talk about punishment. If that's the way that you think would help cure this monocracy or monetization in our politics, because we see all the dangers. I think it's quite evident right before us. But to the extent that the politician is benefiting from this dangerous path, there's no effort to check it. And we've seen data from the likes of the CDD, Center for Democratic Development, that points to the fact. And let me just put on record, this the videos you're seeing, earlier jubilation videos of Dr. Bawumia and his team. This is at his office when the provisional results came through based on their own coalition, and they have been jubilating since. In fact, after this, they are on their way, we understand, according to Martin Esiedu, to the Accra Sports Stadium, where the grand declaration will be made. You see in the shot Fred Awari, Samia Wuku, and many others who manned the campaign of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and there Samira Bawumia, the second lady, is there. And you see a number of them as well who manned this Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign team, all in that mood of jubilation and celebration. But as we indicated, we are showing you how the numbers are playing out from the provisional figures we're getting from our people on the ground. If that would also complement what you're seeing on the screen, we will definitely wait to hear from the returning officer of the Electoral Commission for the presidential primaries of the NPP to elect the flag bearer to lead the party going into the 2024 general elections. And the point you were making, Dr. Sasanti, about the monetization, which we heard in many cases, and the dangers that comes with it. Do you, based on the provisional results, get the sense that some of the delegates took money, but then they voted where their conscience really lied, and that would in a way also tell another story about people getting the message that, you know what, if politicians show up, take the money, and then, you know, as they were telling them, take the money, vote where your conscience lies?
Oh, obviously, in election, you have people who do the right things at all times. It doesn't matter what happened. And they don't care a hoot about who is the beneficiary of their action. So there are people who believe that, look, once it's wrong. We are not interested in that. Take your money, I'll vote according to my conscience. There are people who said, well, you have denied me this type of resources over the years. I've supported you for the past 7 years. I get nothing. Now that you come back to me, look, the time for you to pay and pay dearly for your sins. I will charge you, take your money, and then when I vote, I'll vote for you or I'll vote against you. All these things play out. But what the clear signal is that it does not inure to the benefit of the political system that we have and want to maintain at all times. Democracy requires that we take a decision based on conviction, based on courage, and based on what we believe in. And once we do that, we are ready to support the system. Any other thing becomes an aberration, a misnomer, and it doesn't gel well for a meaningful democracy. So I believe that we are learning a lot. For me, this campaign, what it has taught me, that it has brought a lot of things we did not know, either to the commencement of this whole processes. We did not know them. But through somebody like Kennedy Ejapong, he has exposed some of them. Now, the real tax for Dr. Bawumia, if these results are anything to go by, where finally he's declared the winner and all that. Now, how are you going to mend all this? All the things that had been churned out against him within the NPP. Take it from me, that they are nothing but what? A protest. That all the things that people, the vote that went against him and all that. Some of them are
protest votes.
Protest vote against what? The establishment candidate. And that it should be the learning curve for him. And that, look, the things that they've said during the campaign against us, that you have denied us or you have abandoned us for the past 7 years, that we are still proud members of the party. We have not benefited anything from the party and the rest of them. These are all protests. And these are the things that will cause some people not to vote for 2024 or go and even vote for other party in a worst case scenario. In political systems, when people from your stronghold decide that they will not vote, you have to understand that they have voted against you indirectly.
That's right.
Because in a constituency where you expect 20 people to vote for you and 10 only show up, it means that your vote had dwindled by 10.
It's interesting you make this point, because in 2020 we saw a large number of voters who did not even turn up to vote in the Ashanti region, which is the stronghold of the NPP. And that, in your view, was a clear message to the party that, a few things weren't going right and we wanted to correct it. In 2016, you saw a similar thing play out in the Volta region against the NDC. And then they lost that election as well. Now, Musa, before you go, you have been conducting a number of polls ahead of today. In fact, you've started this exercise as far back as what? Almost a year ago.
2022.
That's right, tracking up until now.
Would the earlier indicators that you picked up in the previous polls support the point that Dr. Sasanti made earlier, that if Kene Japan had started this journey of wanting to be the flag bearer early, maybe the results would have been different?
I don't want to speculate that because I try to avoid this kind of speculation. But certainly, if you start early, you prepare early enough, you go to the grounds, and then you may have better impact than if you start late. I mean, it's always logical to start early. But I think what benefited Kennedy and Japan very well is Alan's decision. Absolutely.
He is the biggest beneficiary of Alan Tumantin stepping aside.
If Alan had stayed in the race, probably we would be talking about runoff right now in this election.
If Alan had
stayed in
taken part in November for today,
yes,
it would have pushed it to a runoff.
A runoff. Because the 20% of Alanites who went for Bawumia is what has delivered him the victory today in that margin.
So, you mean, with these numbers, Kene Japan couldn't have pulled it by himself on his own?
No, but if you have a 3-horse race, you can never have one candidate running the scoreboard.
And that's in the case of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
Yes. If Alan was in the race, we'll have a 3-horse race. And remember I mentioned that runoff is normally engineered by the third candidate. Once they pull 10% and above, in some cases even 5%, it's enough to drag the race into runoff. Now, once Alan is not in the race, and you remember we said that about 20% of Alan supporters were voting for Bawumia, that is what delivered him this huge margin today. If they had gone to Kennedy, we would have been talking about different race altogether. Remember, in the poll we did on the 10th September, we asked delegates, before Alan withdrew, who were you going to vote for? So we analyzed their responses and saw that they were Alanites who had now switched camp to Bawumia, because maybe when it comes to who is presidential material, in their view, probably they didn't see that in Kennedy.
But what defines who a presidential material is? What were they looking out for? Did you ask them the factors that influence that decision?
Look, this is a common knowledge that he speaks openly and he speaks very frankly. And sometimes people see this as not presidential. And sometimes the way he throws tantrum, they think if he becomes president, he could throw that tantrum again in public. And that will not augur well for the presidency. So there were certain things that Kennedy, in fact, struggled to overcome. And those were the things that really pushed on the Alan guys to Bawumia.
Now, but you see, for instance, in a number of the swing constituencies, because you did a poll in the swing regions, Central, Western, and then also
Eastern, Ahafo, Bono, all the 7 or so Akan-dominated regions.
Now, but you look at the swing constituencies like Adenta, for instance. Kene Japan won in Adenta per the provisional, at least he got the lead per the provisional results. Per the provisional results, and he's still awaiting the declaration. 7-28 against Bawumia 7-7. Close. It's just per the provisional results, one vote difference. That
in fact, in the poll that we did of delegates in Adenta, Bawumia got 25%.
25.
Ken got 22%. 16 said they will not disclose. And 38% said they were undecided. So it means that those undisclosed, undecided broke heavily towards Ken in Adenta.
And that's what pushed per the provisional results.
Yes.
Kene Japan winning in Adenta per the provisional results.
Yes.
Over and above, Dr. Baumann. And we see the Krowo constituency as well in the Greater Accra region.
Krowo,
and we see Kene Japan per the provisional results had 700 as against Dr. Bawumia 411. That's about over 300 votes difference between them per the provisional results as well.
Let me tell you what
happened. Your polls in the Krowo constituency. It told a different story.
In the Krowo constituency, Bawumia got 25%. Kennedy got 0. Not disclosed, 50%. Undecided, 25%. So this theory we've been propounding. Undisclosed, 50% in Krowo. Undecided, 25%. What happened today? They were all probably moved to Kennedy by large margin.
So it's consistent in a number of the areas that Kene Japan is leading in these provisional results, that most of the persons who decided not to disclose where they are voting to you during the collection of data are the ones who voted for Kennedy Japan. At least in this case of Krowo, your earlier poll indicated Kennedy Japan was going to get 0.
0, yes.
And then Bawumia 25%. Now it turned out that per the provisional results, Krowo, Kennedy Japan poll 700 and Dr. Bawumia 411. That's instructive. That's very telling.
I mean, for us as posters, it gives us an insight into voters' minds and delegate minds. And going forward, I think we can only get better by really understanding some of these nuances of delegates and be able to make informed decisions so that when we are running a future poll, I think we'll get it very, very spot on. I'm quite excited about what...
And that's one of the takeaways which I looked at the data, your poll over the last 8 months, and that's one of the issues that I just wanted clarity to, so that maybe going forward, we would have a smaller margin of the undisclosed voter population, so that we would have a near reality situation. Because if you have 50% undisclosed, it could go either ways, and it makes it difficult to pinpoint or have a clear picture of how things are going to play out, isn't it?
Yeah, but this is very unique to MPP delegate polls. When it comes to national elections, that number is very small. It's around 7%. So there was something that was pushing that number to that extreme high level. And that reinforces the belief of the whipping in line by the establishment. That's the data.
Okay.
But nobody is whipping the general public to be in line.
True.
So the people who are not decided, in general public, about 5-7%, reasonable. You can make adjustment and then make good prediction from that. But when you have 50% in Greater Accra say they won't disclose or they are undecided, it means that something else is pushing that decision.
What message do you see in these provisional results?
A lot of work for DMB to do across the areas he really kind of suffered. And it tells you what is going to happen in Greater Accra if it doesn't take care. Greater Accra Central Region will be very, very tough environment for him in 2024. He needs to really work extremely hard in these regions because he cannot win the elections in 2024 if he can't win Central and Greater Accra. That's the bottom line.
And we saw a very good showing of Kennedy Japan in the Upper East region as well.
In fact, I was surprised in some areas that Kennedy, it was shocking to me, some of them. And it tells you, and some of it, let's make it clear, it's not necessarily a vote for Ken because they like him. Some of them, I protest vote against the party and what they have done. So we shouldn't construe this to be entire law for Kennedy. There are elements that are just spiking the nose of the government.
That is coupled with the Alan effect, Alan
Yes.
Chamantin
Yes.
effect as well.
Yes.
And then the protest votes. And then Ken Japon's own competence.
Competence, yes. And then
playing out as well.
Persona.
Dr. Sasante, so, and I asked about the message in the numbers, because clearly you've talked about protest votes, but apart from the protest votes in there, what's the other message or the messages you see in the trend of the numbers we're seeing, especially in some of the constituencies where, you know, in any situation you would have an establishment candidate or the vice president expected to give a good showing, especially, for instance, in the Greater Accra region. We see from Krowa to Ablekuma to Ayawaso. Look at the Ayawaso West Wagon. Provisional results is what you see on the screen right now, the bottom of the screen. Ayawaso West Wagon, Kenya Japan provisional results 531, Dr. Mahmoud Ba 441, and then none for Usofia Koto and Francis Adainimo. That's Ayawaso West Wagon. That's a constituency to watch in 2024, isn't it? Especially because of the people in there and the history of the constituency. That's what it tells a story in there. And then you have Kenya Japan having a strong showing there. Dr. Sasante.
You are talking about Ayawaso West Wogon. You are talking about a constituency that houses University of Ghana, Gimpa, Northford, and the rest of
East
them.
Legon, part of
Yes.
East Legon.
So you are talking about a place where you have a large youth, actively engaged in some activity, either for scholarship or whatever. They are in there. So once you are in such, you are getting a picture like this. It tells you that a message that Kennedy was able to identify as part of their needs, which he developed and sent to them, has really worked the trick, right? Issue of unemployment. People in there, those who are the youth, are looking for jobs, and they believe that the government has disappointed them. The alternative to them was Kennedy, who will come in because of what he has done. He will be able to provide some for them because they have confidence in him that he has done it before, and that if giving the mandate, he can do it across every part of the country. That message of employment really is something that I have seen that it has worked in this area, and obviously it works in everywhere. And then issue of he also exposing the ills of the government. Because those who believe in the party tradition that it should exist forever, they believe that some of these things must come out so that they can fix them once and for all, so that you make the party more attractive, and then you build its frontiers for it to last a long time. You have also seen issue of the fact that people believe that they have been abandoned. Immediately they contributed their quota for the last election. For those who are ruling today, they abandoned them. There is somebody who say that, give me the mandate, and that whatever your effort, I'll recognize that, and then I'll support you in that direction. So you realize that people were very much moved with that type of conversation, and it's across board. Another issue was the issue of being disciplined, about financial discipline and all that, and making sure that you strengthen the economy to provide the needed resources for people. Because remember, every development, every idea, every policy is driven with state resources. And where does it come from? The economy. So the economic argument, Kennedy harped on it and made sure that he was able to drum it into the ears of many people across the country. And then if you look at the specific constituency we are talking about, he has been able to win the hearts and minds of many people of the economic argument. And I tell you, you cannot survive in any electoral process in this country when you don't deal with the economic argument and deal with it head on. And then you convince people into believing that, look, you are what it takes. People believe that Dr. Bawumia, where he said he should be able to help the government to deal with these economic challenges. But where we are now, how does he explain? Look at it vis-a-vis his pedigree in the area of economics, all the ideas, all the things he churned out against John Mahama and all that. How does he explain how far we have arrived here in terms of economic decadence and economic problems we'll find ourselves? Then it becomes incongruous. So people don't have that hope in him that he can handle the economy and then turn it around and make a meaningful life when he's giving the mandate. But of course, he has also been saying that because he's not the main man, as in the case, he's not the president, so there are things he cannot do and all that. But that argument cannot hold water in the sense.
How would that fly really in the face?
I'm saying that argument cannot hold water in the sense that here you are. If you believe in what you believe in fact, Plato gives us the qualities of a good man, and he talks about nothing but a good politician or a good political actor. He said there are certain qualities you need. You need wisdom. You need courage. The courage he is talking about a strong conviction of what you believe in. If you believe that this is what works and it doesn't work, you vote with your feet. You leave. You put your seat down and you said, I am dissatisfied, I'm going away. We saw that example with President Kufuor when he was with the PNDC, and saw that the way the government, the focus and direction of the government, he was not happy with that. He resigned from that. But we still have him in the party, and then he is still playing the role that he is playing, and still the economy is where he is. Then obviously that argument cannot hold water. So all these things are some of the things that people look at and then put all together and decide that then let us try Ken, the new man, and see what he can do. And that explains part of Ken's great performance or great showing that he has made in this election. Remember that Bawumia team believed that they will have a landslide victory. But the statistics that we are seeing now has told them that, look, there are a lot for them to do when he's finally giving the power, because you are coming face to face with John Mahama, and your records, the two records, Kufuor's record and Mahama's record, will be put there for Ghanaians to interrogate and look at them, which one is worth his or her soul to be given the opportunity to run this country again. And that is $1 million question that awaits Mr. Bawumia and his team.
Now, I want us to take a look at the Krachi and Chumuru results. It just went through at the bottom of the screen. At Krachi and Chumuru, it tells a story. And I say this because, Musa Dankwa, you in that region, you did some polls as well. Look at the Krachi and Chumuru provisional results on the bottom of the screen. 432 for Kennedy Japan provisional results. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, 14. Efri Akoto, Dr. Efri Akoto, 3. Francis Adainimo, 2. That area, what did you find when you did your poll?
OT was split, 40-40. And about 20% did not tell us, or they were undecided. So on that basis, we were very confident that OT would behave the same way as voter regime. And voter regime had a huge number of people who were not disclosing. And because of Amegu's factor, we knew probably voter regime could go to Kennedy. So it doesn't surprise me. If you look at the OT people are kind of Guans, largely, from what I polls there. And Kennedy, or prior to that, was Alan doing well. And when Alan withdrew, Kennedy became the natural beneficiary of Alan supporters. So that's what you are seeing there.
I see, but 432 and 14.
It's a landslide there. But I wasn't expecting that kind of numbers from OT. No, from this.
In favor of Kennedy Japan.
You see, in Chumuru, it's a very rural constituency made of so many islands. Small islands there, interacting very difficult. So when there is hardship, they feel it.
And so in this case, unlike the other places where we saw a lot more of a protest voting, these people, you would say, voted based on their reality.
I think
reality.
So. I think so.
The Shewa sitting not to about message is what they went with, and it resonated well with them, at least per what we are seeing.
I think so. I think so.
But the overall picture in the OT region as well, based on at least your interactions with the delegates, gave more of a divide.
It was a divide, yeah, it was a divide.
An equal share of the pie in the OT region. But then we're seeing a different story, at least in a number of the key areas. Kachin Chumuru is one of the key areas in the OT region. If you look at the previous presidential results in 2020, 2016, they played a key role in the NPP's hold in that area as well. Now, we're seeing another story playing out now. Per the provisional results, 116 out of 277, the 277 centers. This is how it looks like per the provisional results. That's what you see on the side of the screen. 31,159, representing 38.59, almost for 39% for Kennedy Japan. 60.69%, that's about 48,995 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. 500, that's 0.62% for Dr. Freya Koto, and 279, that's 0.35% for Francis Adainimo. It appears that the last two have been missing in the conversation, but let's touch a bit on them as well. Did any of them give any showing beyond what you saw in the poll?
When you are talking about people doing less than 1%, anything can happen at the bottom. I mean, they're not center of attraction, and I think from this actual result, Akoto has done better than what the poll said he was going to do. From what I don't know what is showing here now, but what we have seen, yes, he's doing better than Adainimo here. Maybe it's because he said it was the farmer's friend. The delegates were farmers, so probably he won a few more hearts there. But if you look at where we are at the race, I think, is it 60% at the moment?
Yes.
I mean, when you cross certain threshold of polling centers, these numbers will not vary by more than 2%, 3%.
Well, this is your election command center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana, on Facebook, DSV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com here on your election command center. Now, Shoko is going to be joining me as we go on the final lap of this all-important exercise for the new Patriotic Party to elect the flag bearer to lead them into election 2024. We started a build-up strongly yesterday, and we are through to the last ballot is counted, and the final declaration made by the returning officer is likely to be Dr. Sribo Kweko. We're seeing videos going around here on your election command center. Stay with us, we'll bring it to you. Let's go straight to the Accra Sports Stadium, where that final declaration will be made. What you're seeing there is the platform where that announcement will be made. We understand that the people are trickling in. The NPP supporters are coming in, with a number of them holding placards indicating victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And then also the party executives are coming in one after the other as well. And so earlier, they had indicated that by 7 p.m., all things being equal, that final declaration would have been made for everybody to know who exactly the flag bearer of the NPP will be. And so and then you see the police as well also taking their position at this venue, because that is going to be at least the architecture of the NPP for today. The most important place is the Accra Sports Stadium, where this declaration will be made. I'm going to go for this quick break. When I come back, we would zoom and have a lot more of the interaction at the Accra Sports Stadium. And then also our next set of guests will join us in studio. We'll have a conversation. This is your election command center. Special coverage of the NPP decides the flag bearership of the new Patriotic Party. Who wins? We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
this Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of
corruption.
corruption.
What's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national kitty?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that, regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is the better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
You'll ever taste.
Hi, baby.
Hi, Mom.
Hope you're having fun at Granny's.
Yeah, but Grandma doesn't have my favorite top chocolate spread. Hi, Mom. Mommy, please, I missed top chocolate spread on bread.
Tasty too. Made just for you and me. Choco, it's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. It's chocolate choco. Top choco. It's chocolate.
Surprise children.
Yay! It's chocolate choco.
Taste of chocolate.
This advert is FDA approved. Escape to paradise with Ellie Beach Resort and Ellie Boutique Hotel. Introducing our exciting new packages designed just for you. Relax in luxury, indulge your senses, and make unforgettable memories. This November, from the 3rd to 5th, join us for the celebration of the Patriotic Festival. We serve you traditional live cooking and grills, assorted cocktails and smoothies, children package and playing ground, Ellie Beach nightclub. Our guests are loving it. This is an experience worth every penny. We offer live cooking buffet on every Sunday at 12:30 to 3:30 p.m. Nightclub with a seasoned DJ on the last Friday of every month. Book your getaway now at Ellie Beach Resort and Ellie Boutique Hotel. Your paradise awaits. Ellie Beach Hotel, your perfect escape.
Are you tired of dealing with toilet paper that irritates your skin and clogs your toilets? Your WCs? Wait, I have great news for you. Flora Toilet Roll is the game changer. Flora Toilet Roll is thick, gentle on the skin, and fragrance free, making it ideal to clean your intimate parts, as it causes no skin irritations and or allergies. The best part is it is made to dissolve easily, preventing plumbing issues and clogs. Experience the ultimate comfort of Flora Toilet Roll. No more clogs, no more skin irritations.
Welcome to the Know-How Show, the only show you need to know, where we bring you science and technology tidbits.
On this show, we bring you trending tech news, our unbiased opinions on global science and technology conversations.
Well, I think as time goes on, the app can only get better, but I was actually impressed with the first version of the app.
That space, that AI space, is actually like a private space. You can actually share your thoughts and then advice.
As we know, air moves around the Earth, and that's why we also have, different seasons. but heat waves are caused when air is trapped in the atmosphere.
And simple DIYs you can undertake in your daily science and tech.
So you want to go to your settings, look for screen time. You should have a set password for your child.
Make sure to tune in and catch all the updates and conversations on science and tech you need right here on The Know-How Show.
I am Natalie, and we can't wait to keep you entertained and informed. So keep watching The Know-How Show.
The Know-How Show, coming soon on TV3.
Life can change in just one moment. In one moment, you have everything. The next moment, it's all gone, swept away by raging floods. Your homes submerged in water, your means of livelihood gone. Imagine the helplessness, the impotence, and the frustration. Let's come together to put a smile on the faces of the Akosomo Dams village communities. Help by donating cash, clothes, blankets, toiletries, food items, and medicine to our affected communities. Contribute to the Media General 3 Foundation Dams Village Relief Fund. Cash can be sent through the 3 Foundation account, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, Kojo Thompson Road, Tudu, or through the Momo line 05974333110 or merchant ID 120494. Let's show them that we care.
Get ready to witness the most dramatic kitchen battle ever. Drama in the kitchen where rivalries simmer, egos sizzle, and only one rival can claim victory. 2 rivals, spatulas in hand, egos on the line. It's not just about the food, it's about the drama. Can they put their differences aside to create the most loving meal, or will the heat of the kitchen prove too much to handle? Are you a wife or a husband? Are you a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Can you cook with your partner's ex in a bid to see whose meal tastes better? Or can you compete with your mother-in-law or father-in-law in the kitchen? Then this is the show for you. On Drama in the Kitchen, you get into the kitchen with your partner's ex or in-law and prove that you own his or her taste buds. So much drama and love in one kitchen. Be part of the Drama in the Kitchen experience by sharing your details via WhatsApp on 027-722-2641. Stay tuned for Drama in the Kitchen, coming soon to TV3.
It wasn't always this easy. When I was 26, I got my first chance to perform a surgery.
Can I have a selfie? Thank you so much.
So I was holding the scalpel. My hands were trembling.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I have your autograph, please? Sorry, sir.
Yes, go on.
Well, then, as soon as the senior surgeon entered the OT, Yes, Dr. Matur. I'll be there in 30 minutes. It's an important surgery. Rain check?
Sure.
They are in love. But will they be able to adjust?
Eternal Love shows Tuesdays to Fridays at 6 p.m. only on TV3.
Brought to you by Out Multipurpose Insecticide Spray and Quell.
Hello. It is essential that in life you see yourself reflected in the stories of others. As a little girl growing up, I had always wanted to have a voice. One that would not only be heard, but would be seen and would be felt. So I asked myself, what if I could take every story that's ever inspired me, every song I've ever danced to, in fact, all the memorable moments on this show, and share them with you. NELIA. No, that's good! Who needs to step up? Designers.
Designers-wise, our local tailors. What's going on?
I know it's now. Which one? You gonna kill me. Hey. So you know what my priority is? Making you happy, entertained, educated, and informed. My name is Bella Mundi, and this is The Day Show. Catch all the exciting episodes right here on TV3. Oh, this is going to be so much fun.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on TV3.
This program is sponsored by Onga.
The show no, aye manya to say so manya, and aye chaka to say chaka demos. Utoka bibe lonche and
Delay. Nani nyaya for fame. No.
Seriously? I be singing no credit because almost all brofo nye prempe brofo.
Brofo this cabana meka. Anya brofo who be as meka.
It's all called public restroom who used to male and female ladies. And don't you think we are how violating Emma because you have a male sex organ but you are using the ladies?
Oh, tell me the farm it.
What a wife you know a putoy and you need delay a putoy. Assassin.
The Delay Show now shows on Sundays at 6 p.m. on TV3. Brought to you by Vodafone, Safari Tissues, Pepsodent, Yas Sanitary Pad, Delay Foods, Tabia Takum, Greatfield Ventures, Alisa.
Welcome back. This is your Election Command Center, the coverage of the NPP decides. It's a crucial moment for the ruling party to take a decision on who leads the party going into the 2024 general elections. And it's for, at least from the provisional results we're seeing, it's telling a story. But then again, we're going to get you into the disaggregated data. We're not just looking at the headline figures as have been put out there per the provisional results. The disaggregated data tells a certain story, and that's why my colleague Duke Mensah-Poku is here. Nashoko is monitoring the conversation on social media, which is a big part of our coverage as well, because that also is a story which we're going to be looking at quite closely. Let's go to the Accra, the venue for the grand. Let's hear them.
We have some wonderful personalities in the house. While we get prepared to start.
Yeah, me I the want signal. If I don't get signal.
Now, as the Accra Sports Stadium, the venue where the announcement of who has won this presidential primaries of the new Patriotic Party will be declared by the returning officer for this contest from the Electoral Commission. My colleague Eric Mayona Egbeta is there together with Komla Kluche. They're manning this all-important location for the NPP here on your Election Command Center. They're going to be having interactions with some of the party executives and key personalities who are expected to also go to this venue. So that's what we're seeing right now. And Nashoko is here. Nashoko, there's a conversation, that's a different conversation on social media, is it not? And it appears that while traditional media is looking at what's happening on the ground, social media is also feeding on a lot more of what is trickling out there in pictures and figures, isn't it?
Exactly. As you mentioned earlier, our social media coverage is a very key aspect of our coverage of today's NPP Decides. And while on traditional media, you have brought in a lot of experts to share their opinions about how the election process is going so far, things that were expected versus things that are happening, on social media, a lot of conversations are being had. One, about the expectation that Bawumia was going to perform as he's performing, and so people don't seem very surprised about that. However, a lot of people are expressing surprise about Kennedy Agyapong's performance. Even in areas where he did not win, he didn't do too badly. And people are expressing shock about when he entered the race versus how he's doing now, and saying that perhaps if he had entered so much earlier, he would have probably done much better than he's done now. Also, there has been, or there is a trending video actually now of Dr. Bawumia and his wife and his team jubilating. They're clad in all white, waving the NPP
we saw
flag.
That video.
Yes, we saw that video earlier, waving the flag and expressing their joy. Obviously, at the provisional results that are trickling in, even though we do not have 100% of the provisional results yet, they are very confident in their performance so far, and they are celebrating. Now, a lot of comments have come in about that celebration. While some think that, well, of course, they expected it, others think it might be a little arrogant right now to celebrate when you have not been declared winner. And they are hoping that by the time the over 270 polling stations send in their provisional results, maybe things might not be as expected for him.
I see. And especially when you take into consideration their own expectation going into this contest. Duke, they were talking about something not less than 80% victory for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. But per the provisional results we are seeing and rolling down the screen here on your election command center, it appears that that target, that objective they had, wouldn't be achieved, all things being equal.
Yes, I mean, the New Patriotic Party has, save the Akufo-Addo era, you say, where people indicate that he had a total control over the party. It's a party that has always said that it will never coronate a candidate to a general election. They
Great
will always
stuff. And we're going to tell the story of what you put out there, but
right.
Let's cross over to Eric Mayonek now and at the Accra Sports Stadium.
The Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who a lot of the delegates and party supporters here are clad in attire with his face on. It is indicative from the numbers that are here and the placards being wielded by these individuals that there is no other individual for which reason they are here other than the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. The speeches have been coming through, so has the dignitaries who've been coming through in their numbers as well, in anticipation of that final declaration and a victory speech as well, because amongst the many things that is expected to happen here is a victory speech. There's also as well allocation or provision that has been made for the 3 other aspirants outside of the winner of today's presidential primary. They are continuing to charge on the supporters here. The Nasara coordinator of the NPP, the National Nasara coordinator, Alhaji Aziz Futa, continues to lead the way in rallying the supporters, rallying the support base who've come here from far and wide within the Greater Accra region, the Amasaman Constituency, Ablekuma North, Ablekuma South, you name it, Odododiodio and the likes. They have been told to come here where the final declaration will be made, where the victory speech will be expected, and then the party can begin to guard its loins and begin to lace its boots for elections 2024. It's been a long journey down the road from when the party opened nominations for individuals to pick nominations. 10 individuals made themselves available for the ticket of the NPP come elections 2024. The numbers were whittled down on August 26th. After that, a stormy weather really has been the situation to describe what it is that the party has gone through. from the resignation of Alan Kojo Tramantin from the race in totality to his decision to not be a member of the governing New Patriotic Party again, to activities even on the 26th of August, the showdown comments which have become characterized with everything that has been happening within the NPP up until this point. It's been another few days for all of the candidates, particularly the two leading candidates who sought to come through, and that's Kennedy Ohene Japan and then Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. But now, based on provisional results that have come through, the indication is clear that one man is steering clear of the other and it's headed towards the 50+1, which is required, which will mean that he has emerged victorious, which means that he will be the face of the governing New Patriotic Party come elections 2024. Up on the stage, as and when the executives continue to come through, announcements are made announcing their presence as well. We're going to be trying and be getting a lot more of the reactions of individuals and persons alike who are coming through and get reactions for you. But it's still the dancing, it's still the placards which are being wheeled. Trustworthy Bawumia and the likes are the things that you read on some of the placards which have come through, and the music is continuing to blast out loud, and we'll seek to get a bit more from the individuals. Kate Jemfua is the women's organizer of the NPP. She's taking a turn now to address the delegates. Let's just hear from her briefly as to exactly what it is that she's saying.
I'm trying. Na ye to me me ye jumadindi way. Na ye me jai masam brana bedi kaka when we nyama wom. Bibi pepe bi ani omumu. Jama amade ye huni pe me boa. Bawumia de o me ye president pe me boa na. Enti Bawumia. Ode so dawo, so up, 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 so up.
The National Women Organizer. Mubabu semana muya dede. You are a national third vice chairman.
And so
there were a national third vice chairman
who has already begun the party's message against the main opposition, the National Democratic Congress as well. Says that the vice president has not been president before. They've seen John Mahama, hence they give the vice president the chance to lead the country as well. And the speeches will continue to come through in the numbers as we will continue to gauge the mood of the many individuals who are here. But that's the situation right now. As they continue to whip up support, they continue to seek to get the necessary support base and the delegates who've come in their numbers. A sense as to exactly what it is, the sentiment on the ground for these individuals, what it is that is giving them the confidence to suggest that Vice President Dr. Bawumia is the man to lead the governing New Patriotic Party, and they continue to charge up the atmosphere. We're going this way now because quite a number of the individuals, a bit more of the delegates as well, are stationed here, and we'll seek to get their thoughts as well as to exactly what the situation is and what exactly it is that they have to say. Nicholas Amanio Champon, I get the indication, is present here as well, and we'll seek to pick thoughts from him as to exactly what the situation is. But the music is coming through, and you can see the individuals absolutely ecstatic, absolutely joyous as to exactly what it is that's been happening. Perhaps we'll pick thoughts from them briefly as well as to exactly what it is that they've made of everything that's been transpiring. Would you say it is possible with Vice President Bawumia?
Yes, it's possible. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Akwanya Hosa Obetumi Ababe, Bankatuni ama NPP amanyoko no. Se si adem la ko dure ide. Akamle kakra bi na party ndi atudwa. Ono na ebe di party nanim for 2024. Na ye woni mu chidie, ye woni mu arehemu. So ya brantie o mojamu no a obetumi aye adwumaden e de aso oman Ghana. Se si oman Ghana yi obi ti say Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Obi a wadi Vice President 7 years. Asamba akukura ni no. Obi anya no asamonka. We na ye nipo betumi adu oman nanim. Edimesre Ghana for so obi anti Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Na 2024 election no on twabama no. Na nema papa o Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia mu. O betumi di aboa Ghana mrantie. Ana mabawa.
Na bi mo be kasinti wadi Vice President 7 years. O bibi obetumi aye asanka waboa eye na na ado ama omotumi aye. Enti no ebia na bibi foforo bi ani hosa. Obi kasa asem na sound carbon.
Oh, obi ka obetumi aka ene politics ne yaye. But so Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the 7 years or the ade na. Ohunu say we are challenge about we are bia. Nanso say the na do esi aye nwuma hodo na papa ya ta na chi. Ya man doctor kwai no so de na dwena. Nyankopon de ma no no ba. Me gidi ye sababu aye pa. Ama man no kan kwakọ. Anema bi say dissertation Dr. Adibaye abuwa iye ama man say see anema so simple. Afe ade ba kwa masa hu no papa no say o wa adwin bi a ebetumi abuwa man Ghana mrantie no. A ebetumi anya adwuma papa ye. Ebetumi akoye ni mu ablabo mu. Enti mesre Ghana mrantie nyina say mon sorry waka na mo me Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia chidom. No mla me fa America 2024. Then visa 2025. Ono na dwene Nyankopon de ma no no. Wo de bebu o man no. Am ya nyansesan papa e wo man mu.
Mr. Medase, and that's one of the delegates, the supporters who've come through in their numbers as well. Very optimistic that the Vice President is the man to lead the country. The arguments will be made according to him based on whatever political line it is that you told, that he's been Vice President for 7 years, and perhaps if he had anything to do, he would have offered the necessary support. Let's pick the thoughts of a woman as well. Mommy, Obeka Brofo Mamiana, Obeka Patriotic Danena Sha say my if on away free aba Baba Kayo say Ewa Cross Sports Stadium Osa Dindin to say.
Mesawo betu aba odododio. We did the answer. Come me that is about me and the baby. Because only na ya be my betim di Nigeria see you. Me do bi bia sinyame ko bi bia ho. Obi atuma ba wo me bia nyame hira no. Because you so na betim ya wi ni ayi no. Enti e de nyame ase se papa na wi ni. Ano kwa enough for mommy.
Ano kwa ose
ano kwa enough mommy. Many aje se wa wi ni. Because ba wo me ama ye ti bi make it o. Akye ti bi make it da. Ba minim test ala ba wo me ati ye be make it.
Uwo jidie wa oreshemu
100% GDA. Awo nyame mu. Ani nananu mu. Ani krabosu mu. Say, you bet me be 8.
That's him. And so the sentiment really is that the Vice President is the man. He is the man that will lead the party to break the 8, as all of the other candidates could not serve that particular purpose. We're going to try and continue to sample the thoughts and sample a lot of the thoughts for you here on your election command center, on TV3 and on 3FM, the sentiment on the ground. But the music continues to blast. A lot of the individuals continue to be ecstatic, continue to be jubilant, happy and expectant that a lot will be done from now on, here on in, to ensure that the Vice President is the man to ensure victory for the governing New Patriotic Party. A lot more of the individuals continue to come through as the numbers are continuing to go up higher and higher and higher. And as you can see, they're waving the flag, they are dancing in their numbers as well. And the taste in the music even is changing, because a man of a northern extraction is going to be leading the fold of the governing New Patriotic Party. For the very first time, a northerner will be leading the governing New Patriotic Party as its flag bearer in a major election. That is the decision of the delegates here on November 4, 2023. That is why you see a lot of them dancing, jubilant, ecstatic as to exactly what it is that is happening here. This is the mood right now at the Accra Sports Stadium as they continue to await the final arrival of a lot more of the dignitaries. The president will arrive, the national chairman of the party will arrive as well as the vice president. Very important, the vice president. There's been provisions made as well for the other aspirants to be present as well. As to what exactly it is, whether or not they will make their way here, that remains to be seen. But this is the atmosphere here on your election command center. They've completely taken over the entire atmosphere, and for now we will wait to see exactly what it is that happens. Alfred, back to you in the studio.
Better there, and together with Kamala Kluche at the most important venue for the NPP now. That's the Accra Sports Stadium, where the final declaration will be made as to who has been elected by the over 200,000 delegates of the new Patriotic Party as its flag bearer to lead the party going into the 2024 general elections. And we here on your Election Command Center giving you everything you need to know, and also strong on the ground there at the Accra Sports Stadium, that venue, that the returning officer for this election would make that final declaration. We would give you up to the minute detail of everything that's going to be happening there, whether the other three candidates plus Dr. Bawumia would indeed show up there as well. That's going to be a strong statement, and if that happens. So we're going to give you every step of the way what is going to be happening on your Election Command Center. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also live on TV3 Ghana on Facebook, DSTV channel 279, all across the world on 3news.com, and Duke Meson Poko Na Shoko standing by. Let's run through social media because you gave us an indication of the conversation there as well, and the fact that Kennedy Japan is trending. Just run through the trends. What do we see in there?
Yes, so Kennedy Japan, like you rightly said, is top of the trends on social media. And then right after that is NPP Presidential Primaries, and then Dr. Bawumia, and then NPP decides, Eslo, Wusu, and so on. But I think it's interesting that Kennedy Japan is top of the trends. Among other things, what shot him to the top of the trends about an hour ago was a video that came out by certain delegates who were a little upset about monies that had come in but had not gotten, or they said they had not gotten how much they expected. Now, right. You know, Alfred, that over the years there have been accusations and allegations about moneycracy and inducement in our politics. Mm-hmm. And over the years, what we've been used to hearing would usually be an outright denial of some of these comments. But this year, it's different. Delegates are very openly granting interviews to journalists and are expressing their frustration about the monies that they expected to receive versus how much they're receiving. So, for example, there was a woman who said that she expected to receive 50 Ghana cedis, but she had received 30 Ghana cedis. Also, these same delegates are saying that they had received monies that had been sent in by Dr. Bawumia, but had not received the monies they expected from Kennedy Japan, and that had upset them. So it started a lot of conversations online about, you know, the popular hashtag fear delegates. Mm-hmm. The delegates will take money from two candidates and eventually they will vote for who they want to vote for anyway. Indeed. That comment was one of the things that shot Kennedy Japan to the top of the trends. But I think it introduces a bigger and wider conversation about inducement and the role of money and the person who has the biggest or the fattest check to give to delegates in the election of their flag bearer. Is it a question of electing people on merit or electing the person who can pay you the highest? And I think it's an important conversation that needs to continue even after today. Also, the NPP Presidential Primaries is trending. That's expected. The polling station results are coming in and conversations on social media are rife. People, again, are very impressed with how Kennedy Japan has shown up during today's elections. While a lot of people you know, tagged him, even Global Info Analytics tagged him as the potential second place candidate. The expectation was not that he would do this well, I believe, among other things, because of when he joined the race. But he has done so well, impressively well, and so he's trending. In some constituencies like the Adentan constituency, we saw that he beat Dr. Bawumia by just 1 vote, which is also a very interesting point to consider. It's something that has started very interesting conversations on Twitter. He led the polls at that station by 728 votes, while Dr. Bawumia had 727 votes. And so he won by just 1 vote, and it goes to say how important every single vote is in an election like this. And then at number 3, we see Ghana Decides, and then Dr. Bawumia is also trending. Dr. Bawumia shot to number 3, among other things, because of that interesting video that's going around of him, his wife Samira, and some of his people basically celebrating and jubilating in his office. They are wearing all white, obviously because they have seen the provisional results coming in, and they believe by the look of things that they have won. And so they're celebrating, and it's generated a lot of conversations. While some people think that the proper thing to do as the vice president would be to wait for the results to be declared before showing public celebration. Others also think that, well, this race was won from the beginning and he knew he was going to win, and so he's probably been celebrating all day. We're only just seeing it. And then still in the trends, we have Ashanti. Now, Ashanti is trending for obvious reasons. Among other things, the musician Ashanti is also trending, but in Ghana,
this one is Ashanti region.
Yeah, so it's both the hashtag is Ashanti. So both trends have sort of just mashed up together, and Ashanti is trending because we all know that Ashanti is a major decider in this elections. And while some people believe that Dr. Bawumia was going to do exceedingly well in Ashanti, some also thought that Kennedy Japan, especially with a lot of the interviews that he has granted leading up to today, that he was going to win some of Ashanti over to his side. And it looks like he's doing quite well there. Even though from the provisional results that have come in, we cannot say that he's winning in Ashanti, he's doing considerably well. And so Ashanti is also trending. Interestingly, Mahama is in the polls on this day that we expect that, in the trends, I beg your pardon,
it was just going to be
on this day
NPP.
that we expect that we are only going to be seeing NPP and NPP-related matters in the trends. Mahama is trending. Now, from my judgment of how Mahama got into the trends today, people are trying to decide on social media whether or not the candidate who comes up tops today will give Mahama a great race, a tough race, come 2024 or not. Some believe that if Bawumia wins, Mahama is going to win very easily in 2024. Other people don't think so. And so it's a constant debate, Alfred, especially on Twitter. It's very interesting to be on Twitter today because while some people are giving some very constructive and interesting analysis, others, as you can imagine, are just having fun and just, you know, passing interesting comments about today's elections. But most importantly, we're all waiting to see what happens by the time all of the polls come in, and then we know exactly who has won and by what margin, Alfred.
Great stuff there, Nashoko, appreciate it. And she's going to stay focused on what's happening on social media, the trends and the conversation there. So getting there, you see the hashtag NPP Decides. It's here on your Election Command Center in the trends. Get into the conversation. Let's hear from you on your Election Command Center and talk about the conversation of what is going to happen. And if eventually whoever comes out, Dr. Bawumia, and what's going to happen in 2024, we will start the conversation here as well. And what a way to do this was with a professor of political science with us in the studio, Professor Ransford Jampo. He's a professor of political science, University of Ghana, Legon. Professor Jampo, good evening. It's good to have you. Join us.
Yeah, good evening. Thanks for having me.
Mostly I'll say good morning to you.
Sleeping the whole day because
You've been sleeping the whole day?
For an all night.
You went for an all night. You went to pray for who?
Pray for the peace of Jerusalem.
Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. The peace of Ghana, you mean?
Yes.
And it's good to have you. As always, join us. And Duke Mensah-Poku has also been looking at the numbers. He's also telling a story. And as I indicated earlier, we're not just focused on the headline numbers, which gives you an overall impression of how the provisional data is looking like, but we are picking some specific areas. We disaggregate the data to give you a clear understanding of where some areas and the specific message in there as well. Duke, what did we pick out?
Interesting, studying the data, studying the numbers, and the trends that emerge is very, very interesting, very wonderful. I'm going to share them with you. Obviously, we start from, this is a no-brainer, really. It's to be expected, but the devil is in the detail, as they say. We start from the home turf. How did the candidates fare in their home constituencies? Kennedy Japan, Asin Central, this is a constituency that he has represented in Parliament for 6 terms. He's in his 6th term in 2024. By the end of that term, he would have spent 24 years in Parliament, representing them 6 times, been in Parliament since 2000. He garnered 419 votes today in his bid to be president, and Dr. Bawumia worked hard, was able to get just about 16 votes. To be one of the lowest vote tallies he's had, I mean, today, all throughout the country, all throughout the constituencies. How well did he do in his constituency? This is Wali, this is where he comes from. This is his home constituency. He managed to get over 800 votes in that constituency, giving Kennedy Japan 0. Now, that's a trend that continues, or that's a trend that is found especially across Northeast. In almost every constituency in that region, Dr. Bawumia got 100%. 0 for all the other candidates, and he amassing all the top votes. So that's it by way of what can be extracted from the home turf of the candidate.
I was having a conversation with someone. If you could just go back to that home turf, they're making the argument that if you combine, maybe have a combined effect, or we can just hear, we have a combined effect of Kennedy Japan and what happened in Asin Central, and take into consideration the fact that he was the MP for the Asin North constituency until that constituency was the Asin Central was carved out of the Asin North constituency. So if you want to look at the clear impact of the home front.
Right.
But then again, what you did actually tells a specific story, isn't it? Yes. In that constituency where
he comes from.
He comes from.
Yes. And we looked at, based on the numbers again, we looked at another interesting theory, what we call the border influence theory, okay?
Super.
So we're looking at the numbers coming in from places like Ayawaso, West Wogon, Madina, Dom Kwabenya, Adenta. We're trying to understand the psyche of the delegates in these constituencies. What did we find? We found out that this man, Kennedy Ohene Japan, he has the base of his business, and he operates out of the Madina constituency. And out of the Madina constituency, he was able to spread out his electoral influence to the bordering constituencies. So you have Ayawaso West Wogon, you have Madina itself, you have Adentan, and you have Dom Kwabenya.
That's right.
All in that enclave. And he won all of these constituencies.
And we know his clear association with Sarah Adwoa-Safo.
Adwoa-Safo, yes. So in Adentan, which is a father to Madina, he won just by the skin of his teeth. 728 to Dr. Bawumia 727. So that was a tough battle for him there, but he managed to win. The next one would be the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So in the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, he also managed.
Let's go back.
Yeah. Okay. So. All right. Okay. Yes. That's it. So the Ayawaso West Wogon constituency, a little over, close to about 531. He managed to clinch it there. 441 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The same trend continues in Madina, which is the hub of his Ken City Media Group, and his Ken City business is situated in Madina. Obviously, his campaign influence is in that constituency, but he was able to spread out his tentacles to Ayawaso West Wogon, which also has a considerable youth population. We know his rhetoric about creating employment, how he touches base with the youth, about creating employment and all of that. So he's able. Ayawaso West Wogon has the University of Ghana, it has UPSA, it has it has GIMPA, all those. Yes, it has Achimota School and the rest. So all of that within that enclave. Gives him 531.
But that's a crucial win, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, a bit of the provisional results that we have. The Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency's complexity, the architecture of that constituency, yes. the makeup of that constituency,
the demographics
in nature, and even the historical reference that Ayawaso West Wuogon has in our body politics, in major general elections.
Yes, and from all the conversation that you have, and for all the people, what people say about the Bawumia candidature, he was only able to win the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. This should be a cause for worry for the Bawumia camp. You need to think through it and find out what went wrong for them. Because if you are looking at constituencies that are very representative, Ayawaso West Wuogon is cosmopolitan, it is rural, it is urban, it's educational, it's elite, it's proletariat, everything you want. You will find in the Ayawaso West constituency, more or less also like the Adenta constituency,
that's right.
which is so which is so much of a bellwether constituency to the extent that you cannot really. They've never had one parliamentary candidate twice. They always change their parliamentary candidate, ranging from NPP to the NDC.
That's right.
So that's a very, very sophisticated constituency. He managed to win that by the skin of his. He won that constituency by 1 vote. Let's move on. What have we been able to extract again?
I think they will go to the Dom Kwabena constituency.
Yes,
because you mentioned
yes.
And we see Medina as well. Those are the two left. That is the border constituencies that we're talking about, to give us a clear indication of how things played out. And let's take a look at the headquarters.
Yes, right? the headquarters
results,
of
the NPP results.
This is what we call the coalition effect, right? So yesterday we had time to go through the theories, right? So the NPP headquarters, we would say, is because yesterday, this is how we framed it in the evening on the final countdown. We indicated that from all the polls, from all the conversations, from all the analysis, this is a grassroots versus the elite consensus, right? So if Dr. Bawumia is the elite, the candidate by an elite consensus, an establishment candidate, if you look at the headquarters and the demographics of the people who are voting at the headquarters, those from the specialized branches, the ministers, the overseas branches, the specialized organs, the very top, the cream of the crop, voted at the headquarters. This is the results at the headquarters. Kennedy Japan managed to get 133, Dr. Bawumia 254. So
133.
133. So if you look at Kennedy Japan is shocking many because even before the competition started, we thought Dr. Bawumia, we knew that Dr. Bawumia had at least he bagged 12 votes as early as on Friday morning when the US branch decided to vote en bloc for him. And here we are, 254 from where the cream of the crop voted, which means that Kennedy's message permeated and even got to get some of the votes away from what should have been a very safe and comfortable zone for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So there you have it, coalition of grassroots and the elite consensus, 254, 133, Dr. Bawumia winning, but not in a very comfortable manner, you would say. Now we are going to climax it with this very, very interesting data, this very interesting analysis. How do we explain this? Well, we know that from the data and from the collation that we have done, even though it's not conclusive, the AEC would announce the final results, which most likely will be a Dr. Bawumia win. But by what percentage margin? In '96, when Kufuor, for the very first time, took on the leadership of the New Patriotic Party, in that 1996 election, when he shocked the NPP faithful by beating Dr. Edubuahe, he won that by 51.99%. That 1996 vote at Legon, he won that by 51.99%, 96. But of course, he would go on to form the Great Alliance with Eko Kensi Aka, who was his deputy, who was his vice presidential nominee for that matter. But 51.99%, that is how much was able to garner in terms of the percentages of the vote. Akufo-Addo appeared for the first time 2007 when he won that, 47.97%. That does not satisfy them the required 50% plus 1 vote. But we know what happened. The declaration by Alan Chemating that he would not go into a runoff with him, because this result should have been one that would result in a runoff, but that did not happen. He won that by 47.9%. So, well, Dr. Bawumia or Kennedy Japan, we don't know. Dr. Bawumia looking very bright for him. What would be the percentage with which he would clinch that? And we are analyzing it from these years, because this is the first time they appeared on the ballot, and this is the first time they were able to win the NPP presidential primary. A lot more to be teased out, but definitely that would happen after the official declaration of the results.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And rightly so. That's great stuff there, Duke Mensah-Poku. And as I indicated, we're not just looking at the headline figures. It's going to be trickling down and disaggregating the data, so we'll do some analysis. All of the data in its cluster tells a story, and that culminates into the bigger picture, which we're going to be talking about. Duke, appreciate it, as always. Thank you so much. Now, Professor Ransford Jampo is with us in studio. Prof, your general assessment of the entire exercise itself, right from 7 a.m. till when polls closed and the provisional results trickling in.
Thank you. I think, as I said, I spent the whole day doing resting and then occasionally watching how things were panning out. Generally, I want to commend the peaceful conduct of the elections by the NPP, apart from the monetary inducements that featured, the monetary inducements that are threatening to be normalized, monocracy and monetization that are threatening to want to be part of our body politic, at which we must not accept, because they serve as the purchase of the conscience of people. They tend to bring into office or into the picture people who otherwise wouldn't have or shouldn't have been elected, but would want to buy their way through. I mean, we should not accept that. But I'm sure that in the course of our discussion, we'll zoom more into that. So I commend the peaceful conduct of the elections. I want to commend the police for also performing their duty as security agencies. I commend the NPP as a party for what they have done. The results have not been officially declared, but I want to believe that what we are gathering from the grounds is true. I am aware, I've been told that some of the other aspirants have already called Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia to congratulate him. And so I join forces with them to congratulate Dr. Bawumia. And then also I congratulate Kennedy Japan for the kind of fight he has been able to put up. I would describe the election or the victory of Bawumia that is yet to be formally declared as a certain victory with a taste of defeat. And then I want to describe Kennedy Japan's performance also as being a defeat with a taste of victory.
Victory with a taste of defeat.
Yes, victory
with Dr. Bawumia.
Yeah, Dr. Bawumia's own is victory with a taste of defeat, and Kennedy Japan's own is a defeat with a taste of victory. I say so because clearly from what I'm seeing, it does not appear that the much touted and predicted 80% plus of the votes that was supposed to be garnered by Dr. Bawumia is going to be anything of the reality. And if you look at how nobody right from the beginning gave Kennedy Japan that dog chance, and yet how far he's been able to come, beating him in some of the areas, and then it's a certain defeat for the vice president, even though he has won. And then it's victory for Kennedy Japan with a taste of defeat, because yes, like I indicated, nobody gave him that dog chance. But to the extent that he's been able to beat the establishment's candidate in several areas, and the kind of show that he's been able to put up, I mean, tells you he didn't join the race early, I'm sure the idea of wanting to contest for the flag bearership race, in my view, was an afterthought decision that he took.
It was an afterthought.
Yes, I believe so. If he had started from the right from the word go, I'm sure he would have been a serious force to reckon with.
That's
so
Japan.
yes, Kenya Japan. So I think he's done well. He didn't embarrass himself. He has not disgraced himself. He's really shown that he's a force to reckon with. And if he had started early, I'm sure would have been talking about a different story today.
As in a runoff or a tie that would probably, or a surprise victory.
I am sure that we would have been talking about a different story today. Let me put it, like that. Because he just started. I mean, clearly right from the word go, nobody knew. I'm sure he himself didn't even know he had that ambition. Okay, but I believe that in politics, what these things are teaching me is that there is no need, the NPP cliche of asking people to bid their time no longer works. In politics, you strike when the iron is hot. That is what I'm seeing. Bawumia, I'm sure, never pandered to the idea of bidding your time. So if it's about bidding your time, then others would have come or should have come ahead of Bawumia. But he didn't bid his time. Kenya Japan just started. He also didn't bid his time. And then this is how far they both have come. And so I think in politics, you strike when the iron is hot. If you bid your time, the time that you think that will be the conducive time for you, you would see that other things may pop up that would make it difficult for you to want to climb higher the ladder of political progression. And so generally, I'm commending them. But if you want to also let me do some brief overview and assessment that may contribute in setting the tone for our discussion, I would say that this has been a contest between politics of ways and means and politics of issues.
Politics of ways and
means. A contest
means.
between politics of ways and means and politics of issues. And it's also, well, I would explain you. It's also been an attempt to offer either a genuine or induced defense of the record of the NPP by the NPP apparatchiks. And it's also been an attempt to book one slot in any potential future government, should that happen, to be led by Dr. Bawumia. If you would look at how things started, it was we knew it was a clear horse race between Kenya Japan and Dr. Bawumia. And clearly, Kenya Japan articulated messages that highlighted our economic hardships, the corruption, the inflation, and how the NPP that he belongs to has not been able to do things well in spite of the goodwill and expectations of the people. His campaign also highlighted his own track record as an entrepreneur who has established business and given employment to Ghanaians as against all the other aspirants who, according to him, have been relying on the state for whatever they have. In summary, I would say that Kenya Japan's campaign was well articulated. He had well articulated messages of track record, well articulated messages of common sense, exposing corruption, and talking in a manner that pleased many across the political divide who are fed up with excessive partisanship that has always bred political madness in our current body politic. But on the contrary, if you look at the situation of Bawumia, his situation is that of clear regime support that focus on the ways and means of winning elections. So when Ken was captured by you guys in the media talking brazenly about the current challenges and using his own personal experiences as case studies, Bawumia focused on talking to delegates on matters that were not so much of an assessment of how the government has fared. And of course, that may be understandable, as no one would want to commit that kind of political suicide by admitting that the government to which he belongs and the government to which is the vice president has not done well. So, Bawumia was was talking so much to delegates, and like I said, he was focusing on the ways and means of winning elections. But if you look at the kinds of things that Ken was saying, he was highlighting and articulating the issues. Sometimes he speaks, and then people are like, wow, is he able to say this? And that was how come you guys were always giving him the headlines, because he was talking about things, trying to swim against the tide and bringing out about the very, very pervasive and very known problems and challenges of our economy that no well-meaning Ghanaian should be able to gloss over. He was articulating them. Corruption, how his own money has dwindled as a result of inflation and depreciation of our currency, and the kinds of things that he was saying. But I saw what you guys were doing for Bawumia. He went closely to the delegates and was talking to them, and was not bringing to the fore some of these issues that are plaguing, the economy. So, well, it is what it is. The people, like I said, have already decided, and very soon, I'm sure, officially, he will be announced as the winner. Now that he is going to be announced as the winner, he may have to think about going the Kenneth Japan way of now touting his own track record in governing our economy as VP and as the head of our economic management team. How he is able to do this will help. How he is able to defend the track record of this current government. How he is able to defoist himself from some of the embarrassing situations of this government. How he is able to convince Ghanaians on his ability to solve problems that are happening now that he is not solving. How he is able to convince Ghanaians that things are better today than they were prior to he becoming the vice president will be the uphill task ahead of him that he may want to do in his quest to see whether any eight can be broken. I would want to congratulate him for focusing on politics or for winning. But I want to say, I speak for Ghana, and I believe that we should be thinking about our development more than excessive partisanship. I believe that our politics must be driven by the issues and not a focus on ways and means. Because winning elections does not necessarily mean governing well. But if you are able to have a grasp over the issues, and that's based on that, we are able to give mandate to people, then it tells us that we can have a mechanism or a message that we can use in demanding accountability if people win elections. But if it's about inducements that are now manifesting themselves in transport, giving transport, giving TNT, and all those kinds of useless and bogus explanations that they give to. I mean, you see, it is but TNT. You see somebody moving from here to Medina being given 450 cities. Now it was a contest between 300 cities and 450 cities, and clearly, as the example and the narration show, it appears that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia outspent Kenya Japan. And my point is that we should not accept this as a nation. You see, I keep saying, we keep bringing to the fore the idea of public funding of political parties, not until we begin to agree that there should be public funding of political parties in a manner that ensures that political parties are funded in a way to be able to cater for some of the expenses that the aspirants incur, which tends up to induce support for them, then we would always be here, and we will not be able to get the expression of the sovereign will of the people being articulated and expressed, properly, because the contest is always not even, and the ground, the field is not level, so long as you have this kind of inducement, going on. It is absolutely unacceptable. We must continue to say it over and over and over and over again until we have some changes. And the attempt to throw dust into the eyes of people that these are monies meant for transport and TNT and all that sometimes is nauseating And we as a people must take serious exception from those disingenuous, attempts. But at the end of the day, the NPP has decided as to who they want to lead them. Like I said, how Bawumia is able to defoist himself from some of the embarrassing situations of this current regime. J. Kufuor's administration gave a lot of track record and message upon which future campaigns were launched. It had a lot of message upon which aspirants leading the NPP could latch on and to speak to convince Ghanaians. How the current administration's achievement, quote and unquote, becomes so credible, and how they will be able to be used by Dr. Bawumia to convince Ghanaians that, like I said, things are now better today than they used to be prior to he coming to office, will be the task, ahead, of him. So it's not, I don't see why people should even be jubilating that much, because it was a self-fulfilling, that Bawumia will win, was a self-fulfilling prophecy, given the kind of machinations, regime support and inducement and all that. And then also, we must admit that the man Bawumia himself also has mastered the game of politicking. I am told that
I was coming to that.
He did a lot of work.
Aside all this, would you say that his person, and his experience that he has gained over the period also played a role in the numbers we are seeing?
I think that we can say all we can. We shouldn't say all this without also admitting the fact that he's mastered the role. He's mastered the rope of politicking. I'm told that he knew how to go talk to those who mattered. He knew how to go speak to those who would decide in his favor. He knew how to reach out to those who others would not want to reach out to. He knew how to convince people and go calling people at dawn, inviting people, and personally going to visit people and all that. These have all helped in letting him come this far. But the battle for him has now just begun.
We'll see whether he is also going to adopt the battle is the Lord's going forward. But then again, you see, there's an issue that you captured in this comprehensive initial analysis of this, Professor Jampo, and I give it to you because of the lenses that you were and also how you've tracked events right from the get-go to this point. The issue you raise about the kind of campaign that Kene Japan ran ahead of today. A number of people conveniently describe him as an anti-establishment candidate who spoke about the ills that he saw within the party and within government, talk about issues of corruption and so on, and then also what in his view wasn't going well within the party. He called out the party's executives even when he felt like things weren't going right. People had issues with that approach, and whether that was going to really inure to his benefit. From the provisional results we are seeing, would you say, based on your own political analysis, that the anti-establishment approach that Kene Japan took in his style of campaign and the messaging has worked for him?
I believe so much that the approach he took has worked so much for him because he was speaking the language that people who are discerning and people who really mean well for Ghana wanted to hear. But it's just that there is poverty, there is hunger, and the current regime has a certain stranglehold of the party. At a point in time, I argued that if the NPP as a party really want to do well in its quest to break the 8, it must seek to wrestle the party from the shackles of the current regime. Okay, the current regime has a certain hold of the party and manipulation and control of the party such that it is difficult for anybody who does not subscribe to some of the things that the current regime is doing to be able to break that kind of hold and to have that kind of control over the party. So I want to believe that the kinds of things that he said and the approach that he used in calling out the establishment and the current leadership of the party and talking in plain language about how things have not been done well are some of the things that helped, him garner the kind of results that he's had. And so he was, if he had been sycophantic and he had played to the gallery, I'm sure he would have performed abysmally. But he's been himself. Clearly he's shown, he's told all of us that Ghanaians have a certain predilection or preference for people who speak their minds and people who know what is wrong and they say things and they speak against it, as it is. So it is important that we commend such a person and then urge all other potential or will be aspirants that if you get the opportunity to want to contest, to lead a political party or to even leave the country, you must say things as it is. Because I've said that, you see, politics of ways and means versus politics of issues would always clash. But as a people who are seeking to extricate ourselves from the quagmires of poverty and underdevelopment, we must always go for the kind of politicking that grasp the issues, articulate the issues, and show clearly a certain solution to the issues. As for winning elections, so many things can be done to win an election. We must not focus on politics of ways and means so much as a developing people. Otherwise, we would be always at the receiving end. We will be the ones who will suffer. Let people speak and talk about the achievements, defend the achievements, and let them begin to be speaking and talking about what they intend doing should they be given the mandate. You see, in my preliminary comment, I was saying how Dr. Bawumia is able to convince Ghanaians as to why the problems we are facing, which he promises to fix, are not being fixed now. How he's able to even convince us about this is key. And we should be worried if you don't hear comments and discussions about some of these things. Okay, he's the head of the economic management team. He's the vice president. There are challenges. Why are the challenges not being fixed now? Okay, is it just because I am part of a regime and the regime is not fixing and I have no role to play? And how he convinces us. And I was looking forward to hearing some of these things being thrown out there into the during the electioneering flag bearership electioneering campaign of the NPP, but unfortunately, these didn't come up. He focused more on how to win elections.
I asked one of his campaign managers this question that you're asking, and he says that Dr. Bawumia will start addressing these issues after today, after he's won this contest. Now he's going to focus the campaign on the national issues, but because this was an internal election, the messaging was targeted at delegates. Really going to work.
No, we wish him well in his quest. I mean, he must do that. Okay, he must do that to show that stark difference between him as the flag bearer of the NPP and then the running mate, of the NPP. Okay, the vice president of the MP and also the flag bearer. He must do that to show that stark difference. But I bet you it's not going to be easy because you cannot do that without spiting or speaking against the current regime that over the years he's not been able to speak against. He's been quiet where clearly you can see that he disagrees. He just kept quiet. So you're going to have a certain president who loves to hold on to power, who loves political power, President Akufo-Addo, being there watching you, and then he giving you all the space and giving you all the support to excel the way he's excelled. He'll be there watching you. How you are able to look into his face or the face of Ghanaians and say that the president or the party or the government did this, but I disagreed and I didn't like it, and yet you didn't resign.
Would that convince you in any way? That he says, well, you know what, E-Levy, I disagreed, but I am not the president, and so I couldn't do much about it. But then we never heard him speak publicly. Will that convince you?
Well, we'll have more questions for him if he says that. I mean, we would have to also subject him to strict proofs about some of these things because, like you said, there are so many people who are saying that, but in that case, why didn't you resign? And also, what will be the consequences of a vice president just resigning because of this. We've not had, the history of our Fourth Republic showed that we've not had something, you know, like this before. And so it will be an issue that would be discussed and analyzed by some of us, and, you know, with a view to informing Ghanaians as to the credibility and the truthfulness of whatever explanations that will come up when he really hits the ground running. But like I said, he's going to have a president who has been very helpful. He tells Ghanaians that I went to bring Dr. Bawumia. He gave him all the opportunity to shine. Now, you must be able to look into the face of Ghanaians and tell them that, look, even though I belong to this regime, I didn't like X, Y, Z. And these were some of the things that I did to show my dislike. And it is up to us to either be convinced or not to be convinced. How he's able to convince us as a people is critical in shaping his quest to lead a campaign aimed at breaking any eights.
And it's interesting you make this reference, because if you look at the 10 until now that they were narrowed down to 4, a number of them, Alan Chimantin, Dr. Freya Koto, and then also Kene Japong, criticized some of the decisions and the policies of this administration. Alan Chimantin made the point in the run-up to the Superdelegates Congress that he believes certain things could have been done differently, openly disagreeing with some of the decisions that were taken. And then Dr. Freya Koto as well. Now, you, I recall, questioned why they did not make those positions known publicly while they were serving as members of the executive. And so, looking into the future, if Dr. Bawumia takes this same path and says, well, you know what, I'm the vice president, I'm now the flag bearer, but then again, there are certain decisions that were taken that I was not in agreement with, but well, because I was part of government, and I am still part of government, I'm going to be quiet. How is that going to work?
Yeah, it's good. That's what I meant by these things are going to present that kind of uphill task for the flag bearer, who is still the vice president. He has a lot of work. He would have a lot of work to do in convincing Ghanaians, because elsewhere we know that if you are in disagreement with some of these things going on, you openly spoke against it or you resigned. But where we didn't hear you speaking openly against it, and where you didn't resign, and you still want to convince us that, I mean, you see, in a developing country like Ghana, you need people who have the courage, people who have the conviction, and people who are bold enough to be able to say things as they are, to be able to sound convincing, and to be able to be the good repository of the fiduciary trust of the people. If you are not that bold, and you can't say things as they are, and you can't act within a certain context to show that you believe in a certain principle, then it becomes difficult to convince, you know, many to give you that support that you may be looking for. I don't know what he has his sleeves. Maybe he may be able to convince Ghanaians. If he does so, it will be good for him. But we should know that, like I said, the battle has now started, and it is not going to be easy. For the first time in the history of Ghana's Fourth Republic, people are going to think very well before they exercise their franchise in the 2024 elections. Because you are going to have John Mahama, who has been now whitewashed, who has been now made so clean by the challenges of this administration. Now it is like he doesn't have to say much to be able to be known. And then you are going to have Alan Chimantin, who is also lacing his boot to also give a certain showdown that would be aimed at least pushing the elections into a runoff. And then you're going to have Dr. Bawumia. And don't forget that, you see now, all the other aspirants are also going to be using Bawumia as a punching bag because they are all going to gang up against him and in tackling him with the challenges of this administration. How he is going to defend himself when Mahama is boxing him, how he's going to defend himself, he's going to shield himself when Bawumia is also boxing him.
Alan.
And when Alan is also boxing him, how he's going to defend himself? Well, I don't know whether other candidates are coming, but I've seen Hassan Ayariga and
yes.
how he's going to do all these. I mean, is going to determine whether Ghanaians will be comfortable with him or not.
Indeed. And this is your Election Command Center. What you're seeing are live videos from the Accra Sports Stadium, the venue where that grand announcement will be made by the returning officer for this NPP Decides, the flag bearer elections of the new Patriotic Party. Dr. Efriye Akoto, Dr. Owusu Efriye Akoto, one of the 4 contenders, has arrived at the venue already. He's taken a seat. And provisional results we're getting at least from 163 out of the 277, as you see on the screen, the centers. It paints a picture, and that's why you can understand why he's arrived at the venue early, because he knows exactly how things are playing out for him. He was confident right from the beginning. In fact, even this morning, he indicated quite clearly that based on his own analysis, he is winning this race, but it turned out differently. And so he's at the venue and awaiting the announcement by the electoral of the returning officer for this particular election of the flag bearer of the NPP. So that's what's happening there. As we speak now, a number of people are musicians associated with the NPP are also performing, but the crowd is increasing in size, the massing up, and as expected, and the number of people as well who are expected to address the gathering. We understand the other 3 losing candidates would also be made to address the gathering, plus the victory speech of whoever will be elected. Now we're seeing Francis Adainimo as well has arrived. Francis Adainimo, accompanied by his wife, have arrived at the venue, the Accra Sports Stadium. Francis Adainimo is being escorted to his seat on the platform for the dignitaries at this venue. Francis Adainimo has arrived there as we speak. There is also that wait. In fact, a number of people on that platform, Professor Jampo, you'll not be wrong to say they are waiting with bated breath to see Kennedy Japan and also Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Now, if Kennedy Japan disappear, it sends a message, does it not? And what he's going to say.
Does it look like he's going to disappear? I have not heard the kinds of things that were supposed to push him to give a showdown happening. I mean, people, Bawumia paid money, he paid money. And so I think the election itself has been peaceful, and it doesn't look like some votes were stolen.
In fact, prior to today, in Sherman, for instance, his campaign coordinator in Sherman raised concerns about certain names that were deleted and ones inserted. That issue, we understand, was addressed.
Yeah.
And then Ewutu Senya East as well, they raised a similar concerns as well. So there was that attempt to resolve the issues as and when they came up.
I do not see anything that happened in the conduct of the elections that would give him the chance or the opportunity to want to stay away from the current gathering. And so it is beautiful. It will be beautiful to see him there. Look, the party is already bleeding, given the exit of Alan Sherman. And one of the things for them to ensure that they stop that kind of bleeding will be to be able to ensure that people like in Japan are also fully on board, given the performance of this man in the election.
That's provisional results you're saying now from 165, 43,248 as against 69,343.
Yeah,
that's telling.
Yeah. He's done so well, and I am full of praises for him. He was not given any dog's chance, but he's really done well, and I believe that he has age on his side. If he wants to stay on for another round next time, he would be a force to reckon with. Yeah.
Now let's drill down the numbers, and we did that when Duke joined us. It also has a different message. If you look at that, juxtapose it with the overall headline figures. But if you look at areas, for instance, in your constituency, the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, Kene Japan, per the provisional results, won with a very interesting margin, running into double digits. And then you look at the Adenta constituency, a swing constituency for that matter. This is the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency. Provisional results, 531 for Kene Japan, 441 for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia per the provisional results. You are seeing almost a difference of about almost 100, right?
Yeah.
And then in Adenta constituency, just 1 vote difference per the provisional results that we got. But the Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, the architecture, the nature, the cosmopolitan structure of that constituency, and also the history of that constituency in our general elections, that has a strong message in there, is it not?
Well, it tells you, but this is a very, it's a place where the University of Ghana is located. And then it's a very cosmopolitan. It has the floaters there in their numbers. It has the enlightened people there in their numbers. And for them, what they always want to listen to, these are not the caliber of people whose votes are on autopilot. They are people who are discerning, and they want to listen, and they want to see who has command and mastery over the issues. They want to be hearing the kinds of things that Kene Japan was saying. And so I would have been surprised if he had not won there, because he was really harping on the issues that others were not really talking about. And so it is something that is good. The voting pattern or the voting outcome properly typifies the features of that particular constituency.
And you look at as well the Adenta constituency, is it not?
Yes.
I mean, would you say this is just a reflection of the reality message of Kene Japan as against the, as you put it, the ways and means strategy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a reflection of the reality message. He was harping on the issues, and like I said, in those areas, Ayawaso West Wuogon and Adenta, people really want to be hearing the issues. And so if you are quite economical with the issues and you don't articulate them well and you focus on ways and means, then you will be laughing at the wrong side of your mouth. So I am also not surprised about the outcome. But we must say that, look, a vote for Dr. Bawumia to lead the NPP is quite good in the direction that it helps to now shed the acanistic outlook of the NPP. Okay, NPP is largely seen as an Akan-based party, and there was a belief by many, including people in the NDC, that there was no way that the NPP was going to allow somebody who was a non-Akan to lead them. But today, I think history has been made, and the party has resoundingly given the nod to somebody who is not an Akan, so to lead them. So it helps the party in shedding its Akanistic outlook. And if you look at how the Ashantis also voted for Dr. Bawumia, it has a certain message that tells you that, well, regionalism and ethnicity in Ghanaian politics should gradually become a thing of the past, because Ashantis are voting for Northerner. And it tells you that now politicians can no longer be allowed to be playing on the ethnic and regional keyboards and emotions of voters. We should allow who we think can be to be. And rather than saying, well, he's a northerner, he's not this, he's not that, and all that. So it's a good sign for the NPP, given what they have done. Even though I say that what has been done can be a genuine and sincere outcome, or it can also be an induced, outcome.
But definitely the coming days will have a lot to tell, at least after now.
Yes, the coming days will have a lot to tell. And like I said earlier, the battle has only now begun. And so they should tone down on the much jubilation. Let them be magnanimous in the way and manner they are jubilating. Because, like I said, for those jubilating, it was actually a victory for taste of defeat. And if you are not magnanimous in bringing on board everybody, especially also given that one of the stalwarts has defected or has exited to form his own movement, then you may be doing a big disservice to your own quest to have a positive electoral fortunes in the 2024 election. So let them tone down and cut down the unnecessary jubilation, and let them think about how, right from the word go, and even here, they will be closing their ranks, and they will be magnanimous in reaching out to all, especially to Kenya Japan, getting a very sincere and genuine commitment from him to want to help. Because if they have Kenya Japan on board helping them, then they would be they'll be making giant strides in the electioneering campaign.
The emphasis is on sincere
and genuine support of Kenya Japan. It's not speech making, okay? Around this time, people are going to be prepared with speeches. They are going to be giving speeches to be reading to people. But where the person is sincere, he may not even want to read any speech. He may just speak extempore to show his support for whoever may have emerged victorious. And like I indicated earlier on, I do not see anything that went so untoward that would prevent Kenya Japan from coming out to offer sincere support. I look forward to he offering sincere support to Dr. Bawumia as a basis for his quest, as a basis for his future political career within the same political party. The kind of maturity you show around this time, that you fought very hard and you've not embarrassed yourself, around this time that everybody now see you as a force to reckon with, around this time that your performance can comfortably be described as a victory just with a taste of defeat. How you show maturity in accepting defeat would be used in determining your future political career within the party.
You're still live here on your Election Command Center, and we're giving you the live updates from the Accra Sports Stadium, where the final announcement will be made of who has been elected flag bearer of the new Patriotic Party going into election 2024. What you see, and in fact, those of you listening to us on 3FM 92.7, Francis Adainimo is there, and then also Dr. Osefri Akoto is at the same venue. Dr. Mahmoud Bamia and Kennedy Ohine Japan are expected to also join them, and we have the clearest indication that when those two persons do join them, then the event itself would kick in. That's what we're learning from our men on the ground, Komla Kluche and Eric Mawen Egbeta. Gabi Asare Chidako tweeted earlier that MPP, and in fact he likely disagrees with a number of the things that you said, that MPP has a lot of work to do to break the 8, but it starts with endorsing the candidate massively so that it's easy to put people together. That is what...
It starts with what? You said he disagrees with me.
He agrees with you.
He agrees,
largely.
yeah, okay.
Yes, it says it starts with endorsing the candidate who is eventually announced massively so that it's easy to put people together. So there's clear indication that all is not well.
All is not well. The kinds of things that Kenya Japan said in exposing the challenges of this administration, in exposing how things have not been done well, he said that, and I'm sure people may be hurt. And how they demonstrate maturity in moving beyond mere emotions and in appreciating that the man said what was right, and in closing ranks and in getting him to offer that sincere support, in getting him to offer that sincere endorsement. See, we have endorsement and we have sincere endorsement. If there is sincere endorsement, the man is willing to go everywhere with you in your campaign. And it's only when you do that that you'll be making giant strides. But the point is that sometimes because of bitterness, because of the way and manner people may have been treated in the electioneering campaign, it becomes difficult for such candor, sincerity, and genuineness to be displayed in offering the kind of support that Bawumia would need in his quest to have a better electoral fortunes in leading the country.
If that sincere and honest support is going to come, what would guarantee it? What would have happened to now give you that guarantee and assurance that indeed anybody who's going to make any declaration today of support will be doing that sincerely and genuinely?
Well, so the mere talk of today would not guarantee any sincerity. The mere acceptance or acceptance of defeat and the reading of prepared speeches will not guarantee any sincerity and genuineness in terms of support that will have to be offered. What will bring about sincerity is the conversation and interaction that takes place among the heavyweights, political heavyweights, and among those who went neck to neck, how they meet behind the scenes to have frank discussions among themselves, and how people apologize where they have to apologize, how people are sincere enough in admitting where they erred, and how people make overtures born out of candor would all help in ensuring that the support that will be given or will be needed will be sincerely offered. But it is not what is done for the cameras. Those ones, anybody can do that just to be able to look good. But what happens behind the scenes? I'm expecting that if there is sincerity, Kenya Japan should have by this time, if there is sincerity and there is genuineness, Kenya Japan, or by this time would have read somewhere, there would have been a tweet somewhere that Kenya Japan has called the vice president to congratulate. But I'm not sure this has been done. And
not that we know of.
If it hasn't been done up till now, it tells you that all may not be well for now.
We still have you on your election command center, and we keep updating the provisional results as it trickles in thick and fast. So keep your eyes fixed on the bottom of the screen and also the side of the screen as well, because we're giving you the provisional results every step of the way, so you have a clear picture of how things are playing out. Let's have a feel of what's happening at the Accra Sports Stadium, where this grand announcement will be made. Take a listen.
The two of them are from the Conservative Party, our members, partners in the United Kingdom. We thank you so much for coming. You know, it's great to have you in our midst on this auspicious occasion of ours as we elect a new leader for our party. Thank you so much. DJ, drop something for us.
Stage anymore. Yes, class stage name
stage, you know. Yeah, share stage Kakra.
DJ, Maya Bibi, Maya Bibi,
More music on trendybeats.com. Stop me fighting my door. Signal. Carry all my money, make you carry me go Sambisa. If I touch your body, make you touch under my shirt.
nigga. And girl, your love don't blind me. I can be like Papa Fryo. If I come in sachet, you go carry my embryo. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my bololo, your body cool my pressure. Body cool my pressure. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my bololo, body cool my pressure.
Are you here? Are you here?
Honorable Bernardo Labanda, Inner City and Songo Secretariat. Honorable Bernardo Labanda. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. Butcherman Ghana Hardcore.
Yeah. DJ. Choboy. Pacha oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Oya pipini apeja usami shadie. Numero weni acha yenye dede kesemi shadie. Yenye dede kesemi shadie. Yenye dede kesemi shadie. Yenye dede kesemi shadie. Oh, ya dede. If you believe in that new patriotic party, Choboy. Yes, Honorable Member of Parliament for Ayawaso West Wagon is here.
Whose convoy is it?
Honorable Lydia Seyram. Honorable Lydia Seyram is here, please. Let's acknowledge. Choboy. We also have Honorable Tina Nayele Mensa. Choboy. Honorable Member of Parliament for Wejagbawe. Deputy Minister of Health.
You are welcome.
Former National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Yeura.
I have also seen in the house the CEO.
Charlie DJ. Bibi Bessi, Bibi Bessi, Tiana. What reminding Kakra. Bibi Bessi.
DJ.
That's right, DJ. Our former national organizer,
the couple.
Our former national organizer, former national youth organizer.
DJ. Choboy. Boya! You did. No, listen. Energy MPP. Yeah. Now me see MPP. Yeah. Today is indeed a wonderful day. And now,
hello.
Before I proceed, I am not happy with
the movement on the days.
That's right.
I am going to be very harsh on everybody if you are found not to be.
Well, so that's my colleague Eric Mawonagbeta there at the Accra Sports Stadium. The national organizer of the NPP is speaking there, Nana Boache. We will cross over intermittently to that venue because for the NPP, this is the most important venue right now. And let's hear from Eric Mawana. Mawana, what's the latest in going on there?
Aspirants who stood for today's presidential primary have made their way here to the Accra Sports Stadium to be a part of this final rally, as we can call it. NPP Decides, the national organizer of the NPP right now, enforcing and ensuring that everything and everyone who's supposed to be on the days is there according to the right position where they're supposed to be. But I was telling you about how 2 out of the 4 presidential aspirants are already here to be a part of what it is that is being witnessed. Roland Walker has been here all throughout the day as well. He's here with me and we'll be having a brief chat as well in relation to exactly what it is that we've been seeing here over the last few hours. But Roland, let's first start off with the 2 out of the 4 aspirants who've made it here. The party has increasingly told the narrative that they are seeking to unite all their fronts after the signing of the undertaking. Interesting to see 2 out of the 4 aspirants already here.
Well, it also shows that it looks like all the 4 want to have a certain unity of purpose, and particularly looking at how the election has gone on today, there seemed to be that kind of unism that they also want to portray out there. And you can clearly see that Dynamo and subsequently also seeing the other candidate also come in would ultimately mean that everybody else wants to come in. So Dr. Efri Akoto also coming in also means that everybody also wants to be part of this. The ultimate person that would need to be seen will be, of course, Kennedy Ejapong. Yeah, because realistically, no matter what is done, it is Kennedy Ejapong who has to be here for also that. But I think that even if Kennedy doesn't come, it doesn't take anything away from.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, it doesn't take anything away from what we know to be the presumptive winner, for which we're waiting for the official announcement. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you just have to look at the votes and the margins coming from the Ashanti region.
Right.
If you follow Ghana's election, and I follow Ghana's election as an intern in the year 2000, you have to know that the Ashanti region is the hub of the NPP. Right. And if Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is able to get the quantum of votes, 65% in excess in the Ashanti region, it means that the rank and file of the party wants Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. There's no 2 ways about it. What they have to do is to make sure that they rally behind Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in whatever way they can, convince the entire voters of the country that he's the one who can beat John Dramani Mahama of the NDC come 2024. There's no 2 way about it.
Right. We'll get into the conversations on what it is that they can do, because already the narrative has begun to come through. We've been hearing them chant loudly that they are not scared of Mahama or the NDC, and that they believe that the vice president will lead them to break the aid. But I have here the provisional results that have been coming to them. This looks like it's coming from the headquarters of the NPP.
It's actually coming from the coalition center of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
Of Dr. Bawumia, which is putting him around some 61%. In the lead up to this, there were a number of polls. One poll which was taken very seriously by a lot of Ghanaians was that of Global Info Analytics, and the campaign managers of Bawumia made the case that anything that puts them below 70% was not a true reflection of the work that they've done. Now we're seeing 61%. In your estimation, a resounding victory they would have expected, or they've done so quite well and should have a good showing?
If you put the issues into perspective, you have to look at the demographics of the voters. The demographics look like we have a party that is set to elect mainly candidates from their strongholds, being the Akam base, and then also most of the Ashanti region. All right, and we can only make two assumptions because it is the former President John Ejekun Kufuor, who comes from the Ashanti region, and then the president who also comes from the Eastern region. The narrative following the presumptive election of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was that the NPP is an Akam-based party. It will not have its delegates, the rank and file, supports a candidate who is not an Akan. I mean, that's the narrative out there. So for him to get 61%, it follows what the Global Info Analytics survey had said, because in survey you look at the margin of error. There was a 43-46%. There were about 32% of divided people who did not want to tell the survey who they were going to vote, the researchers who they wanted to vote for, and then those who said they were not decided. All right, so it means that it meant that it could go either way. And it gone for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and I think that that research is closer enough to what the current person that we see. So it is what we see. We currently are with Engineer J Japan. So Engineer J Japan will come in and then speak to. Please come in the middle for us. Come in the middle for us. You're live on TV3.
You're live on TV3. You're live on TV3. Myself and Roland Walker. Yes, the noise is drowning a bit, but talk to us. You've seen the contest pan out all throughout today. What would you say has been your general assessment to start off with?
I think I'm very proud as a member of this great party, and I do believe your correspondents have been around all the 276 polling stations. The people have decided. It's a very tough country, and it brings me a lot of relief that this campaign has ended today and the party has spoken. That for me is the principle that anchors we, the NPP, and who we are. We believe in the free expression and to make a choice. Once the party people make the choice, once they make that choice, then we respect that choice.
The delegates have spoken. That's largely the narrative on the ground. Provisional results put Dr. Bawumia at some 61%. Is this a reinforcement of the base, telling perhaps the opposition that this is the man we want to lead the NPP to break the edge?
Yeah, I think it's quite clear. This is the first time Dr. Bawumia is contesting. To be able to make 60% to the end of this battle shows how strong he's been. I am thrilled at the way he's been able to reach out across various sectors of the party. This was a tough contest. This is his first time. And I want to use this medium to congratulate him. What I find remarkable about him is you never see him angry. You know, so he's been able to build good interpersonal relations, and I think he will use that to weld together the party. What we need is a cohesive party. Once we are together and we energize the base of the NPP, then we give ourselves a better shot at winning 2024. It's going to be tough, but it's doable.
You were a part of the contest from the start. Unfortunately, the Super Delegate Congress didn't afford you the opportunity to be a part of today's elections. the party has drummed home the narrative of how everybody needs to come together, working towards elections 2024. I see you're here today. 2 of the other aspirants are here as well. Is this a sign that perhaps the concerns which were raised earlier, that this could be a tough one for the NPP in being able to ride through this election and bring everybody together? You're doing it a lot easier than many had anticipated.
Elections are always tough in the NPP, right from 1992. But I have to be humble enough to admit that this one was really tough. And sometimes, especially in the last 2 weeks, were very difficult for me. Looking on some of the things that were rolling around in social media. But I pray and hope that
what were some of the things that worried you in the lead up to this election?
That for me is not the critical thing.
Right.
With the battle has been brought to an end. And now we are going to outdoor a new flag bearer. And I trust that I will be able to bring all of us together. And so that we work hard and ensure that we can win the election in 2024. Elections in Ghana are always very tough and tight. That we respect. What is important is for us to get a narrative that will earn the respect and the confidence of the Ghanaian people. That is what we want to do.
My last question is whether you're confident that Dr. Baumia will lead the NPP to break the 8.
I'm very confident. I look at his demeanor. He's got a wonderful character, and I think that will stand him in good stead.
Many thanks for speaking to us. That's Kwabena Japan. He was one of the aspirants during the Superdelegate Congress. Unfortunately, could not be a part of the exercise today, but we're continuing to await the presence of the Vice President and possibly Kennedy Japan. Back to you in the studio, Alfredo Kansei.
DJ, fire us something.
So, that's Eric Mawenagbeta there, and interacting with Kwabena Japan, one of the 10 that was cut to size to 4 until now, expressing confidence in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. So, that's your call. Social media is also telling, in fact, quite closely a number of the things that we're talking about in the studio as well. And the hashtag Election Command Center, the engagement is rising every minute,
yes,
and it's also climbing up the trends from what we are seeing, is it not?
Yes. Yes, exactly. Comments on social media have become more interesting since we last spoke. Now it's obvious that Dr. Bawumia is leading in the polls, closely followed by Kennedy Japan. So on social media now, Kennedy Japan is still top of the trends, and a lot of the posts we are seeing are about Kennedy Japan. One of the very popular posts on Twitter this evening is about whether or not Dr. Bawumia is going to consider running with Kennedy Japan, considering how well he's done during this election, considering the numbers he's polled, and also considering the fact that it shows that the people love him. Now, Dr. Bawumia has been said to be the establishment candidate, has said to have the party behind him, the party bigwigs, and also a very big fat bank account, perhaps, to back his campaign. Kennedy Japan, on the other hand, has been said to be the man on the ground, the man of the people, and the man who understands what the people want and need. He has been commended for calling out some of the things that he does not agree that the party has done so far. Now, with the percentage that he's pulled, about 38% so far, there are thoughts that perhaps Dr. Bawumia should consider running with him. Now, back to some of the comments we're seeing. Felix Kwachi says, 2 definite predictions. JM wins in 2024, and Kennedy Japan will be the NPP flag bearer in 2028, all things being equal. Now, this tweet has been retweeted over 96 times with over 45 comments. A lot of them in agreement with this post by Felix Kwachi Ofosu. A lot of people are also waiting, from the comments we're seeing on Twitter, for Kennedy Japan to do as he signed or undertook to do, to congratulate Dr. Bawumia on his victory after he's declared winner. Interesting fact, though, neither Dr. Bawumia nor Kennedy Agyapong has arrived at the Accra Sports Stadium where the declaration is set to be made. So we're waiting, basically, and as we read comments on social media, we're waiting to hear Kennedy Agyapong's statement congratulating Dr. Bawumia. I guess that's what we're all hoping to see on social media, and when it's announced at the Accra Sports Stadium, we'll be on television also to show you. We're going to go for a very quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring you more. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to demonstrate to you the superior properties of Flamingo paint. As compared to other paint brands on the market, we take equal quantities of Flamingo paint and this ordinary paint. We then dilute them with water. And now, let the test begin. The gentleman on the left is going to apply the ordinary paint, and the gentleman on my right will use the Flamingo superior paint. As you can clearly see, Flamingo has the obvious better hiding. Furthermore, Flamingo has painted a much larger area. You know, one bucket of Flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint is made with superior formulation to give superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Whenever you fly to space or take your first step as baby, Soft Care always stays with you.
New Soft Care Space Series is rooted from space technology. Keeps you dry and comfortable for 12 hours long. Offers you the most effective protection during your space journey.
Soft Care. Protect your leap.
Are you tired of struggling with bad financial situations? At Quick Credit, we understand the difficulties that come with transitioning to a better one. That's why we're here to simplify the process for you. With loan facilities of 1,000 cedis and upwards, all you have to do is call and we will take care of the rest. All you need is your national ID, no savings, no collateral, no susu, no deposits, and no account opening required. Quick Credit has you covered. Whether you're expanding a business, starting a new one, facing an emergency like school fees or funeral expenses, or even just in need of a salary loan. Call Quick Credit today, 0302 200 390 or 059 692 0833. We do not give loans via the internet. Quick Credit is regulated and licensed by the Bank of Ghana. Terms and conditions apply. Quick Credit, lending made simple.
Colgate Herbal is formulated from unique natural herbs to strengthen teeth and keep gums healthy. Try Colgate Herbal, scientifically proven for strong teeth and healthy gums. This advert is FDA approved.
This Sunday on Hot Issues.
Why must it be the NDC and John Dramani Mahama again?
It is not NDC and John Dramani Mahama. It was first NPP and Nanado.
Are Ghanaians really rooting for the NDC?
Why are the poster boys of NPP no longer talking about economic miracles and so on? There have always been accusations of corruption.
So what's the plan to ensure that the people who are coming in with you in 2024, if that is the case, do not sink their teeth in the national pity?
We fight corruption from within us and then use that yardstick to fight corruption from outside. Where we are, it is not about NDC MPP anymore, because many people within MPP themselves are saying that this is not good.
What makes you think that regardless of who comes up, the NDC's John Dramani Mahama is a better candidate on the ballot?
Because we will have a stronger program, a stronger program for reviving this economy.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Hi everyone, my name is Bella Mundi, and Media General and 3 Foundation are officially mobilizing supplies, food items, clothing and other essentials to support our brothers and sisters in the Volta region who have unfortunately been affected by the spillage. So items required include food, clothing, school books, medicine, building materials. I even saw babies, mothers, fathers sleeping on the bare floor without their beds, without mosquito nets, and that really broke my heart. And I'm sure it would break your heart if you saw that too. So please, donations are welcome from the public, and you can send this to the 3 Foundation number 059 7433110 or through our merchant number 120494 with the merchant name as 3 Foundation. All donations, remember, should be referenced Akosombo. And if you want to make any enquiries, please call 0243 126 282. Help us help the people in dire need in the Volta region.
Life can change in just one moment. In one moment, you have everything. The next moment, it's all gone, swept away by raging floods. Your homes submerged in water, your means of livelihood gone. Imagine the helplessness, the impotence, and the frustration. Let's come together to put a smile on the faces of the Akosombo Dams village communities. Help by donating cash, clothes, blankets, toiletries, food items, and medicine to our affected communities. Contribute to the Media General 3 Foundation Dams Village Relief Fund. Cash can be sent through the 3 Foundation account, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, Kojo Thompson Road, Tudu, or through the Momo line 05974333110 or merchant ID 120494. Let's show them that we care.
Hi people of Ghana, my name is Queen Salom, the winner of this year's Ghana's Most Beautiful. I want to use this opportunity to express my sympathy and support to all those affected by the dam spillage. In the light of this situation, Media General and 3 Foundation are mobilizing funds and other essentials to support those affected by the spillage. You can also support by donating items like food, water, clothing, school items, medicine, and many others. You can also donate cash to the Dam Spillage Relief Fund with the Momo number 059 7433110 or the merchant number 120494. Please, let us all come together and support our brothers and sisters in the Volta region and other regions. Mekata miva bemia kpashide amukenchi echia dele. Mauna ira mekata. God bless Ghana. Thank you.
A caring heart, a shoulder to lean on, and a helping hand to those in trouble. This is our duty as brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. Together, let's help put a smile on the faces of the communities affected by the Akosombo Dam spillage. Please send donations to Media General or to 3 Foundation. You can also send us mobile money via our merchant code and the mobile money number displayed on your screen, or via our bank account number. Please help. Together we can make things better for our friends. My name is Shako. Help us.
There are some things in life we have no control over, while there are others that we can lend a helping hand to. The Akosombo Dam spillage has brought untold hardship to the lives of the communities near the dam. They can't do anything about it, but we can. My name is Roland Walker. Join me as I champion the drive to raise funds for the Media General 3 Foundation Dam Spillage Fund. Donate your widow's mite today. Cash can be sent through the 3 Foundation account, Zenith Bank Ghana Limited, Kojo Thompson Road, Tudu. The account name is 3 Foundation and the account number is 6010 603-927 or through the Momo line 059-7433-110 or the merchant number 120494. Let's put a smile on the faces of the victims of this disaster today.
The news that matters most is the news that hits closest to home.
When it breaks, we are there.
If it touches your family, your city, affects your expenditure, your decisions, as well as your safety, we've got it covered.
It's easy to just cover the news. What we are doing is different, creating a news experience that prepares you for anything. TV3 News, award-winning journalism, world-class quality, on TV and online, right at your doorstep. TV3, first in news.
Choboy, Choboy. The showdown man.
I like this.
That's right. He's on his way.
Weaver. Ghana no be Jamaica. Fire burn the enemy.
The man Akompreko is on his way.
Show Babylon fool. Only young person wala ya woya. But if you bad they under. Every day me just decide it's a holiday. We dey do them every day where they insane. Yes, Obi a one master.
Yes.
Obi a nene master.
Master.
Pay for crowd master.
Master.
Kennedy Japan go master.
Master.
Me a master.
Honorable Kennedy Akompreko of Japan. Shoulder.
Master. Ghana Kosi Trinidad.
In the next 2 minutes,
the difference we say I am born.
I'll give you a showdown.
Me a they do. Pepe them be the shaker. They are for as a mu as a winter.
Yes.
Malabana okata fio abachiko. Why you the disrespect your master? When you forgive respect.
Party for a kind of hapa. Yes.
We are the movie I want to master.
The energy minister.
Kennedy Japan go master.
The hard-working energy minister. Who calls Honorable Matthew Opoku Prempe Abekayensa. The president's representative. The gentle giant. The Honorable Henry Potti. The gentle giant.
Ready for yes, you can see the comma pasta. We see a case yes with Yanka when you're banker. La Chassa Kitiko, yes, a tanker.
Western Regional Minister.
Yeah, master. Be an enemy master. Master. Pay for a crowd master.
Honorable
Kennedy Japan, master.
National organizer.
Yeah, master.
Honorable Kobe,
master.
The man behind our resource mobilization and finance. The national treasurer, Esoka Ensawaha. The chairman for the National Council of Elders. Yes. Party. Ebra Abaya. The first national treasurer, Honorable Hakman Owusu-Ajima. Papa Enzo Ababekayensa. Wakayensa.
And the movies and
in no particular order. That's right. Papa Ebediasa. Honorable Akman Owusu-Agyemang, the chairman for the National Council of Elders.
That's right. That's right. The first national treasure of our party. Papa,
MD for boss. Every province knows our house. Exim Bank board chairman. The fashionista chairman. Mr. Jemfi. My uncle Yofi Grant. CIPC. CIPC. Dr. Kusibuafo, I can see you. ADB boss. Mr. Alasa also in the house. The former national chairman of the Yako Akumprenu Ajin Kunimaya 2016 he was. The former national chairman, Chairman Freddy Wasimawu, play
Wasimawu,
the immediate past General Secretary, John Adjin Kessie Buadu. As well,
Adjin Kessie.
Former General Secretary Mr. John Buadu Abekayen Sawaha. Former General Secretary Kwabena Japan.
Yes.
Engineer Kwabena Japan.
Ononsu Sheha.
So Ababekayen Sawaha.
Ononsu.
Former National Youth Organizer. Former National Organizer. Director General National Lotteries. Sami Awuku.
Lotoura.
Former National Youth Organizer, former MP Laura, former Deputy Minister Rhodes.
That's right.
Anthony Abayifa Kabo.
Also in the house.
Also in the house. The Registrar, Ghana Scholarship Secretary, Dr. Kingsley Agyemang. As well as
hey, about for Sheha.
Mami Efwe Akoto, I can see you. Former National Deputy Communications Director.
And you're still live on TV3. This is your election command center, and certainly we'll be going back to the Accra Sports Stadium for the final declaration of the election results. I mean, it's an open secret now. We all know who's the winner of the March 4th flag bearer competition or race is. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Many figures have actually shown that Musa Dankwa of Global Info Analytics is with us here in the studio. He actually was one of the key voices that said that it is likely to be Dr. Bawumia. But I think the concern many had was with what margin is Dr. Bawumia going to win this race by. So I'm sure that in the next few minutes, as we all wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the certified results, we'll be interacting with our guests who are still with us in studio to try and fine-tune all of what has happened in the last probably 12 or so hours. And then also subject some of the figures we are going to be getting to further analysis, especially on the back of the fact that Dr. Bawumia, who is now going to be the leader of the new Patriotic Party, needs to ensure that he has the full backing of the party. With the figures we are seeing now, does he have that? And many are also commending Ken Ejapong for, doing a yeoman's job first time, just declaring all. It was actually midstream, deciding to, look, I want to go for this flag bearer competition. And in the last 3 to 4 months, has been able to, marshal quite a number of supporters to give him their mandate. And although he didn't win, even within the NPP, they are quite surprised at the margin that he's been able to chalk. So that and more, as we await the EC to give the final results at the Accra Sports Stadium. My colleagues are also down there at the stadium. We'll also be interacting with some of the party executives who are there. We'll be bringing all of that to you as you sit at home and watch your election command center. Like I indicated, Professor Ransford Jampo is still with us in studio. He is a professor of political science. And then also we have Musa Dankwa, who is with Global Info Analytics. They have been working the numbers in the last few months, and in getting to today, he also predicted. And the margin he gave, we'll be putting that on the screen shortly, the margin Global Info Analytics gave and what we are picking from the grounds, really, really close. So we'll be, disaggregating a number of these things. Also, Nash Shoko is with us. Many of you have been sharing your thoughts on what has gone on in the last few hours, commending the new Patriotic Party for undertaking such a peaceful electoral process. And then also beyond that, you've been sharing your thoughts on the candidates that contested and what may have informed the delegates' decision to vote either way or whichever way they voted. So now Shoko would also be taking us through some of the comments that are coming in thick and fast as we all wait for the Electoral Commission to give us the final results. So maybe we're just going to dig into the conversation now. I'll start with Mr. Dankwa of Global Info Analytics. Mr. Dankwa, thank you again. I mean, you were here earlier today. You've been back, and we're happy to have you back. From what you're picking on the ground, specifically regional figures, then to the headquarters, and now to the national figures you're getting. How different are those numbers from the ones that you had put out? What is the margin of difference?
Thank you very much for having me. If you look at our report that we released before the elections, we said that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was going to win, with a margin of 58.4%, plus or minus our margin of error for the poll, which was 1.91. Today, I think he's gotten 61.4%. That's what we've got from the grounds, which means that we were just 1% off the actual result that came today. I also said that Kennedy was going to do around 40.4%. So if you apply the margin of error minus his 40.4%,
Mr. Dankwa, I may have to interrupt briefly, and we may have to be doing this because we are, trying to get both sides of the conversation out there. And on your screens or on the grounds, we are told that Ken Ejapong is arriving. You can see him on the screen. So let's go and pick the feed. What kind of song is, being played as they welcome the showman who gave a showdown to the new Patriotic Party's preferred candidate, Dr. Bawumia?
That's right. The showdown. The showdown.
Now I'm making the paper. Oh, just show Babylon fool. Only young person I
That's right.
Ayo father. Ayo father. Ayo father.
That's right.
Ayo father. Ayo father. Ayo father. Ayo da Mausaso. Ayo father. Ayo da Mausaso. Ayo father. Ayo da Mausaso.
Yeah. Opia on the master.
We are
Right, so that is Kenneth Japong shaking hands with the party executives who are on the podium. He's gone across from the right to the left, and will definitely be given a chair to sit as part of the 4 final men who were in the horse race to lead the party. And clearly, he seemed to, at least from the look of things or on the surface of what we see, to be quite content with what has happened. Maybe eventually or in the coming days might share a thought or two on how it all played out. But clearly, Kenneth Japong has turned up for the final declaration. And now I think that the next person we'll be waiting for will be Dr. Bawumia, then President Akufo-Addo, then the Electoral Commission may declare the final results. Remember that in case you are about to step out of your house, you can still follow the coverage on 3FM 92.7. That's our sister station, so you want to be in tune with us. On social media, we are also very, very active, and we'll be happy to hear what your thoughts are. And talking about social media, I'm sure that some of you have actually sent in comments. Let's hear a few of them from Nashoko, who's been crunching and going through and trying to sift out some of the more cogent comments about today's decision that has to be made by the NPP delegates. All right, so now walk us through some of the key comments that are coming in, and that's one of the most interesting videos.
Yes, I tell you. And even before that, I couldn't help but notice the song that played while Kenneth Japong walked onto the stage over there. It's quite interesting that that song about Obia Wane Master is the one that played, and I was just reading his body language, and I'm sure you'd be discussing that as you go. But these are the things that people on social media are interested in and are talking about. So Kenneth Japong is still top of the trends, and mind you, Kenneth Japong has been top of the trends for the better part of the afternoon all through to this evening, and you'd wonder why, since he's not leading the polls. Now, among other things, the reason Kenneth Japong is top of the trends is the fact that he made a statement which has become, if you like, the tagline for today's primaries. We'll give you a showdown. Now, after that showdown comment, we've made jokes about it, but it's also been a serious point that some other candidates have campaigned on. So one of the things that most people are asking is if Kenneth Japong has given a showdown or a show up. Whatever that means, I don't know. But comments on social media say that Kenneth Japong has been given a showdown by Dr. Bawumia. Also, a lot of the comments coming in are talking about the difference in numbers and polls from the various regions, places that we expected Bawumia to do well in, and yet Kenneth Japong showed up very well in those regions. One of the constituencies which has enjoyed a lot of commentary on social media is his own constituency, Asin Central, where 16 delegates voted for Dr. Bawumia. While you might think that 16 is a very small number, people on social media have said that the hashtag Fear Delegates is showing for real, and this time you should fear 16 delegates who do not vote for you, even though they promised they would, because they expected him to get a 100% victory in his own constituency. Now, Kenneth Japong representative allegedly runs away with transportation, and delegates have sworn a showdown. One of the reasons that social media commentators say that lost Kenneth Japong some votes is that monies which he allegedly presented to be given to some of them was sort of not given to them. Some delegates have openly said in videos that have gone viral that they expected a certain amount to be given to them and they got a smaller amount. Others have said they were not going to vote at all, even though they intended to vote for Kenneth Japong, because they did not get the monies that were promised them. So here in this story, if you just go on our Twitter page, go to the TV3GH platform, you'll see the story from the Western region where Kenneth Japong's representative allegedly runs away with TNT and delegates have sworn a showdown. The question is this the reason that he did not pull as many votes as he expected to pull in those areas because they did not get the money that they needed or they expected? So you see some comments coming in, very interesting. All lies. almost every NPP person, well, I don't think this comment is great for television, but you see a lot of messages coming in, and they're all talking about whether or not inducement and paying of monies to delegates is the way to go in 2023, and whether or not that particular thing that the delegates have been accused of doing, or the flag bearer aspirants have been accused of doing by the delegates, has had a great impact on how today's elections have been decided.
Okay. Right. So now, thank you so much. Certainly, we'll be coming back to you as we all wait for the final declaration, and then eventually the comments that are still coming in and pouring in. So on your screens now, I think one more probably should be an executive is expected. With those on the podium standing up, it means that we are expecting one more person, correspondent on the ground, Eric Mawana-Egbeta, and then also Roland Walker, who will be updating us shortly on what exactly is happening on the grounds at the Accra Sports Stadium. In the meantime, though, we still have our guests in studio, and we'll be chit-chatting as we await the EC to come in and declare. So, Mr. Dankwa, you were talking about the figures that are coming in, or comparing that to what you initially had. And you were specific as regards some of the ones that Ken got and what your predictions were. So, yes, just take it off from where you left off.
Right. What I was saying was that we had Ken on maximum around 40.4%, plus or minus the margin of error, which was 1.91%. And then Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was 58.4%, plus or minus the margin of error of 1.91%. Let's look at Bawumia's numbers. If you add our margin of error to the 58.8, you get 60.3%. Now he's getting around 61.4%. That's about 1.09% of what he got. You can't get closer than this.
And then again, the 40.04, the 40.4 you got, or you projected for
Kennedy.
Ken, plus
if you subtract
margin of error,
because he's lower.
Yes, so just around 38. All right, so let's cross over now to the grounds. Eric Mawana-Egbeta is speaking. Eric, what's going on there?
Elections by about 20% of the votes. He has been one man who's been anticipated greatly at the Accra Sports Stadium, even as the cheers continue loudly here at the Accra Sports Stadium. It's been a number of hours since we've been here. The numbers have been coming through thick and fast, from the few hundreds. Now it's to close to 1,000 and over of individuals who are gathered here in their numbers, all in expectancy of the arrival of the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, who, per provisional results, has won this particular presidential primary. But in one of the many things that they've sought to do is to paint a picture of the unity of the party. The 2020 campaign manager and 2016 campaign manager as well of the NPP, Peter McMahon, is here with us. Let's just pick brief thoughts from him as well. Honorable, many thanks for speaking to us. You're live on TV3. I mean, all three aspirants are here ready and waiting for the final declaration. The chant is that this is the elephant spirit. Is this what you needed as a party, following what many have described as a tumultuous presidential primary?
I keep telling people that campaigning is bound to bring some divisions, because when you are campaigning, there are 3 or 4 candidates, in this case 4, who are campaigning for one. There's bound to be differences. But the spirit of internal democracy in NPP is that when we choose one person, all of us must rally behind that person. And that's what is going to happen from today.
That is what is going to happen from today. You have overseen 2 successive electoral victories. In your own assessment, knowing very well what it takes to win an election, is the Vice President the best man to do this for the NPP?
Once the delegates have chosen him, he is the best man. And I repeat, once the delegates have chosen him, he's the best man. And he brings on board certain unique features which will be helpful to NPP. This is the first time NPP is choosing a candidate from the north. So wait and see.
How significant is that? Just briefly, how significant is the first time you're getting a candidate from the north?
It's very significant because the NDC has been touting that the north is their stronghold. But we'll see.
You see in the 2024
election. And it started from 2016 when they started losing seats in the north. By 2020, we have overtaken them on the seas in the north. So 2024, we see.
Thank you very much. That's Peter McMahon, who is a 2020 campaign manager, former chair of the party as well, who says that, look, the vice president is the man as well to lead the party to break the year. Because if you look at the dynamics from 2016, the presence of the vice president has meant that the electoral fortunes of the governing party has changed in the north. And up until 2020, they had made significant strides in terms of being able to annex a number of seats in the northern region. That trajectory, that upward trajectory of electoral fortunes for the NPP, he believes is being solidified now with the selection of the vice president as their presidential candidate. And he leaves with just a few words. We shall see. Those are the words of the 2020 campaign manager. For a man who has overseen 2 successive electoral victories, he sure as well knows exactly what it is that he's talking about. But we're live on TV3, we're live on 3FM as well. This is your election command center. Now I must say that all 3 aspirants who were a part of the contest today are seated on the podium right now in wait of the arrival of the vice president and the president of the republic. There's an announcement as well that the Electoral Commission reps will be here shortly with the final details of the elections. 61%, that's what provisional results have put the vice president at. 61%, a substantial number in terms of a resounding victory. Many of them have stated, although they had anticipated 65% and over 70% to a great extent, they make the argument that what? It's his first time, and that is significant enough for anybody who's watching, for the NDC who are watching, to know that they are fielding a formidable candidate who can come and lead them to break the 8. That's the current development as they continue to await. I'm seeing Samia Uku as well, who was a campaign manager of the Baumia campaign. He's made his way to the podium as well, which will foretell that the vice president is almost here. And like you heard, he will be entering very soon. We've been here a fair few hours now, and for many of the indigenes, particularly the national organizer of the party who continues to address the delegates, the presence of all 3 here is indicative of the fact that the elephant is united. It is strong, resolute, and ready for battle 2024. The young are here as well as the old, as they continue to be present here and their numbers, and you see them waving their flags and showing off in anticipation of the fact that the vice president has won. They are excited as they continue to chant. They continue to await the arrival of the vice president. The music is coming through again, and that is it for you in your shorts. That's it in your shorts. The excitement level continues to go up and notch higher for these ladies who are here anticipating the arrival of the vice president. They are seeking to take over now, but that's the case. And it's been an interesting day, one filled with very little activity in terms of the misunderstanding that continues to disrupt elections. So far, so good. They've overseen the elections, they've overseen the electoral process of collation, and now the provisional result points to a win for Dr. Baumia, and his supporters, his fans are happy, excited. And they are announcing the arrival of the Chief of Staff as well, as she also makes her way to this place. The music is continuing, and a lot of these individuals are overjoyed, are ecstatic, over the moon, because the Vice President has won. It's just only a matter of minutes from here now on. It could go to hours really, but one thing is certain, that the North will remember the 4th of November today, that a son of the land has made it through from Vice President, has won the flag bearer ticket of the governing New Patriotic Party, and very soon will be confirmed as the one who emerged victorious in all of this. The anticipation continues to build up. The anticipation continues to build up. The indication we get is that the Vice President has arrived, only a matter of minutes before he makes his way here. It will be interesting to note what the noise decibels, what levels he will reach, the reception he will receive, what the reception will be like for the Vice President, who is expected now to be arriving, the Vice President. The anticipation level is going up and up and up as the Vice President makes his way into the Accra Sports Stadium. He is expected to be declared victorious today. He is expected to be declared victorious, and the chants are going up. The chants are going up in anticipation of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is making his way into the auditorium, who is making his way. You can see the police sirens from far away leading him on into the Accra Sports Stadium. Shortly he'll be going onto the podium, but they are seeking to rile up the crowd again. Rile up the crowd in unison with the decision of over 61% of the delegates. They say he is the man they believe will lead them to break the 8. He is the man who will lead them to break the 8, and they anticipate his arrival. Mr. Digitization, as they call him, Mr. Digitization, as he is now known, his arrival is highly anticipated and awaited at this particular point. That's right. The Vice President and the Second Lady, the Vice President. This is the eloquent spirit and that is the atmosphere now. That is the atmosphere, the anticipated arrival of the Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. He has arrived finally, arrived to a massive reception, arrived to a standing ovation, arrived. That is the man the delegates have chosen to lead the NPP into elections 2024. The man they believe the NDC fares. He is the Vice President, an intelligent leader as they describe him, a man whose personality has resonated well with all of the delegates, a man many have described as the establishment candidate, but the Vice President nonetheless. A man described as Mr. Digitalization. He's going through the paces. Giving a handshake to all of the candidates. Going through the paces. That is the Vice President. The Vice President of the Republic. The man who turned the fortunes around. Who turned the fortunes of the governing party around from 2016. Turned the fortunes of the NPP around in the northern region, continued in the upward trajectory. Turned the trajectory of the party around in 2020 has continued to be Mr. Digitalization for many who are gathered here. The man that believe has all it takes to be the one true individual who will lead the party to break the eight. They are right now standing in wait, standing on the podium in wait for the vice president who has arrived with his wife, and the cheers are loud. The cheers are loud now for the vice president who has arrived now, the vice president who's receiving all of the applause, all of the cheers, all of the applause, all of the cheers. Right now, they continue to cheer loudly, loudly. They continue to cheer loudly. The vice president he continues to throw his fist up in the air, indicative of the victory, the resounding victory it is that has been chalked on the ticket of the NPP. The resounding victory that has been chalked. From here on in, the expectation is that the formalities will take place, where the official declaration will come through, and then the speeches will flow. The speeches will flow from here as the Vice President of the Republic has arrived here now. He has been anticipated for quite a while now. Some 2 minutes to the top of the hour here on your election command center. 3FM 92.7, TV3 Ghana. This is where we've been bringing you up to the minute details as to exactly what's been transpiring at the Accra Sports Stadium. Kennedy Ohinie, Japan, seated close to the Vice President in a hearty conversation. This, many believe, is a sign that the NPP is united strong, ready for elections 2024, ready for victory, ready to break the eight. A mantra that has been on when the party chalked 30 years of its existence. They have continued and continued and continued in that mantra. The process started as far back in June. We're taken to a pick by 10 individuals. Up to 10 individuals pick the ticket to want to lead the NPP in fast forwarding the agenda to break the eight. That 10 on August 26th was whittled down to 5. In that Superdelegate Congress, the Vice President emerged victorious with some 68%. It was a resounding victory for many of the superdelegates who voted in that election. They made the argument that, look, the grassroots are yearning for him. The ordinary folk within the governing New Patriotic Party is anticipating the victory of the Vice President because he is the one man that the NDC feared. And so, from the Superdelegate Congress, when the numbers were whittled down to 5, the campaign was on as to who could turn the vote or turn the minds of the voters most to select them to lead the party. Along the way, it got a bit tumultuous. One of the leading figures of the party decided to step down and form a movement of his own, leading a separate movement, whittling the number down further to 4. It was then declared by analyst posters that it was a straight-up dogfight between Kennedy Ohinie, Japan, and Dr. Baumia. Along the line, the campaigns have been fierce, from accusations, counter-accusations, to the campaign period becoming intense. It has been an interesting last few weeks, with it all culminating today at the forecourt here at the Accra Sports Stadium. In the lead up to today, many had called the poll. The camp of the Vice President said anything short of a 75% would mean that it was not reflective of the work that has been done. Many of the posters, particularly Global Info Analytics, urged for caution and anticipated as well that there be moderation in terms of the numbers. But after it all was said and done, the delegates have decided, they've elected the Vice President with some 61% of the votes. The anticipation now is for the arrival of the president, and then it can proceed, and then it can begin to go on. For now, all four aspirants are here, present, ready and waiting for the final processes to come to a close. The announcement is being made now for the arrival of the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who spoke some 2 weeks ago, was asked the question why it is the case that he chose the Vice President to be his running mate. He said simply that he was affable. He could come to him straight and tell him whatever it is. The President has arrived now. Lord Comey has arrived. So has the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, accompanied by the First Lady. They are here as well to be a part. A part of history. History, that is what it is for a lot of the folks. Right, and so we're handing over now for the final processes here. Back to you in the studio.
We are going to make history. And this is the man who is going to lead NPP. He's about.
And clearly you can see that the activities at the stadium is getting to a crescendo. The President is arriving and will be climbing the podium in a few seconds. Already all the four candidates have arrived themselves. They've sat down. They all arrived to a rousing welcome. And from the look of things, hopefully, in the next few minutes, the Electoral Commission will declare the results. So at least we can call it a day. But it has been a very busy day here at your Election Command Center. We've crisscrossed the country, bringing you polling station results, regional coalition results, and then now we actually have a few national results. So President Akufo-Addo is on the podium now. You can see, unfortunately, the security is preventing us from seeing him, but that's a firm handshake between him and Dr. Bawumia, his vice president, and now flag bearer-elect of the new Patriotic Party. He's in a handshake also with Kenneth Japon. I'm sure in his head, he's saying thank you for giving Bawumia a tough competition. And he's gone on to shake the hands of Mr. Adai Nimo and then also Dr. Efrie Akoto, the former Greek minister. They were in the race. The last two I just mentioned, Adai Nimo and Akoto Efrie, they also got some, I mean, the numbers of the data we have, very poor showing, but clearly right from the onset, it was public knowledge that the competition was going to be between Dr. Bawumia and Ken Ejapon, and hopefully sooner than later, the EC will declare, so we get to know the specific numbers. I think that's what everybody is waiting for. Yes, Dr. Bawumia has won, but by what margin? And what does that mean going forward? So that's President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Now we can see him clearly in the orange shirt, going to take his seat, waving to the gathering to let them know that he is in the House, President of the Republic, and probably in the next few minutes he's going to be handing over the mantle of leadership of the party to Dr. Bawumia, who is going to be now the leader of the new Patriotic Party going into 2024. All smiles, party executives quite happy to have delivered the expected result, or what the establishment was hoping for. That has been done. Nana Akufo-Addo, the president, His Excellency, has taken his seat. On his left, you have his wife, Madam Rebecca. On his right, you have the chair of the new Patriotic Party and the national organizer, is actually addressing the audience or the gathering, and hopefully in the next few minutes we should be hearing from all those who need to make speeches. I'm sure the president will. Dr. Bawumia will also make an acceptance speech, and that should be after the EC declares. That's Mr. Kwaku, who is the head of he's the director of operations of the Electoral Commission, and he will be Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission. He will be speaking and declaring the results, the official final certified results that the EC has put together. So he's also just gone to shake the hands of the leadership of the party seated on the podium, and I'm sure that barring any last minute unnecessary delays, we should be hearing him give the final results shortly. We still have Professor Ransford Jampo with us in studio. Professor Ransford Jampo is a professor of political science and has been observing or monitoring all of these right from the last few months when the conversation around the flag bearer competition started up until now that we are about to hear who has won and by what margin. Prof, as we all await, what are your thoughts? At least the president is there. What are your immediate thoughts on how the last few minutes have gone? The fact that the candidates have come, they shook hands, they smiled at each other. It looks quite okay, doesn't it?
Well, I indicated earlier, these are all for the cameras. What the party would be in need of would be sincerity and genuineness. That would be, this would be required in bringing people together, and you can do some of these things just to give good images and photos for the cameras, but if they are not done sincerely, then the party would have a lot of things, a lot of challenges in its quest to proceed in its agenda of breaking the 8. But once again, let's commend Kennedy Japan. He's truly giving a showdown. When we say a showdown, essentially you are talking about a confrontation intended to help bring a finality to a dispute. That's what we refer to as a showdown. At least for the cameras, he's shown a certain maturity. He is seated by Bawumia, and then we are seeing the pleasantries being exchanged, and he's greeted, he's shaking hands with so many people, and so I think that for the cameras, what is happening is good, but as to whether behind the scenes or beyond what is happening, we are truly seeing what is sincere is another matter. My challenge is with the Electoral Commission. Institutions must work beyond personalities. When did they tell us that they are going to be declaring results? Why are we still waiting? What are they waiting for? Were they waiting for the president? This election is not about the president of the republic.
Exactly.
Okay? Yes. And so, to the extent that it's past 5 o'clock and we are still here waiting for what, I mean, it shows a certain, I don't know, a certain unwillingness to allow institutions to work. Whether the president is seated or not, elections have been held. You have the results. You should declare it. Let him listen to the results in his car or in his home. But you don't wait and keep all of us in this kind of unnecessary suspense. They are fond of that. During national elections too, they will keep all of us in that kind of unnecessary suspense. I think that institutions must work beyond individuals. It is not helpful. I don't see why we should all be sitting down up till now waiting for what? Oh,
and in the same vein, it talks about our national attitude, or probably in this case, the institution's attitude towards time management, because all
very bad, very bad. People have been seated for how many hours, and then we are still waiting for what? Are they still collating the results? The candidates themselves, they've been able to do their own collation. Is it incompetence or is what? I don't understand. We don't have to wait for anybody. Go ahead and declare. If you do so, the next time you show that, look, you work with time. The next time there is an election, people will be seated. You give them the time. That sit around this time will declare results. But people go to sit down and we are all waiting for what? Is this one? What is it? I don't understand.
Deliberate delay.
Oh.
Right, so that's the voice of Professor Ransford Jampo, political science, professor of political science, sharing his thoughts on what you are seeing on your screens. It was expected that the results would be declared around 5 p.m. That's at least what the Electoral Commission had told us. And it's 3 hours on getting to, well, just a few minutes after 8. So way past 3 hours, and we are yet to hear what the EC would say. So President Akufo-Addo, on your shot, definitely will be making a speech. I'm sure he's looking through his speech and trying to fine-tune whatever it is that he would be saying to the country. When he arrived and went closer to the gathering, he made some gestures, trying to tell them that I told you so. Well, that's my understanding of the gesture that the president made. But obviously, we would get to know what exactly the president's thinking is when he finally addresses the gathering and by extension the country. And you would also recall that the president a few weeks ago made certain comments along the lines of, well, whatever it is that is happening, the next government would seek to rectify the challenges. So if it is in that vein, then it means as though, like many are saying, the president is actually checked out totally. But we'll take briefly the thoughts of Professor Jampo as the EC readies itself to announce the results. All right, so yeah, Prof, you were saying something. I mean, I was saying that there seemed to be some kind of detachment, the president and the people. Is that a position you share?
Telling us that the next government will come and fix the challenges. So what is the...
my uncle, Prof. Michael Kwe, who was the chairman of the Presidential Election Committee, respect to all members of the election committee. Good evening, Chief of Staff, ministers, ministers here, every protocol observed. Good evening to everybody. Before I'll talk about the declaration, I want to entreat all of you that we are exhibiting the 2020 register and the 2023 supplementary register. Please and please, we want to entreat all of you to go and check on your name. The purpose is for you to know your polling station, effect corrections if it be. If there's any inclusion, you request for it. If you know anybody who has passed away after registration, please help us to clean the register. We have also introduced the short code *713*81#. That without even going to the polling station, you can check on your details. But in case you key in that short code and there's anything that you want to effect, you will have to go to the district office where you are a voter to effect the necessary changes. This is the greeting from the Electoral Commission. On behalf of the chairperson and the entire commission, we want to congratulate you for the support you gave us in the supervision of your work. Without much ado, I will go straight to the business. As you are aware, 4 people contested, and these are the results. Candidate number 1, Ken Onhinen Ejapong. He had 71,996. Mahmoud Baumia, 118,210. Owusu Afriye Akoto, 1,459. Francis Aden Nimo, 781. Total valid votes 192,446. Total rejected ballots 900. Total vote cast 193,346. By your constitution, for somebody to be declared a winner, the person should have 50% plus. And by our computation, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had 91.47%. Sorry, 61.47%. 61.47%. So, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia is duly elected as your flag bearer going to 2024. Thank you very much.
Come like a kite, me come to them like some kite,
The EC will hand official results to the national chairman.
Forever and ever, I'll be your leader. Forever and ever, I'll be your teacher.
Thank you very much, Electoral Commission. Very wonderful job executed by the Electoral Commission.
Yes.
Excellent job executed by the Electoral Commission.
Very excellent.
Electoral Commission, Bomabaso, Ghana Police. Ghana Police. Ya Bomabaso. Maya dear pa. Maya dear.
Oma Bojuma.
Straight into action.
Oma Bojuma.
The party at the Juma Eshe Presidential Elections Committee, sir. Now, we shall call on the chairman, Committee Naya Jumapa. And this is the Presidential Elections Committee, led by the very respected former Speaker of Parliament, the very respected Professor Mike Okwe, to deliver brief. We kakrabi enya kasabebre be kasaka krabi adiache munya dede ema Presidential Elections Committee. The Presidential Elections Committee. The Presidential Elections Committee.
All the security agencies, Munina Mayadi, police, soldier, Munina Yaboma Basu, regional police command.
Hello. Kukudu.
Eshi.
Kukudu.
Ewososo.
Kukudu.
Eshi Rado.
President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Vice President, Dr. Mahamudu Baumia. Chairman of the NPP and your executive, honorable ministers, honorable members of Parliament, Council of Elders, patrons and trustees, fellow crocodiles. We have come to the end of a very exciting journey, all in search of a flag bearer for our party for election 2024, for which we welcome and congratulate all the honorable contestants of the process. On behalf of the Election Committee, I wish to congratulate our worthy contestants who have all acquitted themselves most credibly as great gladiators in the electoral arena. This evening, we wish to remind that there is no victor nor vanquished. The NPP is the winner of the entire process. However, one thing is demanded of the victor, in particular, in every battle. The vanquished is finished and has little to offer. It is up to the winner to show magnanimity and embrace every loser in order to fight together for the ultimate victory in Operation 2024. This is the way to break the eight. The committee is grateful for the opportunity to serve our great party. We thank all aspirants for cooperating with us. We look forward to incorporating all the rules we introduced this year, which include the intra-party advisory committee in one publication for future processes to strengthen the deepening of democracy in our party and in our nation. We are grateful for the Inspector General of Police, the police administration, and their able police officers for ensuring an incident-free process. Our appreciation also goes to the EC chairperson and her lieutenants for conducting a successful election. We further praise God for a very good weather across the country. Long live the NPP. Long live Ghana. Indeed, we also appreciate the media extensively. We, the new Patriotic Party, the elephant is our winning symbol. We are glad to serve. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, the presidential led by Professor Michael Kwe, Honorable Afenyo Markin, a member. Afia Nsuya member, great. And then you have the former treasurer, Mr. Bankwaya Bua, member. You have Madame Talata Asobayire, Yema Menso, a member. And then you have William Yamwa, member. Choboy, yeah, Choboy, yeah. Kukudu,
Eshi,
Kukudu,
Eshi,
Kukudu,
Eshi, Rato.
Bruno. The General Secretary, the Chief Spokesperson of the party.
Yeah, that's right.
Your General Secretary.
Yeah.
My General Secretary.
Yes.
Our General Secretary.
Yes.
Akoranyame.
Yes.
Onona Jumadie.
Yeah.
Ne modi mo.
The JFK.
Ama Jumadie nyina no akobo. Yemfa dede yo. Yentunsa Enfre. The General Secretary of the party. Lawyer. Justice. Kodia,
Hey, the Esquire. That's right.
Thank you. We don't have time. Your Excellency, the President of our dear Republic, Nanado Dankwa Ekufuado, Your Excellency, the Vice President of our dear Republic, Dr. Haji Muhammadu Bawumia, our revered Chief of Staff, the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayesu in team, national officers of our party, Chairman of the Presidential Elections Committee, Professor Michael Ironkwe, our dear aspirants, all other protocol observed. Indeed, Today is a great day for the new Patriotic Party. It is a great day for the new Patriotic Party. The party has made history today. Since 1992, we have had 3 great personalities who have led this party. In 1992, we had Professor Eduboayen from Eastern and Ashanti region. He passed on the mantle to our revered former President J.A. Kufuor,
yes,
from Ashanti region.
Yes.
He passed on the baton to His Excellency, our current President, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, from Eastern region.
Adodi.
Not long ago, in this country, someone made a statement.
Yes.
When it comes to NPP, there is no way a person from the north can ever become the flag bearer of our party.
Yeah.
But today, what has happened?
General Secretary.
Today, what has happened?
History.
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 In our history, the new Patriotic Party is no more and can never be tagged as an account party. Because today, we have the flag bearer who come from the northern part of the country.
That's right.
That shows the national character of the new Patriotic Party. We are waiting to see the day that Yanom will also elect an Akan presidential candidate. As we have gathered here today, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, I want to use this opportunity to thank national officers for the immense sacrifice, for the immense commitment that they showed from day one that we decided to conduct the presidential primaries. As a party and as human institution, we are not perfect. But as all of you can attest today, this has been one of the most peaceful, transparent, and well-organized internal elections in this country. The election is over. We don't have aspirant A or aspirant B. We have a presidential candidate of the new Patriotic Party. On this note, I shall call on Mr. or Honorable Adenimo to make a short statement to all of us. Honorable Adenimo.
Honorable Adenimo, Mumba Musem.
Yadede manu. The signal is unity.
Yes, sir.
And we are showing it today.
DJ, hold on.
Kukurudu.
Eshi.
Kukurudu. Kukurudu.
Rado.
The President of the Republic, H.E. Nana Akufo-Addo, and his wife, the Vice President of the Republic and flag bearer-elect of the new Patriotic Party.
That's right.
H.E. Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his wife, the Chief of Staff, the National Chairman of the party, the Chairman and members of the Presidential Elections Committee. I do recognize all other protocols. Tonight is also another great day in the history of the new Patriotic Party. We have made history, and this history will remain in this party. We want to thank first and foremost the creator of the universe for giving us this day, that we are gathered here to adore our newly elected flag bearer and leader of the new Patriotic Party. Let me take the opportunity formally to congratulate H.E., the Vice President and flag bearer-elect. Earlier on, I placed a telephone conversation with him, and then I conceded to him and congratulated him for the marvelous work that he has done to achieve this. The task is over. The battle ahead is to secure the victory of 2024. And so I also want to thank the rank and file of the party and all delegates for making the presidential primaries today a successful one. Together, we have to prosecute this agenda. And I can assure you that, Francis Adainimo, I am committed to the cause of the party and for history to be made in 2024 by the party breaking the age to stay in government for 12 years and for 16 years and beyond. It is possible. Of course, the victory has been delivered to the man. It is possible. In 2024, we are looking forward to seeing the victory being delivered to the new Patriotic Party under the "It is possible" slogan. I want to urge all members of the party, let us bury our differences. Let us pursue peace and unity amongst ourselves. It is better that we stay in government than to go out of government. And I know our president is going to work hard together with everybody and the flag bearer that this victory shall be secured next year. On this note, once again, I congratulate you, H.E., flag bearer-elect, and I congratulate all of us as members of the party. May God bless the new Patriotic Party. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. And I pledge myself in supporting the work of the flag bearer. Thank you very much. And God
Thank you, Honorable Adenimo. At this venture, I will invite Dr. Ousu Efiye Akoto to also have a short message for us.
Concludo.
Eshi.
Concludo.
Eshi.
Concludo.
Eshi.
Excellency, the President of the Republic, the First Lady, let me take this opportunity to stand on the protocols so well laid down by Honorable Adenimo to make a few remarks. All of us here tonight are witnesses to a very historic event. For 16 good years, the face of our President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has represented the image of the new Patriotic Party. The time has come to change the baton, and the party has made a firm decision to bring in the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It is a very incisive decision that has been taken today. So from today, we are going to see a new face. I'm very confident that having worked with the Vice President on all the major institutions of the government for 6 years, that he will lead us to victory come next year, 2024. I will entreat everyone who has taken a hit in the heat of the campaign. Let's bury all those and pretend that they never happened. And let's get together as one in unity so we can defeat the NPC come 7 December 2024. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, cute team.
Thank you. So, bye. Hey. 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 So, bye. Hey.
The next on the list.
Showdown, Honorable Kennedy Akokrako Etapao. Showdown.
Fire burn the enemy up. Now I'm making the paper. Just show Babylon for. Only I'm passing by the way. By for bad,
Honorable Diasa.
We do a baby, they easy.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you. Joe boy. MPP will say yeah. MPP will say yeah. Mr. President, the First Lady, the Vice President, the Second Lady, Chief of Staff, National Chairman, Council of Elders Chairman, Election Committees Chairman, my colleagues, aspirants, all protocol observed. Indeed, it's a great day today. I believe the party has been fair and transparent. Yes! That is the only thing I've always been preaching. And I must admit, this election is fair. And my grassroots have spoken. And therefore, I accept the results in good faith. I pledge my support that we're going to work tirelessly to break the 8. So, party members that we are here, we should put everything behind us
and let's unite this party. With unity, I believe we can break the 8. And that is all I've been preaching for. So I congratulate the Elections Committee, the Police Department, Electoral Commission, and the party members for the commitment you've shown for peace. And I want to assure you, in 2024, the showdown is being translated to we have to come together and give NBC a showdown. So, once again, I want to say thank you to my team for working hard, my wife for the support she gave me, and the party faithfuls who believe in me and voted for me. I say a big thank you to you, and I'll never forget you. So let's come together, and success will be ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
The showdown.
DJ, we are the new Patriotic Party.
Thank you.
By Sydney, make it ready, make it ready. We are the new Patriotic Party by Sydney, make it ready.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kennedy Akompreko, Japan. As a political party, we do have a sister party in the United Kingdom, the Conservative Party, and we have Laura Sanders and Rem Adi representing them to give us the solidarity message from the Conservative Party.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for inviting us to take part in the presidential primaries and in today's rally. It's an honor to be here in Accra at such a historic event. I'd like to start by acknowledging the protocols. First of all, Your Excellency the President, Your Excellency Vice President, Honourable Party Chairman, Honorary Secretary General and other NPP Secretariat. I'd like to take this opportunity to offer our congratulations to the newly elected flag bearer. Okay. This is not only a great achievement, but it is a great responsibility to lead your party into next year's elections. I would like to wish you every success in your new role as flag bearer of your party and as the NPP candidate as you aim to break the 8. May you swiftly settle into your role and continue the legacy of your predecessor. The last few days, I've seen firsthand how important your members all view the selection process, the elections, and the importance of voting for who they want to represent them next year. I'd also like to thank and acknowledge all those who worked behind the scenes to ensure the smooth running of the primaries, the voting process, and this event this evening. Your work is important, and today could not have happened without you. Congratulations once again, and thank you.
Thank you very much, the Conservative Party of United Kingdom. At this venture, I will invite the national chairman of our great party, Mr. Stephen Ayesu Itim, to deliver a message on behalf of our party. Kukrudu.
Eshi.
Kukrudu.
Eshi.
Kukrudu.
Eshi.
Mr. President, your wife, Your Excellency, the Vice President, and your wife. In fact, I wish to stand on all existing protocols. Before delivering
my message, very short one. When I was campaigning to become national chairman last year, I made a very emphatic, irrevocable promise. And it was that if you make me the national chairman, I will give you a president in 2023. And it starts with the introduction flag bearer tonight. Having delivered on your bargain by giving me the flag bearer, His Excellency Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, I'm reiterating my promise to you, distinguished delegates, that I'm going to produce a president for you in December 2023.
That's right. That's right. Amen. Amen.
2024. That is what we are all looking up to. Nothing less than that. So without much ado, I want to thank you sincerely for producing and introducing to me the flag bearer. It is my turn now to give you a president next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kukuru!
She.
I'm the Nipa Bre eti de meka na se. Na mom me bono to fa kakra bi e wo poto kasem. Ya ka obia ti de meka ye yase. Na mom yase de nsa ye no ye mfa nsuo enye. Ebra me ye campaign. Say into abama me no me ye national chairman no. Me ma omo anohoba say Montuma me na me ye national chairman. Na mu wie eno a me so me ma mo president for NPP and for Ghana in 2024. I'm say obia modi mo be so. Say akase Steven Tim ne mpamfo nso ebe ma mo president no. Manuasi da mu nyina ase.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, the national chairman, the new Patriotic Party. This is the elephant spirit.
That's right.
Sunsumuno enye. DJ Mepacho, ye anthem no Mepacho any ready. The first gentleman of the land, Ebobo Anuhwaba. His Excellency the President, Ebobo Anuhwaba. Nana Ado Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, Adudi Ebobo Anuhwaba. DJ Mepacho, Mama Nyomono, we are the new. DJ Ayake Kaho. Pacho bien sorry.
That is the party national anthem. We are the new Patriotic Party. We are the new Patriotic Party. The elephant is the way they say move. We are born to save Ghana. The elephant is the way they say move. We are born to save Ghana. We are born to save Ghana. We are born to save Ghana. The elephant is the way they say move. We are born to save Ghana. The elephant is the way they say move. We are born to save Ghana.
This is the president's favorite song.
Raise your hand and wave. Raise your hand and wave. Wave for NPP. Wave for Mr. President. Please raise the flag.
Raise your hands, raise your hands. More picture, more flags, you know. More picture, more flags, you know. More raising more hands. Wave your handkerchiefs. Wave your flag. Wave your flag.
your party paraphernalia. And wait.
Madam First Lady, the beautiful Rebecca.
Sir.
National Chairman, the great and the good of the NPP. Now I have three simple, quick messages. The first is to express my gratitude to all members of this party, from polling station executives, electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, national executives, councils of elders, elections committee, all members of this party, that today you have shown that indeed Ghanaian democracy is safe in your hands. You have shown the commitment of our party and tradition to democratic values and conduct. And I want to really thank you. Say me dam wase papa. Say ne. Machira for Ghana for nyina sampa kanami kebia mamuo NPP for etiase epa. So everything went very well today, very transparent and very, very peaceful. Second message is a very simple one. Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Flag Bearer, Mr. Vice President Flag Bearer. "16 years of work for the party in opposition and in government has been rewarded by the party with this leadership that has been conferred upon you. I'm confident that Mahamudu Bawumia will be able to unite this party with the assistance of Kennedy Ohene Ajapong, the assistance of Owusu Akoto, Adenimo, and all the other contestants, and provide us the strong leadership that will take on the NDC in 2024 and inflict a third successive defeat on John Dramani Mahama. Yamani Trinkwa, na mini say, obetumi akaye nyina bom, ya baba ye dombako 2024 no, ebetumi ni NDC for no, akọ akai mo ni ati ase say osoro kokoko no eba gegim. Now, the third message. Today, I am passing on the flag bearer position of our party to a new leader. I want to thank every single NPP person here. Now, for the last 16 years, 2007, 2010, 2014, 2020, you have conferred your confidence in me to lead this great party. You have honored me, an honor I can never, ever, ever forget. And have allowed me to serve the party, and through the party, to serve the people of Ghana. I've done my best, but I still have one more task to do. And that is with all my strength, all my energy, to help the new flag bearer, to help Mamadou Bawumia win the election of 2024. Ghana cannot afford the return of the NDC, especially under the leadership of John Dramani Mahama. So let's all pull together. We have to go and campaign hard and easy. Election here by any easy my head. Nanso, we want resistance can see. Se bako ye wo ye mu na kokudro na ehia no so wo ye mu a Onyankopon be pay kwan amaye emankunimdie so abayafa on 27th January 7th December 2024. Ti me bae masem kakra me be basem me ba be dam asepa enyonyam kese a mo ahye me 16 years ni and therefore na minim say odo a mo yi a kire me no musumo ahu say musumo domo pa musumo domo papa me dama say so enti me baba frɛ national chairman and a new flag bearer, my vice president Kwame Brana Yenye Amaniano away. So it is my great privilege to hand over the flag of the new Patriotic Party to you, Mahamadou Bawumia. There you are. With music. Everybody all hands up. Raise your hands up. Raise your hands up. Raise your hands up. NPP also. Yeah. NPP also. Yeah. NPP. Obian saw the phone light. Obian saw the phone light. Obian saw the phone light. Cho boya. Cho boya.
Now we will hear from His Excellency, the Vice President, the newly elected presidential candidate.
It's possible.
New Patriotic Party.
It's
His
possible.
Excellency, the Vice President.
It's possible.
Dr. Mamadou Bawumia.
Thank you very much. Kukurudu. 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 Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic. Your Excellency, the former President, J. Kufuor, who I know is watching from home. Our National Chairman, Stephen Intim, the General Secretary, Lawyer Justin Kodia, the Chairman of the Council of Elders, Honorable Hakman Oswajiman, the National Council members of the National Executive Committee, Chairman and members of the Presidential Elections Committee, Ministers of State, members of Parliament, Constituency Chairman and executives, Electoral area coordinators, and polling station executives, members of our great party, our friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Moments ago, the Electoral Commission of Ghana declared the outcome of the 2023 NPP Presidential Primary. From the certified result, I was pronounced the winner with 61% of the valid votes cast. I therefore stand here with profound gratitude and humility, having received the greatest honor of my life. The victory is not mine, but ours. From Bogoso to Bolgatanga, from Axim to Zarantinga, as the party has united and chosen a path to walk in unison. As a wise man once said, a leader without any followers is just a man going for a walk. And I can proudly say that I feel the support from each and every one of our members today, as the poll results show that these are the highest percentage numbers for any first-time presidential candidate in the history of our party. We said it was possible. I thank the Almighty God for making this victory possible and for his unending blessings on me, the NPP and Ghana. It is a victory for the rank and file of our great party, particularly to you, our hard-working grassroots members at the constituency, electoral area, and polling station levels. You enthusiastically came out in your numbers when I visited you throughout the country, and you rallied support for me amongst yourselves at your respective electoral areas. I am immensely grateful to you. The significance of this victory is not lost on me. I am humbled and overwhelmed. I attended Sakasaka Primary School in Tamale, Tamale Secondary School, Buckingham University in the UK, Oxford University, and Simon Fraser University in Canada. However, it has not been an easy journey. My work experience includes a stint as a farm by-day worker with my good friend, Dr. Abbas Awolu, who is now in the civil service, during holidays in my secondary school days, to driving a mini cab, which is a taxi in London, and cleaning dormitories in Canada with friends like Richard Opong, who is in Vancouver, as I studied for my PhD to make ends meet. God has brought me this far. I have always worked very hard as a student, a lecturer, a deputy governor, a running mate, and a vice president. And on this historic day, I have been elected as presidential candidate and leader of the great new Patriotic Party. This is just surreal. I thank God for how far he has brought me. I've always believed that with hard work, honesty, discipline, and faith in God, one can fulfill one's potential. It is possible. I congratulate the Electoral Commission of Ghana and the Presidential Election Committee of the NPP, chaired by the Venerable Professor Mike Eronokwe, for an excellent job done. I also thank and congratulate the security services for an excellent job as well. I also congratulate my fellow aspirants for participating in the process and deepening the democratic credentials of the NPP. Their energies, time, engagement, and resources have contributed to energizing the base of the party and has prepared us all for the crucial battle of 2024. Now let us join together. I am determined to work with all of them and all our supporters to achieve the party's ambition of breaking the 8. That ambition requires the participation of all the aspirants, including my good friend, Honorable Kennedy Ohene Ejepong, who really wanted to give me a showdown today. Well done. Dr. Akoto Afriye Planting, as I call him, Boachi Ajako, Kwabena J. Ajapong, Honorable Joe Ganti, Dr. Kofi Konedu Apreku, Adai Nimo, and Kojo Poku. There are those who would say that we are divided as a party, but I am here to tell them that it couldn't be less true. The NPP is a thriving democracy where leaders are elected, not anointed. And I salute my fellow competitors in this race for partaking in this crucial process. While our plans may differ at times, our visions are aligned. We share a passion for Ghana and a firm conviction that the NPP is the only party that can transform Ghana. The new Patriotic Party will enter 2024 united and energized. We are ready to make a strong and convincing case for another term in office with a fresh mandate and a new leader. Ladies and gentlemen, the journey towards today has been exciting and at the same time fraught with challenges. I remember the auspicious day on the 14th of August 2008, when through the visionary leadership of candidate Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, as he was then, and the NPP, I was outdoored onto the uncertain political terrain of our nation. I owe endless gratitude to President Akufo-Addo for his decision in 2008 and his undying confidence in me in the periods 2012, 2016, and 2020. That singular, consistent decision has birthed this historic moment we are witnessing tonight. I thank you, Mr. President, for believing in me. When I left Takoradi in 2008, that fateful day, after my outdooring as running mate, to commence my journey in politics, I had the difficult task of convincing a large part of our country to accept the inclusive and truly national character of the new Patriotic Party. I faced challenges in communities that accepted the decades of propaganda that the NPP was unwelcoming to them. I persevered. I kept going back to those communities, election after election, and with the same message that the NPP is inclusive and ready to work with every Ghanaian, irrespective of tribe or religion. By election 2020, we made significant inroads into the north, taking the majority of seats. Actually, we have equal seats in the old northern region. We also saw increased support throughout the Zongos in the country. In the Volta region, we continued to grow our numbers. It has been a remarkable but difficult journey of preaching the inclusive nature of the new Patriotic Party to those who have always viewed our great party with suspicion. The doubt regarding the inclusive character of the NPP dominated the discussion when I took the bold decision on 16th of June this year to file my nomination papers at the NPP headquarters to contest to be elected as the presidential candidate of the party. Some analysts were skeptical about my chances, and others confidently dismissed the possibility of the NPP electing a candidate from the northern part of the country. They clearly misconstrued the party's conservatism to mean tribalism or regionalism. I was certain that they misunderstood this great party and its values because I knew our values of rewarding hard work and dedication would triumph. I knew it was possible. Today's clear decision by over 200,000 delegates of the NPP, the grassroots of the party, reaffirms my knowledge and belief that the NPP is truly an inclusive national party. For a boy born in the heartland of Tamale with a hometown in Walewale to be elected as a presidential candidate of Ghana's largest political party speaks to the character of the party. The NPP is a party that is all-embracing, a party that rewards hard work, loyalty, and commitment to its values. The delegates, by today's decision, have resoundingly dismissed any doubt that the NPP is not inclusive and does not reward hard work. From virtually every constituency in the country, the message has been the same. In the NPP, we do not care about where you come from. We are tolerant of Ghana's religious diversity. We elect those deserving of leadership, those who are capable of governing, and those with proven traits of integrity, incorruptibility, and hard work. With this resounding victory, the NPP is sending an invitation to the men and women in Gamashi to join me in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To our men and women in the Zongos scattered across the 16 regions, I say to you that in the NPP, it is possible to rise to the top. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To the people of the Volta and OT regions who may have long doubted if you will have a place in the NPP, you have been answered today. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. To the people of the North, we have often been told that the NPP is not our political home. Today, the delegates have demonstrated absolute confidence in us. I invite you to join us in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. In the Ashanti region, the citadel of NPP politics, I have been shown unbelievable love and support. In the eastern region, a fortress of our party, the support has been remarkable. In the greater Accra, Western North, as well as Bono, the three Bono, Ahafo, and Bono East regions, I have received tremendous support and love from the rank and file of the NPP. In the Volta region, where our party's fortunes continue to grow considerably, I am very encouraged that we will do even better in 2024. In the 5 northern regions, Northern Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West, as they have always done in past elections, join the rest of the country to emphatically vote for the winning candidate. I have won convincingly in 14 out of 16 regions, and this clearly demonstrates an energized party with absolute confidence in me. I thank each and every one of you for this massive show of support, which is a reflection of the diversely harmonious nature of the NPP. I do not take this support for granted. I will work diligently every day to justify your decision. While on the campaign, I became aware of a 3-day demonstration staged by the young people of our country. They had a simple message for the political class. They needed more opportunities for work. They needed improved living conditions, and they wanted improved public services. These are legitimate demands, and we cannot ignore them. We will continue to work hard for the people of Ghana. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have spent the last 7 years assisting the President to deliver on many of these demands, to create more opportunities for the youth, improve the well-being of our people, create inclusive access to secondary education and healthcare, develop and expand the road infrastructure of our country, create great convenience in accessing public services wherever one finds himself or herself, and to leverage technology to fast-track development through digitalization. Notwithstanding these achievements, the unforeseen global economic downturn of the past 3 years, which derailed the significant economic gains and impact we made between 2017 and 2021, has had a devastating effect on our economy in the past 2 years, just as it has on many other economies around the world. This has affected many, including government itself, the private sector, and our households. The cost of living has increased dramatically, and Ghanaians are feeling the pinch. I have seen the sacrifices Ghanaians are making, and the hardships many Ghanaians are going through. And I am as concerned as my fellow countrymen and women. By the grace of God Almighty, together with the remarkable sacrifices, patience, and optimism of Ghanaians, the work of economic recovery is underway. GDP growth has picked up. Consumer price inflation is on the decline. Exchange rate depreciation has dramatically slowed down since February this year, and the budget deficit as a percentage of GDP is also on the decline. I will continue to support the President to sustain these gains. As a party, we must loudly and consistently tell the public about our achievements, as well as our ongoing efforts. We are all communicators, each one of us an NPP ambassador, and we should be telling the NPP story in our daily lives as well as the public stage at every opportunity we get. I am convinced that the NPP is the best option for the progress and prosperity of the Ghanaian people. My own core values, integrity, honesty, discipline, hard work, and inclusivity, my can-do attitude, my rejection of the tag of impossibility, my passion to unleash the creative energies of the youth, my compassion for the poor and vulnerable. All of these align perfectly with the values with which our forebears created this political tradition. So, to the NPP rank and file, I wish to say to you, today you have placed your trust in me. I shall not disappoint you. Ghana has given me everything, every opportunity and grace. I have dedicated my life to give back and to serve this wonderful country to the best of my ability with every breath in my body. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have my own vision and my own priorities. Given the opportunity by you, the people of Ghana, to lead, I shall govern as my own man with guidance from God Almighty. My vision is to build an inclusive, food self-sufficient, data-driven, and systems-based nation that will fully participate in the global digital revolution to resolve our problems and also to usher in a golden age of benefits from our natural resources. I want to lead a nation that improves and unleashes the talents of our youth and offers good jobs with good pay and sustainable growth with macroeconomic discipline. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the presidential candidate of the NPP, it would be my commitment to the youth of Ghana. The talent of our youth in various sectors, such as information technology, robotics, entrepreneurship, the creative arts, sports, and so on, is just amazing. When we bring the talents of the youth together, we will surely build a mighty nation. Together, we can transform this nation and do even more in many areas. I therefore invite the youth, particularly the Gen Zs, to join me in this journey of great possibilities. We have a place for you. As a technocrat, it was doubted if I would gain space in politics, long dominated by career politicians. This victory is an invitation to technocrats and professionals to join me in this journey of possibilities. The NPP has a place for you. With open arms, I invite everyone listening to me tonight to join us in this journey of possibilities. Together, we can build this nation. I am encouraged by the ingenuity and the can-do spirit of the youth, the tireless efforts of our farmers, the bravery of our fishermen and women, the business acumen of our mothers and sisters in the markets, the passion of our drivers, the dedication of our security personnel, the sacrifices of our teachers, as well as the commitment of our doctors and nurses and other healthcare workers. I am encouraged by the entrepreneurial spirit of our men and women who step out on a daily basis looking for genuine support to create opportunities for themselves and many others. I am encouraged by the literate society we are creating through our free access to secondary education and expanded support for tertiary education. Our country's future is really bright with a highly educated and skilled youthful population, leveraging technology for our economic transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am encouraged by the beautiful diversity of our country, our peaceful coexistence, which respects each other's faith, which unites us and brings all of us together for a common goal of seeing a transformed Ghana. We stand here today in celebration, but the real work starts now, and I have no intention of slowing down. I will get right back to work, sit down with Ghanaians from all walks of life, from civil society and student organizations to young professionals, stakeholders in the business community and religious leadership. The position I seek needs to be earned, and I intend to show every single voter, from the farmer to the financial head, that I am the right man for the job. I will listen to your concerns and answer your questions, because we are partners in this process, and any worthwhile gain comes from communal investment. We speak about breaking the 8, but it's important to remember that that's more than just a slogan. By breaking the 8, we break with the culture of complacency. We reject the tacit agreement that power is handed over every 8 years, thereby relinquishing responsibility for the growth of this nation. This 8-year cycle stands in the way of a long-term vision for Ghana. Therefore, breaking it is not about NPP bragging rights. It is about being able to successfully implement long-term visions and policies under a consistent leadership. Breaking the 8 is not about partisanship, but about patriotism, and knowing that Ghana deserves consistency, focus, and follow through, not political bickering and division. We will break the 8 in unity, and we will govern in unity, because regardless of the margin of our victory, we govern for and in the interest of 100% of Ghanaians. We have 2 tasks ahead, ladies and gentlemen. First is to lead the new Patriotic Party to victory in 2024. And secondly, to steward this nation from recovery to prosperity. Given the chance, I am determined to serve as a leader for a united Ghana, for all Ghanaians, regardless of background, circumstance, or socioeconomic status. Ghana is a haven of peace and coexistence, and one of the many strengths of our nation is that while we may differ and debate come together in unity for the good of Mother Ghana. We will come together in unity. I have felt the hope and unity as I have traveled across the country over these past months. And I feel it here today as we prepare to build back better for us all. So we celebrate today, but tomorrow we get back to work for you, for Ghana, and for all of us. I cannot end my speech without my deepest appreciation to certain personalities in our party and country. As a believer and practitioner of the liberal democratic values and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, like all of you here, I have been inspired throughout my life by the thinking, deeds, sacrifices, and accomplishments of such great political icons of our country and party, such as Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Chief S.D. Dombo, Professor K.A. Buzia, Edward Akufo-Addo, Obechibi Lamte, Alhaji Yakubu Tali Tolona, Jato Kalio, Naba Ifa Kabo, S.G. Anto, Professor Albert Dubois, R. Amponsa, J.B. Darocha, J.H. Mensah, and J. Kufuor. I express my profound gratitude to the founders of our tradition, without whose sacrifices I would not be here today. I am also indebted to so many men and women who have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice for our party and country on a daily basis without outward recognition. I extend my sincere thanks to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his beautiful Rebecca, by any measure, a first-class First Lady, for their support and confidence in me over the years. I am truly grateful. I thank former President Kufuor, who first allowed me to serve as Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, from where I was noticed and subsequently poached into politics. I truly appreciate his wise counsel and guidance over the years. May the beautiful soul of his departed wife, Mama Teresa, rest in peace. I also thank former Vice President Alhaji Aliyu Mahama and his wife Hajia Ramatu Aliyu Mahama for their inspiration. May the Almighty God continue to bless their souls. To my beautiful wife Samira and our children, I thank you for your sacrifices and love in the journey so far. I thank the polling station executives, the electoral area coordinators, constituency executives, regional executives, the council of elders, patrons, founding members, past officers, our external branches, and the national executives for their massive support of my bid to lead the NPP. I will not disappoint you, and I promise to work hard with all for victory in 2024 by the grace of God. I thank our distinguished members of Parliament for their unflinching support for my candidature. They have been immeasurable in their support. I thank the thousands of volunteer groups who worked day and night to secure this historic victory for me and the party. I am indebted to all of you. To the energetic youth of the NPP and Ghana, I shall lead the NPP to deliver on your aspirations. I thank you for your support so far, and I pray for your continued support. I also thank my campaign team for their dedication and commitment to executing the mandate assigned them. They delivered a victory that the nation will never forget. I also thank my office staff for their hard work and commitment throughout the years. To my father, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, and my mother, Hajia Mariama Bawumia, I wish you were here to witness the dreams you had for me. I thank you for raising me to be the person I am today. May God continue to bless your beautiful souls. To my late press aide, Kwabena Buedu, I know you are excited about this victory wherever you are. We made it. Thank you, and God bless you. I thank our friends from the media for their massive coverage of the entire process. The NPP and I are grateful for your partnership. And those who are listening and watching from afar, it is indeed possible. God bless you. God bless the NPP. And God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you very much. Now go day.
Me come to them like some kakai. Hi, Satawale come like a guy. Forever and ever, I'll be a soldier. Forever and ever, I'll be a leader.
This is the elephant spirit. That's right. Yes, yeah. This is true unity. This is the red, white, blue family. This is the elephant family. We are going to prosecute this campaign in unity. His Excellency, the Vice President, the newly elected flag bearer.
Well, so clearly the die is cast. We do know who is leading the NPP into the 2024 elections, and thank you for staying with your election command center right from the early hours of this morning up until this very minute. As we wrap up this conversation, we still have Professor Ransford Jumper with us in studio to give us his closing conclusion or his closing remarks on, you know, what we've all observed in the last few hours as the NPP over the last few hours have decided to give Dr. Bawumia the mantle to lead them into Battle 2024. Prof, then again, it's all yours, the floor.
Well, thank you. I think once again I'll say that I'll commend the NPP for the peaceful conduct of this particular elections, even though we still had inducements, you know, that were masqueraded as transport TNT money, and which I have said that we should not accept as normal. We shouldn't normalize that particular practice. I think that generally it was a peaceful conduct of elections. So I commend and congratulate the NPP as a party. I commend and congratulate Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia for his election. Like I indicated earlier, for his election, it was a victory for him with a taste of defeat, given how close the context was. I commend and congratulate Kenny Ejapon. For him, it was also a defeat with a taste of victory. So they have all done well. I like the fact that all the aspirants were magnanimous in accepting defeat. And I want to hope and believe that this acceptance of defeat would come from a sincere and genuine heart. It's one thing doing things for the cameras, and then the other really wanting to genuinely and sincerely help, wanting to genuinely and sincerely help in the prosecution of their campaign to break the 8. I also want to comment briefly on the speech that was given by Dr. Bawumia, I mean, portions of the speech show his display of humility, how far he's come to where he's gotten to. But I think that clearly he should think about, he should make another decision or rethink his speech writer. This is not a time for long talk. I mean, people have been there from morning, been doing this from morning to this time. It could have been a very great summarized version of what he presented. The fact that you've been given all this does not also mean you should read all. You clearly saw that people were frustrated. Yeah. This is not a time for long speech. So you could have chosen, or you can choose another time where all of you guys in the media will be there. Everybody would be fresh in their minds and will listen to him as he outlined his vision. Yeah. And but I think the speech was too long. I'm also worried, thinking about how he's going to combine his role now as a vice president and then also his role as a flag bearer and leader of the party. And I'm asking myself if it will be smooth, because you have a president, sitting president, who is still in charge, and then a vice president who has now been elected as the leader and the flag bearer of the party. I hope that the relationship becomes smooth, and especially as Bawumia has promised or has said that he has his own vision and is going to be his own man. I hope and pray that as he goes about outlining his own vision and proving to all that he is his own man, this will not bring unnecessary conflict and wedge between himself and then the sitting president. Now, what he has, as I indicated earlier in my earlier submission, what he has to do is now about how he has to go about touting his own track record in governing our economy as vice president, touting his own track record in governing our economy as the head of the economic management team. Another appeal task he has is how to defend the track record of this current government. Another appeal task he has is how to defoist himself from some of the embarrassing situations of this government. And then how he is able to convince Ghanaians about his ability to solve problems that are not being solved now. How he is able to convince Ghanaians about his ability to solve problems we have now that are not being solved. Again, how he is able to convince all of us as Ghanaians that things are better now than they used to be before his ascending of the throne as vice president. I mean, it's an uphill task. If he wants to do it, I am sure with unity of purpose and with determination, he can do it. But I want to put it on across that it's going to be very difficult, but doable. And so, on the whole, I think I commend him once again, and I wish him well in his uphill task of commending, because so many people are saying that, look, you are part of the regime, and look, it must be admitted that if you are a vice president, you know, the role that is allocated you by the Constitution is quite vague. I mean, you do things only that are assigned to you, and so in that case, it becomes a bit difficult for us to measure what you have done vis-a-vis what the Constitution has given to you. But he himself went on to say so many things, or he went ahead to say so many things, and people are now willing eagerly to judge what he said vis-a-vis what has actually been done. And so how he defoils himself from some of the tags that have been labeled him, and how he clearly shows that when given the opportunity as his own man, he will do things differently. It's an uphill task that he has ahead of him. Like I said, it can be done, but it's going to be very difficult. But on the whole, we wish him well, and we congratulate him on his victory, but with a taste of defeat.
All right. Professor Ransford Jampo, thank you very much for your concluding thoughts. We are also live on 3FM 92.7. That's our radio station here in Accra and across the many platforms on which we have been serving you, especially on social media as well. So Eric Mawana is there on the grounds and also wrapping it up there as we have done in studio. So we'll probably just take a brief of what Eric is saying as he also wraps up with the team on location, and then we'll come in studio and conclude things. So do we have Eric's feed now? All right, I'm told that Eric Mawana has gone off the feed. But we want to say on behalf of the team, thank you very much for staying with your Election Command Center. It's been an awesome time bringing you developments from across the country as the NPP has elected its flag bearer. Clearly, the battle lines are drawn. It is the NDC's John Dramani Mahama versus the NPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, both of northern extraction, both with some economic competencies, and the final decision will be for you, the Ghanaian, to judge. But be part of our coverage right from this moment up until December 7, when the nation decides. Thank you very much. My name is Esiedu Date. Let's have this conversation later. Bye for now.